Chapter 2209. The place where the grand Taos of all eras were born meant that the extreme yin netherglow gave birth to all kinds of Taos. It was said that even the heavenly Tao was born from the extreme yin netherglow. If one could really find this place, the benefits would be unimaginable. Little brother, this old man is willing to exchange 3 of the 3,000 grand Taos for this extreme yin sacred beast tooth. An old man with white hair and a youthful face said. Little brother, this old man is willing to exchange an extremely precious bronze artifact for this extreme yin sacred beast tooth. A black-robed old man said. Little brother, following that, one cultivator after another wanted to exchange for the extreme yin sacred beast tooth with Lin Feng. Some of them even wanted to exchange for the desolate demon refining insects with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not agree. Now, these people wanted to exchange for the extreme yin sacred beast tooth. Lin Feng naturally did not agree. If he really met the extreme yin sacred beast clan in the future, with this token, the extreme yin sacred beast clan would bring him to see the extreme yin netherglow. At that time, he would definitely be able to comprehend it. This was something that no other treasure could compare to. Lin Feng said, I have no intention of exchanging. He no longer paid attention to the cultivators who wanted to exchange for the extreme yin sacred beast tooth. He looked at Xian Yuling and said with a smile, Ling your eyes are really good. You actually managed to cut out such a treasure on the first stone. Let's see if there are any other stones that you like. Xian Yuling nodded. Then, she looked at the surrounding stones. However, she did not choose any new stones. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. Seeing Xian Yuling like this, could it be that Xian Yuling really knew how to identify stones? Big brother, little Meng Meng also took a fancy to a stone. Little Meng Meng whispered into Lin Feng's ear. As Chio's daughter, little Meng Meng had many unimaginable abilities. If she took a fancy to some stones, those stones would definitely be extraordinary. Lin Feng asked, which stone did little Meng Meng take a fancy to? That one. Little Meng Meng pointed at a piece of stone. Lin Feng looked over and discovered that it was a human-shaped stone. He pointed at the stone and asked, how much is this stone? The shop assistant enthusiastically introduced, Sir, this stone is called Immortal Guides the Way. It's the best stone in the shop. It's worth 320,000 origin crystals. Hiss, so expensive. When the surrounding cultivators heard that this stone called Immortal Guides the Way was actually worth 320,000 origin crystals, they couldn't help but gasp. It was just a piece of stone, but it was so expensive. To many people, 320,000 origin crystals was not a small sum. But for Lin Feng, it was just a drop in the ocean. Cut it open, Lin Feng said. Yes. The shop assistant responded and began to cut the stone. This piece of stone was very valuable. It attracted a lot of people to watch. Even the owner of the shop was attracted. This brat actually wants to cut this piece of stone. Just now, I was hesitating whether or not to cut it. A cultivator muttered. You don't have to hesitate now, haha. Someone immediately said with a laugh. That cultivator nodded with a bitter smile. His gaze landed on the shop assistant who was cutting the stone. Under the shop assistant's skillful movements, the stone skin flew everywhere. Soon, a large amount of stone skin piled up on the ground. As time passed, many people began to whisper to each other. That was because the stone had been cut more than half, but they didn't find anything. It can't be that there's nothing. That's very likely. This stone is worth 300,000 origin crystals. If nothing is cut out, it'll be a huge loss. Some people discussed while looking at Lin Feng. Originally, those people wanted to see Lin Feng's pained expression, but they found that Lin Feng's expression was calm. This caused many people to mutter to themselves. Doesn't this guy know that his 320,000 origin crystals are going to be wasted? As the size of the stone continued to shrink, the shop assistant's expression gradually became ugly. After all, if he helped Lin Feng cut out something good, Lin Feng would give him a lot of rewards. If he couldn't cut it out, there would be no reward. Therefore, the shop assistant also hoped that he could help Lin Feng cut out something good. Soon, the stone was completely cut open, but nothing was found. Fortunately, I didn't cut this stone just now, otherwise it would be a huge loss. The cultivator who wanted to cut this stone just now said with a look of relief. There's still an arm, cut this arm too. Lin Feng pointed to the arm of the human-shaped stone and said aloud. The shop assistant nodded and then began to cut the arm of the stone. Swish, swish, swish. Stone chips flew everywhere. Clang. Suddenly, a sonorous and dull collision sound was heard. When this sound came out, everyone's eyes widened and their expressions were full of disbelief. Nothing was cut out of such a large piece of stone, but something was cut out of the last arm. It was too dramatic. Everyone's eyes were unblinkingly looking at the arm. Everyone was very curious about what was in the arm. Soon, the treasure in the arm was cut out. It was a dagger. A dagger made of stone. It turned out to be a stone tool. Lin Feng's face showed a look of surprise. Stone tools are often born from heaven and earth, just like the Stone Clan. Stone tools born from heaven and earth. They have extremely terrifying power, and once activated, they can cause a shocking attack effect. Oh my god, it's actually a stone tool. We're rich, we're rich. The value of stone tools is simply unimaginable. This is a treasure that can't be bought at all. Yeah, I heard that some time ago, someone offered 500 billion origin crystal stones to buy a stone tool, but he didn't get anything. Now this kid actually cut out a stone tool from the stone. It's really a blessing from his ancestors. Many people began to talk about it, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Oh, if I had known, I would have cut it. The cultivator who wanted to cut this stone but failed in the end was suddenly very annoyed. He was simply pounding his chest in regret. Hey, big brother, is the thing you cut out very good? Little Meng Meng laughed. Lin Feng smiled and said, the thing you cut out is a treasure. It's all thanks to Little Meng Meng. Little Meng Meng can help big brother earn money. Little Meng Meng is so happy. Little Meng Meng said with a grin. She looked so innocent and lovable. Lin Feng put away the stone dagger. This was not the place to refine stone tools. He would refine it when he got back. At that moment, Xian Yuling pulled Lin Feng and pointed at a piece of stone. Obviously, Xian Yuling had taken a fancy to another piece of stone. Chapter 22:10. The stone that Xian Yuling had chosen earlier contained the teeth of a sacred yin beast. Lin Feng also felt that Xian Yuling seemed to have some experience in choosing stones. Xian Yuling would not easily make a move. However, once she did, it was very likely that she would find some unimaginable treasures. The stone that the fairy chose earlier contained the teeth of a sacred yin beast. Do you think that the fairy made a lucky guess? I think she made a lucky guess. That fairy looks so young. She shouldn't be an expert in choosing stones. Choosing stones requires experience. When some cultivators saw Xian Yuling choose the second stone, they immediately whispered to each other. Xian Yuling was really too beautiful. They didn't know Xian Yuling's name, so they called her fairy. Of course, Xian Yuling was indeed as beautiful as a fairy. The stone that Xian Yuling pointed at looked a little like a wooden block. It was ash green in color. Lin Feng asked, "How much is that stone?" The shop owner smiled and said, "This stone is called green serpent stone. It is densely covered with green serpent patterns. The price of this stone is slightly higher. It is worth 450,000 origin crystals." "Cut it open," Lin Feng said. "All right, I will be the main knife for you this time." The shop owner smiled and said. This person was called Zhu Hongguang, and he was a member of the Zhu clan. He had contracted the Zhu clan's stone shop in the underground city. After deducting the cost of purchasing the goods, he would receive 70% of the profits from selling the stones, and the remaining 30% would be handed over to the Zhu clan. The Zhu clan's business philosophy was to contract the various businesses to their clan relatives. They would let the clan relatives manage the business. This way, they could be more attentive. Hence, the Zhu clan's business was growing. Swish, swish, swish. The stone knife in Zhu Hongguang's hand was like a butterfly weaving through flowers. Pieces of the stone were cut off. Everyone's gaze fell on the stone. This stone-like stone did not look good. However, it was a rare green serpent stone. This kind of green serpent stone usually contained powerful spirituality. It was easier to cut out treasures. Of course, when it was said that it was easier to cut out treasures, it was a relative term. This was because the probability of something being cut out from the stone was extremely low. The probability of this happening was less than 1%. And among the things that were cut out, only a very small percentage of them were truly valuable. However, the probability of something being cut out from the green flood dragonstone was about 1 in 10. Relatively speaking, this probability was already extremely high. However, whether or not the item cut out from the green dragonstone was valuable, and what its value was, this was unknown. As the stone skin fell off piece by piece, the size of the stone gradually decreased. Before long, the green flood dragonstone was only the size of a bowl. There shouldn't be anything left now, right? Many people began to murmur. Lin Feng cut out 2 items from the stone he bought before, and both were incomparably precious, making everyone around him envious and jealous. Now, if he were to cut out another item, it was likely that many people had thoughts of robbing Lin Feng. Zhu Hongguang cut open the last piece of stone. After the stone was cut open, a stone tortoise appeared in front of everyone. I found something again. Stone turtle. It can't be a member of the stone race, right? If it's the stone clan, then it's too shocking. Many people cried out in surprise. The commotion caused by the stone tortoise was much greater than the Tai-Yin sacred beast's tooth and stone dagger. Although the tooth was a keepsake of the Tai-Yin sacred beast clan, and if one could find the Tai-Yin sacred beast clan, they could even bring the cultivator with the tooth to the Tai-Yin Netherglow. However, the Tai-Yin sacred beast clan was an existence that only appeared in legends. Who knew if this clan was still alive in this world? Even if this clan wasn't wiped out, where could one find them in this vast world? Therefore, this Tai-Yin sacred beast tooth seemed precious. However, if one couldn't find the Tai-Yin sacred beast clan, it was basically useless. As for the stone dagger Lin Feng obtained, stone tools were indeed precious, but in this world, some stone tools could still be found. Some top factions might even have stone tools in their collections. However, the stone tortoise was different. If the stone tortoise was the stone clan, then it would be heaven-defying. The stone clan was born from heaven and earth. If it was in the absolute beginning era, they would be carnate life forms. However, after the absolute beginning era, heaven and earth changed drastically. It was very difficult for the stone clan born from heaven and earth to reach the cultivation level of carnate life forms. However, even if they couldn't reach the level of carnate life forms, however, the birth of the stone clan was exactly the same as the birth of carnate life forms. The stone clan was still very heaven-defying. Lin Feng quickly put the stone tortoise into his mountain river ring. This was because he could feel the aura of life from the stone tortoise. This meant that the stone tortoise was definitely from the stone clan. The stone tortoise shouldn't be exposed in front of these people anymore. After putting away the stone tortoise, Lin Feng gave the origin crystals he had spent to cut the 3 stones to Zhu Hongguang. He also rewarded the shop assistant with 1,000 origin crystals. Then, he carried little Meng Meng and left with Xian Yuling. It was enough to cut the stones and obtain 3 treasures here. One should know when to stop. However, if one was too greedy, perhaps something unexpected would happen. If something like that happened, it might cause serious harm to oneself. After that, Lin Feng carried little Meng Meng and strolled around with Xian Yuling. The Heavenly Venerate Palace had a total of 72 floors. All kinds of strange things were placed on each floor. Many of the items on the stalls wouldn't be sold no matter how many origin crystals one had. Those cultivators planned to barter. This kind of trading method was relatively common in the world of cultivators. Cultivators would take out treasures they didn't need and exchange them for treasures they did need. Lin Feng purchased a large amount of immortal iron and divine stone. These materials could be brought back to the dragon sect to create a large number of divine artifacts. They could be used to equip the dragon sect's cultivator army. Lin Feng also bought a lot of array materials. As a spirit array master, he had to prepare all kinds of array materials because he didn't know when he would need them. I heard that a small trade fair is being held on the 72nd floor. Countless treasures will definitely appear at that fair. It's said that someone will take out the immortal elixir to trade. I heard that someone obtained a clue about the heavenly flame and plans to trade it. What? A clue about the heavenly flame? Why don't they find the heavenly flame themselves and refine it? First of all, they might not be able to find it. Second, even if they found it, they might not be able to refine it. The heavenly flame is too terrifying. It's easy to get burned by it and turn into ashes. It's better to exchange it for something they need. After arriving at the 49th floor, Lin Feng heard a few cultivators talking about the small trade fair on the 72nd floor. When he heard news about the heavenly flame, Lin Feng was shocked. Chapter 22:11. Although the heavenly flame had countless uses, in reality, when people talked about the heavenly flame, their faces would be filled with fear. Because the heavenly flame usually had its own fire spirit. If it had its own fire spirit, this kind of heavenly flame would be abnormally terrifying. Go and collect the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame could not be collected. Perhaps he would die in the hands of the heavenly flame. Of course, there was another situation. The heavenly flame's fire spirit had died for some reason. At this time, the cultivator did not have to worry about the fire spirit's attack and could refine the heavenly flame. However, the heavenly flame was not something that could be refined just because one wanted to. The flames of the heavenly flame were extremely terrifying. If a cultivator wanted to refine the heavenly flame, he had to swallow it into his body and fuse it with his own magic power. But the key problem was, the insides of a cultivator's body were extremely soft. To resist the burning of the heavenly flame, this wasn't an easy task. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had tried to refine the heavenly flame, but in the end, they were burned to ashes by the heavenly flame. Ordinary cultivators naturally had to worry about these things, so they would rather take out the information of the heavenly flame and trade it with others. They would not look for the heavenly flame themselves. However, Lin Feng did not care about these dangers. If the heavenly flame's fire spirit was still alive, then he would extinguish the heavenly flame's fire spirit. If the heavenly flame's fire spirit had died, it would be even simpler. He could just refine the heavenly flame directly. Other cultivators might be worried about the backlash when refining the heavenly flame. In the end, he died and his Tao vanished. Lin Feng was not worried about this at all. He had already refined 4 types of heavenly flame and was extremely experienced in refining the heavenly flame. Let's go to the small trade fair on the 72nd floor to take a look, Lin Feng said. Xian Yuling nodded and obediently followed beside Lin Feng. Countless people looked at Lin Feng with deep jealousy. This kid did not seem to have anything special about him, right? Why was there such a beautiful goddess following him? After being out for a while, Xiao Mengmeng was also a little tired. She lay in Lin Feng's arms and fell asleep. Lin Feng then sent little Meng Meng into the mountain river ring to let her rest. He and Xian Yuling arrived at the 72nd floor. Naturally, not just anyone could enter such a small-scale trade fair. At the entrance of the small trade fair, there were more than 20 guards guarding the entrance. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter. Lin Feng gently flicked his right hand, and a dense array of runes appeared on his fingertips. Those runes intertwined to form a void array diagram. The guard commander glanced at it and felt dizzy. Spirit Array Master. The guard commander's heart skipped a beat. He was a peak heavenly god cultivator, but he felt dizzy when he saw the void array diagram that Lin Feng casually condensed. The guard commander knew that this seemingly young cultivator's attainments in formations had reached the pinnacle. A spiritual array master of this level would be the center of attention no matter where he went. Sir, please come in. The guard commander hurriedly said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the hall with Xian Yuling. There were a total of 50 to 60 cultivators sitting in the hall where the trade fair was held. Obviously, those who could enter this place were not simple people. Lin Feng and Xian Yuling attracted a lot of attention when they entered. However, when everyone saw that it was just 2 young people, they all retracted their gazes. I have a piece of true dragon wood here. This true dragon wood is a treasure of the 5 elements. It is a sacred item for cultivators who cultivate wood elemental techniques and skills. I want to exchange it for a peach of immortality tree. A cultivator took out a piece of true dragon wood and said, "The peach of immortality tree is a divine tree that can only be found in the undying realm. It is not easy to find it in the mortal world. Perhaps you can choose to exchange it for something else." A cultivator said. Obviously, the cultivator who said this wanted to trade with the owner of the true dragon wood. However, he did not have a peach of immortality tree. There were many peach of immortality trees in the undying realm. There were hundreds of thousands of peach of immortality trees in the peach garden. However, in the mortal world, it was far too difficult to find a heavenly peach tree. "I will exchange it with you." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and realized that it was actually the young cultivator who had just entered the hall. "This kid can take out a peach of immortality tree?" Many people muttered. "You have a peach of immortality tree?" The owner of the true dragon wood looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng had obtained 10 peach of immortality trees from the White Crane Boys training ground. Lin Feng had transplanted those peach of immortality trees into his mountain river ring. Over the years, Lin Feng had tried to cultivate new peach of immortality trees. He had tried many methods, but the results were minimal. In total, he had only managed to cultivate 5 saplings of peach of immortality trees. Currently, the tallest of the 5 saplings had already grown to a height of 1 meter. Lin Feng naturally would not give the mature peach of immortality trees to the owner of the true dragon wood. He planned to exchange them with a sapling of immortality tree. Lin Feng said, "I have a sapling of immortality peach of immortality tree here. If you think it's worth it, I can exchange it with this sapling of immortality peach of immortality tree." The cultivator thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll exchange it with you." Lin Feng took out the sapling of immortality peach of immortality tree from his mountain river ring and handed it to the cultivator. The cultivator then handed the true dragon wood to Lin Feng. Lin Feng fiddled with the true dragon wood. He loved it so much that he could not bear to part with it. The Great 5 Elements Technique. Lin Feng had successfully cultivated the Great Metal Elemental Technique, the Great Fire Elemental Technique, and the Great Earth Elemental Technique. Now, he also had the Great Water Elemental Technique. However, he did not succeed in cultivating the Great Wood Elemental Technique. Now, he had obtained this true dragon wood. Soon, he would be able to cultivate the Great Wood Elemental Technique. If he could cultivate the Great Water Elemental Technique in the future, he would be able to circulate the 5 elements. It was said that the Great 5 Elements Technique was the basic divine ability for becoming a great emperor. He wondered if the rumors were true. "Little friend, do you have any more saplings of immortality peach of immortality tree? If there is, this old man also wants to use treasures to exchange for one." "Little friend, don't worry, this old man's things are absolutely not inferior to the true dragon wood," a green-robed elder said. "Young friend, I also want a sapling of the immortality peach tree." "Young friend, this," immediately after, 7 or 8 experts spoke out. They all wanted to exchange a sapling of the peach tree with Lin Feng. Lin Feng still had 4 saplings of the immortality peach tree. It was not a problem for him to take them out to trade with these experts. However, Lin Feng understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Since so many people wanted to get their hands on the saplings, he would take one out and let them compete for it. The highest bidder wins. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Seniors, I do have some saplings of the immortality peach tree, but I only have one. If all of you want it, I don't know who to exchange it with." Chapter 22:12. There's only one left. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Many of them were sly old foxes, so they naturally doubted Lin Feng's words. It was not uncommon for them to raise the price. But sometimes, if you really want something badly, you can't do it. Even if the other party raised the price, you would have to cut off your own flesh to buy it. Or else, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Lin Feng didn't care about what these people thought or how they slandered him. He was planning to sell a sapling of the immortality peach tree. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. There's only one sapling left. Which senior wants to trade with me? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one." Lin Feng smiled and looked at everyone. Little fox, many people muttered in their hearts. However, these cultivators really wanted to get their hands on a sapling to cultivate. This was the divine tree of the undying realm. The peaches of immortality were the most precious sacred fruits. It could extend a cultivator's lifespan, so naturally, people would go crazy for it. Young friend, I want the immortality peach tree. I'll trade it with a boundary emperor weapon, the blood shadow demonic blade. Young friend, I can trade it with a piece of fiery phoenix metal. It's a supreme material for forging emperor weapons. Young friend, I have a bottle of 9 heavens mysterious liquid. It's formed from the immortal realm's immortal origin energy. It's very beneficial to cultivation. I'd like to trade it with you. Young friend, I have a boundary emperor weapon, the purple gold heavenly ball. I'd like to trade it with you. One cultivator after another took out precious treasures to trade with Lin Feng. Some of the treasures even surprised Lin Feng. Right now, he really wanted to rob everyone of their belongings. However, he could only think about it in his heart. The people in front of him were all ancient experts. Each of them was stronger than the last. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. Lin Feng wouldn't lose out if he traded any of these treasures. However, Lin Feng still planned to trade for the boundary emperor weapon, the purple gold heavenly ball. He just so happened to be lacking a powerful defensive magic treasure. With this purple gold heavenly ball, he could use it in many situations. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, I plan to exchange with this senior who has the purple gold heavenly ball, so I'm sorry. The others felt a little regretful, but they didn't say anything. A small trade fair like this would only be conducted when both parties were satisfied. Young friend, this treasure is now yours. Yi Zichen said. The cultivator took out the purple gold heavenly sphere and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng handed the sapling over to the old man. The value of the purple gold heavenly sphere was much higher than the true dragon wood. In fact, the things that these cultivators brought out were much more valuable than the true dragon wood from before. Clearly, they knew that with so many people competing for a single sapling of the immortality peach tree, there would be a lot of competition. Therefore, they brought out extremely precious treasures. However, in the end, Lin Feng chose the purple gold heavenly ball, a defensive magic treasure, to trade. The others were envious of the cultivator who traded with Lin Feng for the first time. He was really lucky to be able to trade a piece of true dragon wood for a sapling of the immortality peach tree. Lin Feng returned to his seat and fiddled with the purple gold heavenly ball. The purple gold heavenly ball was a purple gold metal sphere, and its surface was densely covered with runes. Lin Feng could sense the powerful energy waves contained within the treasure. With this treasure, he could use it to create a powerful defensive system when facing enemies in the future. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed that he could trade a sapling of the immortality peach tree for such a treasure. The sapling of the immortality peach tree was not very useful to him since he had 10 immortality peach trees. On the other hand, it would take many years for the sapling to mature. Besides, Lin Feng could also grow more and more immortality peach saplings. The trade fair continued. One treasure after another was brought out for trade. However, Lin Feng did not participate. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuling and said, if there's anything you like, tell me and I'll help you trade for it. Xian Yuling smiled beautifully at Lin Feng. There was a saying that went, looking back with a smile, all the beauties in the 6 palaces would pale in comparison. A woman like Xian Yuling was simply too beautiful. This treasure of mine is called the Wolverine Mace. It's a bronze tool with the soul of a primordial Vaja king as its artifact spirit. It's made from thunder firmament immortal copper. At this moment, a middle-aged cultivator with a square face took out a treasure and started to introduce it. After seeing this treasure, many people's eyes lit up. Bronze tools were rather special. Bronze tools came from the Bronze Age, and the Bronze Age was a long time ago. During that time, the cultivation system, magic treasure system, and other systems did not have a complete and systematic division. Therefore, it was very difficult to use the current method of dividing magic treasures to classify bronze tools. Of course, there were strong and weak bronze tools. However, Even the weakest bronze tool was often unimaginably powerful. It was rumored that some strong bronze tools were even stronger than imperial weapons. The Wolverine mace that the middle-aged cultivator took out emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious that it was a top-grade bronze tool. "What does fellow Daoist want to trade for?" someone immediately asked impatiently. Clearly, he was very interested in this bronze tool. Lin Feng also narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Wolverine mace. What a good treasure. This treasure was suitable for cultivators with great strength. Wasn't it just right for him? Of course, Lin Feng also needed to hear what this middle-aged cultivator wanted to trade for. If he did not have the item he wanted to trade for, then there was nothing he could do. "I want the Great Calamity technique. Does anyone have it?" the middle-aged cultivator asked. "The 9th-ranked Great Calamity technique of the 3000 Great Tao? That's a long-lost divine ability," someone said. The cultivators who were interested in the Wolverine mace could not help but shake their heads and give up on the idea of getting it. Any of the top 10 Great Tao of the 3000 Great Tao. They were all incomparably heaven-defying divine abilities. How could anyone take out such a divine ability to trade with others? No matter how powerful a magic treasure was, it was destined to be an external object. Divine abilities, on the other hand, were real things. Once successfully cultivated, the benefits would be endless. "Does no one have it?" The middle-aged cultivator frowned slightly. He was not that disappointed because he had already expected such an outcome. "All right, I'll trade with you, at this moment." A voice sounded. Everyone looked over. They were all stunned. Why was it this kid again? Previously, he took out 2 immortal peach tree saplings, so everyone had a deep impression of Lin Feng. Now, he wanted to trade the legendary Great Calamity technique for the Wolverine mace with that middle-aged cultivator. Who was this kid? He was so young, but he had so many heaven-defying things. Many people narrowed their eyes as they looked at Lin Feng, guessing Lin Feng's origin and identity. Chapter 22:13. Experts like these old antiques rarely paid attention to the younger generation of cultivators. They didn't even pay much attention to the famous geniuses on the prodigy list. These people were all people who stood at the peak of the 9 regions. The people they usually came into contact with were all people of the same level or the same generation. Lin Feng was probably the first person to be able to attract the attention of so many ancient experts. Everyone didn't know Lin Feng, but seeing that Lin Feng had so many good things on him at such a young age, they knew that Lin Feng's identity was definitely not simple. Lin Feng took out a jade tube and said, "The cultivation method of the Great Calamity technique is in here." Many people looked at the jade tube with burning gazes. Some people's breathing became heavy. The Great Calamity technique was rumored to be able to help cultivators safely pass through the lightning tribulation. This kind of 3000 Great Calamity technique was simply the 3000 Great Calamity technique that everyone dreamed of. For so many years, countless people had been searching for this 3000 Great Calamity technique, but there were no clues. Now, this 3000 Great Calamity technique had actually appeared. What is this kid thinking? He actually used the 3000 Great Calamity technique to exchange for a magic treasure. Although the Wolverine mace is incomparably precious, it's only a worldly possession after all. The Great Calamity technique is the foundation of cultivation. Shouldn't such a magical ability be cherished? Who knows what this kid is thinking? He's probably still too young and doesn't know how precious the Great Calamity technique is. Some cultivators whispered to each other. The middle-aged cultivator took the jade tube and sensed it. His face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He said, "There's no problem with the magical ability. You can check the Wolverine mace. If you feel that there's no problem, our deal is officially completed." The middle-aged cultivator handed the Wolverine mace to Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked the Wolverine mace treasure and found that there was no problem with it. Then he said, "There's no problem with the Wolverine mace too." "Haha, that's good." The middle-aged cultivator suddenly laughed. Although the Wolverine mace was powerful, it wasn't suitable for him. Now that he had exchanged the Wolverine mace for the Great Calamity technique, the middle-aged cultivator was simply bursting with joy. As for Lin Feng, He was also very happy. Although the Great Calamity technique was precious, Lin Feng had already successfully cultivated it. He didn't mind others cultivating it as well, using this divine ability to exchange for a top-grade bronze artifact. Naturally, this was something that made people feel incomparably happy. Little friend. This old man also wants to exchange for the Great Disaster technique. What does little friend want? Whatever little friend wants, this old man will do his best to satisfy little friend, an old man said. Following that, many people started asking questions at once. The allure of the Great Disaster spell was simply too great. Who wouldn't want such a divine ability? The reason why these people were looking for Lin Feng instead of the middle-aged cultivator was because there was a rule in the world of cultivators. That was, the divine abilities obtained through exchange could not be exchanged with others. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. Many people abided by such rules. In particular, these experts would abide by such rules. If anyone violates these rules, they will be punished. His reputation was tarnished. At that time, he would become a rat crossing the street and be shouted at by everyone. For cultivators who valued face the most, this was naturally unacceptable. Lin Feng said, I believe everyone knows how precious the Great Calamity technique is. For us cultivators, the Great Calamity technique is far more useful than any other divine ability. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable. If we cultivate the Great Calamity technique, we will be able to calmly deal with the punishment of the heavenly Tao in the future. Everyone naturally understood this logic. Everyone also knew that Lin Feng was now talking about this matter. It was obvious that he was paving the way for the conditions he was about to raise. Many people muttered in their hearts. This kid was young, but he was scheming and astute. Lin Feng said, one of the top 10 3,000 Great Taos, or 20 ordinary 3,000 Great Taos, can be exchanged for my Great Calamity technique. When everyone heard that Lin Feng actually wanted to exchange for their 3,000 Great Taos, many people immediately sat down and stopped talking about this matter. Lin Feng was not a person who kept things to himself, but it did not mean that others were not the same. Many cultivators wanted Lin Feng's 3,000 Great Taos, but they were unwilling to give their 3,000 Great Taos to Lin Feng. Seeing that these people were so insincere, Lin Feng naturally gave up on the idea of trading with them. At this moment, an old man with a sage-like demeanor said, I have a 3,000 Great Taos here called the Grand Longevity Technique. I can exchange it with you. The Grand Longevity Technique of the 3,000 Great Taos ranked 8th. Lin Feng was shocked. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. Rumor had it that the Grand Longevity Technique could infinitely extend a cultivator's lifespan. Once one cultivated the Grand Longevity Technique, it was equivalent to grasping the ability of longevity. The Grand Longevity Technique. It's actually this 3,000 Great Taos. Rumor has it that the Grand Longevity Technique has endless uses. Cultivators in the giant god realm usually have a lifespan of about 20 million years. If one cultivates the Grand Longevity Technique, their lifespan can reach 100 million years. Many cultivators began to discuss. When they talked about the Grand Longevity Technique, their faces were full of hope. For cultivators, one's lifespan represented one's cultivation level. With a long enough lifespan, even if one's talent was a little lacking, one could often achieve a breakthrough if they spent more time cultivating. Every time they broke through, their lifespan would increase greatly. This way, they could live for even longer. The attraction of the Grand Longevity Technique was definitely not lower than that of the Great Calamity Technique. Hearing that this sage-like cultivator wanted to exchange the Grand Longevity Technique for his Great Calamity Technique, Lin Feng was naturally very willing to trade with him. He took out a jade tube with the cultivation method of the Great Calamity Technique and handed it to the sage-like old man. The sage-like old man also handed a jade tube with the cultivation method of the Grand Longevity Technique to Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the jade tube in his hand and sensed it. He found that there was no problem. The sage-like old man also sensed the jade tube that Lin Feng gave him. He also found that there was no problem. The two of them reached a deal. Lin Feng put away the jade tube. He would study this 3,000 Great Taos properly when he returned. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come to this small trade fair. In a short period of time, he had traded so many precious things. Everyone, I have a treasure here. I wonder if everyone is interested. A skinny and withered old man stood up. Swish. A light flashed in his hand. A small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. The old man gently tapped the small porcelain bottle. The small porcelain bottle instantly became transparent. That is, when they saw what was sealed in the small porcelain bottle, many people's expressions changed slightly. Chapter 22:14. There was actually an angel sealed within the bottle. The angel had 36 pairs of wings, and its body exuded a divine power. It was actually a radiant angel. The cultivation of the angels was based on how many pairs of wings they had. 2 wings, 4 wings, 6 wings, 8 wings, 10 wings. It was said that one could have up to 36 pairs of wings. If one had 36 pairs of wings, that was the legendary radiant angel. This was the most powerful god of war among the angels. A radiant angel, the royal family of the angels. This is a radiant angel's primordial spirit, the skinny old man said. Many people were shocked. A radiant angel's primordial spirit was very precious. It could increase a cultivator's soul power, and it could be refined into a powerful treasure's weapon spirit. Many people were very interested in the radiant angel's primordial spirit. Lin Feng's gaze was also fixed on the radiant angel's primordial spirit. In the early days of Lin Feng's cultivation, he had refined 9 clones of the emperors. Now, he had awakened 3 of them. They were the golden-winged rock king, the Chongqi, and the sky-eyed demon snake. The other 6 had yet to be awakened. Among the 9 that had yet to be awakened, there was a radiant angel's clone. Lin Feng needed a radiant angel's primordial spirit to awaken a radiant angel's clone. Lin Feng had never thought that a radiant angel's primordial spirit would appear here. Senior, what do you want to exchange for? Lin Feng asked. Oh, you want it too, young friend? The skinny old man looked at Lin Feng. He had originally wanted to exchange for an extremely rare immortal material, but after hearing Lin Feng's question, he changed his mind. Lin Feng said, "That's right." The skinny old man smiled and said, "Since you want it, young friend, exchange it for the Great Calamity art." Lin Feng said, "No problem." He took out a jade tube and imprinted the cultivation method of the Great Calamity art into it. Lin Feng then handed the jade tube to the skinny old man. The skinny old man checked the bottle and found that there was no problem. He then handed the bottle that sealed the light angel's original soul to Lin Feng. The trade fair continued, and one treasure after another was taken out for trade. However, Lin Feng didn't participate in it. Xian Yuling, who was sitting at the side, did not seem to be interested in anything. She just kept looking at the other people trading. Suddenly, a middle-aged cultivator said with a smile, "Everyone, I have a batch of immortal wine here. It is the immortal wine produced by the royal family of the Li Tang immortal country during the Primordial era. It is called the Li Tang Imperial Wine. This immortal wine has been infused with 3,725 types of materials. After drinking it, it can temper the fleshly body and expel toxins and impurities from the body. It can also prolong one's life. Of course, the most important thing is that this wine can increase one's cultivation base. I've heard of this wine before, but the recipe has long been lost." A cultivator immediately said, "Can a bottle of wine really increase my cultivation by 1,000 years? Are you trying to trick me?" Some people also raised their doubts. The 1,000 years of cultivation base referred to the increase of magic power. The 1,000 years of cultivation base referred to the magic power accumulated by an ordinary cultivator after cultivating for 1,000 years. The increase of a cultivator's cultivation base was actually a kind of increase in magic power. The stronger one's magic power was, the more powerful one's magic power would be when activating it. A bottle of wine that could increase one's magic power by 1,000 years sounded a little unbelievable. The middle-aged cultivator said, "I am a descendant of the Li Tang immortal country. Naturally, I wouldn't use such a thing to deceive everyone." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Who wasn't a reputable person here? If he dared to deceive everyone, Would he be tired of living? Senior, how many bottles of this Li Tang Imperial wine do you have? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng was a person who loved wine. A man in this world had to have some hobbies. Women and wine were things that a man couldn't live without in his life. 2,700 bottles, the middle-aged cultivator said. Senior, how much do you plan to trade? Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator said, 1 bottle of wine and 10 stalks of sacred herbs that are more than 100,000 years old. Many people began to frown. That was because the age of spirit herbs was limited. 90% of spirit herbs couldn't cross the threshold of 10,000 years. The older a spirit herb was, the rarer it was. Spirit herbs that were more than 100,000 years old were even rarer. These spirit herbs were different from cultivators. As a cultivator's cultivation base increased, their lifespan would also increase. And spirit herbs would wither very easily. Especially those that were older, they would wither and die more easily. The dozens of cultivators here definitely had sacred herbs that were more than 100,000 years old. However, they would still feel the pain of exchanging a bottle of wine for 10 stalks of sacred herbs. It's too expensive. It's cheaper, someone said. That's right. 1 bottle of wine for 10 stalks of sacred herbs. You're asking for a sky-high price. Then, a second person said. One after another, people expressed their dissatisfaction. The middle-aged cultivator said, fellow Taoists, the recipe for immortal wine has been lost. This is the last batch of immortal wine. 1 bottle can increase one's cultivation base by 1,000 years. Isn't that worth 10 stalks of sacred herbs? Moreover, this immortal wine can also temper the body and extend one's lifespan. Therefore, 1 bottle of immortal wine for 10 stalks of sacred herbs is a very fair price. Everyone saw that the middle-aged cultivator wasn't going to let up. They could only exchange 10 stalks of sacred herbs for 1 bottle of immortal wine. Many people bought some. Lin Feng initially wanted to buy more, but there was a limited amount of celestial wine. He only managed to purchase 120 bottles of it. The rest of the immortal wine was divided among the others. The trade fair continued. Many treasures were taken out for trade. Lin Feng didn't participate in the trade of the items that were taken out later. After about 50 to 60 treasures were traded, a middle-aged woman in a fiery red dress said, fellow Taoists, I have a piece of news for sale. What kind of news is it? Someone immediately asked. The middle-aged woman said, it's news about heavenly flames. Many people looked surprised. Lin Feng's expression suddenly brightened. He had heard some cultivators talking about someone selling heavenly flames. He didn't expect those people to be so well informed. Lin Feng had refined 4 types of heavenly flames. He knew the importance of heavenly flames. Therefore, he was determined to get the heavenly flame that the middle-aged woman wanted to sell. What kind of heavenly flame is it? Someone asked. Everyone looked at the middle-aged woman. Clearly, the news about heavenly flames had piqued everyone's interest. It's the 22nd ranked dragon snake blazing sunfire, the middle-aged woman said. Many people couldn't help but be shocked. It was a heavenly flame with such a high ranking. If he could refine such a heavenly flame, he would be able to obtain endless benefits. Chapter 22:15. The higher the ranking of the heavenly fire, the more valuable it was. The dragon snake flaming sunfire was ranked 22nd, so its value went without saying. Lin Feng asked, Senior, what do you want to exchange for? The middle-aged woman said, I want to exchange for 300 types of ancient star map. The ancient star maps depicted the routes of the extraterrestrial starry world, the coordinates of the stars, the location of the star field, and so on. The extraterrestrial starry world was a dark and cold world. If one didn't have the ancient star chart, it was very easy to get lost in it and die a horrible death. The ancient star map was extremely precious. The extraterrestrial starry world was rich in resources. Many of the planets were planets that had never been explored by humans. On those stars, they had endless resources. If these resources were mined, how many experts could they nurture? The middle-aged woman wanted the ancient star maps of the extraterrestrial starry world. Either she wanted to travel to the extraterrestrial starry world, or she wanted to go to the extraterrestrial starry world to look for unmined planets. Lin Feng guessed that the second possibility was more likely. 300 ancient star maps are too much, someone said. Even if we do obtain news about the skyflame, we still don't know if we can find the skyflame. Most importantly, even if we do find the skyflame, we still don't know if we can refine the skyflame. I believe that at our level, not many would be willing to take the risk to refine the skyflame, right? Someone said. Many people nodded. Refining the heavenly fire was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could turn them into ashes. These old experts did not want to take such a risk to refine the heavenly fire. Of course, some people wanted to give it a try. If they could really refine the dragon snake flaming sunfire, when the time came, the benefits would be unimaginable. Seeing that everyone was haggling, the middle-aged woman frowned slightly and said, 240 ancient star maps. This is my bottom line. All right, I'll take it. Lin Feng said hurriedly. He wanted to make a deal when the price of 300 ancient star maps was raised. Now, the middle-aged woman had lowered the price to 240 ancient star maps. This price was indeed more sincere. Lin Feng guessed that it was close to the middle-aged woman's bottom line. Even if they haggled, it would not be lower than 200 ancient star maps. If they really talked about 200 ancient star diagrams, the person who made the deal with the middle-aged woman might not necessarily be him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. This brat really has a lot of things on him, and is so extravagant. Many ancient experts narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had attacked a few times and had shown how strong he was. There were many things that these old antiques who had lived for millions of years did not have. Now, Lin Feng had taken out another 240 ancient star diagrams. Naturally, everyone was even more shocked. Good deal. The middle-aged woman also smiled. Lin Feng took out a jade tube and imprinted the ancient star map on it. Back in the great exiled world, he had obtained 3,000 ancient star charts. One of the ancient starry sky diagrams even led to the undying realm. It was just a pity that Lin Feng later discovered that the ancient starry sky diagram was incomplete. An incomplete starry sky map would not be able to find the whereabouts of the undying realm. Lin Feng had enough ancient star maps, so he did not feel the pinch when he took out 240 ancient star maps to exchange with the middle-aged woman. If he could really find the dragon snake flaming sunfire, not to mention 240 ancient star charts. Even if there were 3,000 or 30,000 ancient star maps, they would not be as valuable as the dragon snake flaming sunfire. He handed the jade tube with the ancient star map to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman checked it and immediately smiled. Then, the middle-aged woman took out two things. The first thing was a jade tube. The second thing was a token. The token was pitch black, with a giant dragon drawn on the front. On the back was a giant snake. The middle-aged woman said, "The location of the dragon snake flaming sunfire is recorded in the jade tube, and this token is said to be the key to opening the place where the dragon snake flaming sunfire is trapped. There is also a saying that this token can suppress the dragon snake flaming sunfire and is the nemesis of the dragon snake flaming sunfire. Whether these rumors are true or not, we need to investigate. I can't give you a definite answer." Lin Feng nodded and said, "This is not a problem. I will personally verify it in the future. I hope I can really find the dragon snake flaming sunfire and refine this kind of heavenly fire." The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "I hope my little friend's wish will come true." "Thank you," said Lin Feng before leaving with Xian Yuling. He was not interested in participating in the following trade fair. Moreover, he had obtained many good things from this trade fair. Lin Feng could not wait to examine these treasures he had obtained. After coming out of the Heavenly Venerate Palace, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling returned to their residence. After returning, he went into seclusion to examine the various items he had obtained. Lin Feng first formed a blood bond with the stone dagger and the bronze wolverine mace, the two most valuable treasures. Then, he took out the stone turtle and studied it carefully. He discovered that although the stone turtle had life aura, this life aura was extremely weak. It was difficult to determine whether the stone turtle was alive or dead. Therefore, he could only keep the stone turtle for the time being. Then, Lin Feng took out the jade tube that contained information about the heavenly fire and the dragon snake token. He used his divine will to enter the jade tube, and a large amount of information flowed into his mind. It turned out that the location of the heavenly fire was actually in the extraterritorial world. Moreover, it was in a star field that was very, very far away from the 9 prefectures. Traveling through the starry sky was dangerous. It wasn't an easy task to reach this star field. Lin Feng studied the dragon snake token again. This token emitted a cold aura. After channeling his dharmic powers into it, a dragon and a snake came to life. Then, they swam around the token. How magical! Lin Feng looked at the token in shock. He put away the jade tube and the token. Then, he took out the true dragon wood. Then, he directly refined the true dragon wood. The true dragon wood was a wood attribute sacred item. It could help Lin Feng successfully cultivate the great wood elemental technique. After refining the true dragon wood, Lin Feng's Qing Emperor Demon Dragon Fist finally completed a breakthrough. This was the wood attribute magic of the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. It was also the foundation of the great wood elemental technique. After the breakthrough, it directly transformed into the great wood elemental technique. Haha, I have also successfully cultivated the great wood elemental technique. Now, only the great water elemental technique has not been successfully cultivated. Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. Then, he began to comprehend the great longevity technique, which was ranked 8th among the 3,000 great Daos. Once successfully cultivated, Lin Feng would have a lifespan of 100 million years. Chapter 22:16. Dong. 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 Everyone in the underground city was alarmed. The mission is about to begin. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. The underground city lord gave out a mission once every 100 years. If they could complete the mission, they would be able to enter the secret realm controlled by the underground city lord to cultivate. So many cultivators risked their lives to enter the underground city just to participate in this mission. Now, the underground city lord was finally going to give out a mission. Countless people rushed out. Shua. A mysterious light screen appeared in the void, and a hazy figure appeared on the light screen. It was impossible to tell whether the figure was male or female, old or young. Once every 100 years, the cycle of reincarnation will restart. The new mission will allow some lucky people to enter the 9 mystical secret realm. A faintly discernible voice sounded. Many people became excited. The 9 mystical secret realm was controlled by the underground city lord. Once one entered, they would be able to benefit greatly. I will send you to a mysterious place. There is a type of ore there called the demonic stone ore. The demonic stone ore can produce demonic stone's heart. Everyone needs to collect 1,000 demonic stone's heart to be qualified to enter the 9 mystical secret realm. I will give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I will send you to that mysterious place. The underground city lord continued. Shua. As soon as he finished speaking, the light screen disappeared. This is the first time I've seen the underground city lord. Unfortunately, her body is covered. I don't even know if she is a man or a woman. Who cares if she is a man or a woman? I only care about the demonic stone's heart. Looks like the place we are going to is dangerous. Mining the demonic stone's heart won't be easy. Everyone needs to be mentally prepared. Then let's gather more people. If we can't collect the demonic stone's heart, we can steal from others. Ha ha ha. That's a good idea. Many cultivators started to discuss. Many of them started to have evil ideas. Demonic stone's heart. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was said that the demonic stone's heart was the heart of a demonic stone. The rock demons were similar to the stone race, but they were not part of the stone race because they were not as powerful as the stone race. It was said that stone demons were born from some spiritual stones that had absorbed the power of a powerful demon origin. For example, places where demon emperors had fallen were more likely to give birth to stone demons. The process of nurturing a stone demon was much simpler than that of the stone tribe. The first step to nurturing a golem was to nurture a golem's heart. When the golem's heart was successfully nurtured, then he began to nurture his body. The biggest difference between the stone demons and the stone tribe was the difference in their body structure. The stone race was actually no different from the other races. They also had all kinds of organs. He was like a stone man. He had a complete body with various internal organs and even meridians. Furthermore, as they cultivated, the stone clan could transform into flesh and blood. The stone demon was different. The golem only had one body. There was only one heart in the golem's body. There were no other organs. There was one more point. No matter how hard the golem tried to cultivate, its body could not transform into a body of flesh and blood. Forever and ever. Both of them had stone-like bodies. Lin Feng guessed that the underground city lord had asked everyone to collect the stone demon's heart not just to test them. He had collected so many stone demons' hearts. There might be some unspeakable secrets. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the underground city lord would not reveal these unspeakable secrets to the public. As for what kind of unspeakable secrets, no one knew. The next step was to wait. During these 3 days, the underground city could be said to be extremely lively. Many people were looking for their own allies. Of course, many people were also looking for some powerful treasures, jade talismans, and other treasures. They carried some precious treasures with them. When they encountered danger, they could be more at ease. Lin Feng was very calm. With his current cultivation, completing such a task was not difficult. Time flew. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone arrived at the central square of the underground city. There was already a sea of people here. Rumble. A series of loud noises were heard. A huge whirlpool appeared above the central square of the underground city. That whirlpool was obviously the entrance to that mysterious place. Lin Feng placed Little Meng Meng in the mountain river ring. Fortunately, Little Meng Meng was now more familiar with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. He let her stay in the mountain river ring. With Bibi and Dragon Rabbit accompanying her, she would not feel afraid or bored. Lin Feng and Xian Yuling flew toward that huge whirlpool. More and more people entered that whirlpool and were transported away. Lin Feng felt a powerful space-time teleportation force. He grabbed Xian Yueling's hand. When that powerful force enveloped the two of them would not be separated. Swish. Light flashed before their eyes. Lin Feng and Xian Yuling disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a forest. Many people were also transported into this forest. Many people looked at the surrounding forest in bewilderment. Some cultivators landed in the forest. Just as they landed, they found that their bodies were already sinking. Not good, it's a swamp. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. They wanted to soar into the sky and get out of the swamp. Roar, however, at this moment, a series of deep roars were heard. Many huge crocodiles charged out of the swamp. They opened their bloody mouths. Many cultivators were swallowed by those crocodiles. Some cultivators narrowly avoided being swallowed by the crocodiles. However, a silver-white bone spur left the crocodile's back and flew toward those cultivators. The bone spikes that soared into the sky were like flying swords. They were as fast as lightning. Pu, pu, pu. The sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. One after another, the fleshly bodies of the cultivators were pierced and they died on the spot. Their bodies fell towards the swamp. Then, they were swallowed by those huge crocodiles. Silver Spike Man eating crocodiles. Run. These crocodiles are desolation mutants. They are extremely terrifying. Many cultivators who were lucky enough to avoid this disaster screamed in horror and quickly fled into the distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, densely packed bone spurs flew over. Pu, pu, pu. Then, many cultivators were killed by those bone spurs. Clang clang clang, Lin Feng grabbed Xian Yuling's hand with one hand and used his other hand as a blade to block the bone thorns coming towards him. But at that moment, a large amount of grayish-brown fog appeared in the surrounding forest. There seemed to be some terrifying creature hidden in the grayish-brown fog. Chapter 22:17. The greyish-brown fog exuded a cold and terrifying aura. Now, the greyish-brown fog was enveloping everyone. A mournful scream rang out as a cultivator was enveloped by the greyish-brown fog and let out a mournful scream. Then, his corpse fell to the ground. Look, his facial features have disappeared. Someone pointed at the dead cultivator. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw a hair-raising scene. That cultivator's facial features had actually disappeared. This was too strange, and it made one's hair stand on end. Keek, a sinister voice came from the greyish-brown fog. Obviously, the disappearance of that cultivator's facial features must have something to do with the creature in the black fog. We can't stay here for long. Let's go, many cultivators shouted and quickly rushed outside. Lin Feng grabbed Xian Yueling's hand and rushed outside as well. A greyish-brown fog enveloped them. When the brown fog enveloped Lin Feng's expression changed. Lin Feng immediately felt as if his entire body was being restrained by a terrifying force. This greyish-brown fog was very strange. It could actually produce a strong restraining force. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared from the greyish-brown fog. These two mysterious people were dressed in white. Their backs were facing Lin Feng and Xian Yuling. The two of them couldn't see clearly what these two mysterious people looked like. The greyish-brown fog should be related to these two mysterious people. Suddenly, the two mysterious people slowly turned around. Lin Feng and Xian Yuling finally saw clearly what these two mysterious people looked like. These two mysterious people didn't have facial features. "I want your face," the two mysterious people spoke at the same time. One of the mysterious people pounced at Lin Feng. The other mysterious person pounced at Xian Yuling. These two mysterious people seemed to be able to snatch away other people's faces. Seeing that these two people were about to succeed, Lin Feng, who was originally being restrained, suddenly raised his right hand and used the great yin-yang art. A yin-yang image immediately condensed in the air. The yin-yang image spun violently. It swept towards the two mysterious people. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive muffled sounds of collision were heard, and the two mysterious men were sent flying. Immediately after, their bodies exploded. After their bodies exploded, no blood flowed out. This meant that they weren't made of flesh and blood. These are faceless demons. They are evil demons formed by energy. They don't have facial features. Therefore, they are jealous of cultivators with facial features. Then, they erase these cultivators' facial features. They make those cultivators become like them. The demon lord said. There are actually such evil demons. Lin Feng couldn't help but mumble. In the distance, the silver man-eating crocodiles also rushed. The silver crocodiles and faceless demons wanted to surround the surrounding cultivators. Then, he killed off all the surrounding cultivators. Lin Feng grabbed Xian Yuling and broke through the encirclement. He killed 7 or 8 faceless demons and broke through. And Xian Yuling quickly left. There were cultivators who succeeded in breaking through, but there were also many who died tragically under the attacks of the silver man-eating crocodiles and faceless demons. This space was extremely large. Lin Feng guessed that this should be a mysterious space parallel to the land of the 9 prefectures. It formed a small world of its own. A place like this could give birth to some terrifying creatures. For example, the silver man-eating crocodiles and faceless demons. After the two of them left the area, they found a place to rest. Xian Yuling sat down on a rock, looking like a goddess. Lin Feng was lying down on a rock, panting heavily. Lin Feng hoped that Xian Yuling could speak. This way, the two of them could chat. Unfortunately, Xian Yuling couldn't speak. This place is not simple," Lin Feng exclaimed and jumped up. Looking for the dragon path, one must look at the winding mountains. If there were 1,000 locks on the door, there must be a noble living here. Lin Feng chanted the formula of the dragon search formula, and then walked through the forest. This place was not ordinary. Lin Feng felt that there was a great tomb here. He tried to fix the position of the tomb, but failed after several attempts. Looks like my dragon-seeking formula is still lacking. If Daoist Wu Liang was here, he would be able to easily find the location of the great tomb. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then, he remembered that Wu Liang Daoist was already dead. He couldn't help but feel sad. He collected his thoughts and continued searching for the dragon-seeking cave. After a dozen attempts, Lin Feng finally arrived in the direction of the tomb. Searching for the dragon-seeking cave, pointing to the east. There are stones in the wood and gold in the stones. Looks like this is the mountain. Lin Feng looked at a 3,000-meter tall mountain. Although this mountain was not particularly tall, it extended for a very long distance. It gave off a majestic and heavy feeling. Wait here for a while. I'll go down and take a look, Lin Feng said as he looked at Xian Yuling. Xian Yuling nodded. Lin Feng used the earth escape technique and entered the ground. After diving for more than 300 meters, Lin Feng saw a huge rock lying on the ground. The rock was pitch black and emitted a dark and cold luster. It looked like a huge meteorite. There was a cave abode on the rock, and the entrance was covered by a restriction. Lin Feng broke the restriction and entered the cave abode. He found a dozen cultivator corpses lying in the cave abode. When Lin Feng saw those corpses, he quickly walked over and examined them carefully. He was surprised when he saw that there were many corpses. The corpses were perfectly preserved. However, the corpses had become dried corpses. The blood in their bodies seemed to have been sucked dry by something. Among the corpses, there were even 2 demon god experts. The blood of demon gods would never dry up. Naturally, corpses would never become dried corpses. Now that they had become dried corpses, Lin Feng felt extremely strange. What exactly happened? The blood of the demon god clan cultivators has been sucked dry. It's really strange. Lin Feng was puzzled. He looked at a bronze cauldron in the cave abode. The bronze cauldron looked quite old. It emitted a sense of vicissitudes of time. This bronze cauldron is a treasure, Lin Feng muttered. He carefully walked towards the bronze cauldron. At the same time, Lin Feng carefully observed every corner of the cave abode. He originally thought that there would be a huge tomb here, but he only found a cave abode. Moreover, there were more than a dozen dried corpses in the cave abode. It was really strange. When Lin Feng came to the side of the bronze cauldron, he found that, in the bronze cauldron, there was blood flowing out. Chapter 22:18. F***CK, so strange? How many years has it been? There's still blood flowing out, Lin Feng muttered when he saw the blood flowing out of the cauldron. This cauldron was too strange. What kind of blood is this? Lin Feng stared at the blood flowing out of the cauldron, feeling very strange. The blood kept flowing out. It had no intention of stopping. He walked around the blood and came to the side of the cauldron. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the cauldron, suddenly, clang, a loud sound came from the cauldron. When the sound came out, Lin Feng suddenly felt dizzy. The next moment, the blood flowing out of the ground quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. The blood seemed to have its own spirituality. It was extremely strange. The blood wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Then, it began to seep into Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng woke up. Lin Feng's soul power was strong enough, so he was able to resolve the soul attack just now. Only then did he quickly wake up. After Lin Feng woke up, he found that the blood was attached to his body and then drilled into it. Lin Feng also found that the blood that had entered his body was actually devouring the blood in his body. Those dried corpses have something to do with this strange blood. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. His expression changed again and again. This blood was filled with a demonic power. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it demonic blood. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his sovereign emperor blood. The sovereign power flowed in his body. The powerful sovereign power. It quickly circulated. Then, the sovereign power in Lin Feng's body forced out all the demonic blood that had entered his body. Go, Lin Feng didn't even think about it. He turned around and rushed outside. This demonic blood was too strange. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Swish, blood-red light gushed out. A large amount of demonic blood flew out of the cauldron and chased after Lin Feng. Heavenly fire, burn, Seeing the devil blood chasing after him, Lin Feng quickly brought out the heavenly flame. The heavenly fire enveloped the demonic blood. Then, it burst into flames. Kai 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 kai, Lin Feng's face lit up when he heard the sound of something burning. He thought that the demonic blood had been severely injured. However, Lin Feng's expression quickly changed. Because the demonic blood rushed out of the heavenly fire. This demonic blood was too strange. It was actually able to resist the burning of the heavenly flame. Lin Feng kept the sky fire and quickly rushed up. For the time being, he had not thought of a way to destroy this demonic blood. Therefore, he could only choose to escape. Soon, Lin Feng rushed out from the ground. The demon blood followed Lin Feng out. The demon blood had no intention of letting Lin Feng go. Lin Feng grabbed Xian Yueling's jade-like hand and quickly flew into the distance. The demon blood chased after them. F***ck, did the demon blood turn into a spirit? It actually chased after me. Lin Feng could not help but look at the demon blood that was chasing after them. Roar. An earth-shaking roar came from the forest. A dragon-tailed tiger rose up in the air and threw itself at Lin Feng and Xian Yuling. The dragon-tailed tiger was 100 meters long and had a fierce aura. It was very tyrannical. Facing the dragon-tailed tiger's attack, Lin Feng activated the dragon elephant arm and punched at the dragon-tailed tiger. Bang! That tyrannical punch collided with the dragon-tailed tiger and sent it flying. Then, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling quickly left. At this time, the demon blood chased after them. The demon blood enveloped the dragon-tailed tiger's huge body. Then, the dragon-tailed tiger turned into a dried corpse. All the blood in its body was devoured by the demon blood. Too terrifying. When Lin Feng turned his head and looked behind him, he saw the demon blood devouring the dragon-tailed tiger's blood. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The demon blood was too terrifying and strange. If his sovereign emperor blood was not strong enough, he might have ended up like the dragon-tailed tiger. However, Lin Feng also knew that it was almost impossible to completely resist the demon blood's devouring. The demon blood was too strong. The sovereign emperor blood could only last for a while. Soon, it would be difficult to endure. And that would be the time when his blood would be devoured. Therefore, he could not let the demon blood catch up. Fortunately, Lin Feng was fast enough. Although the demon blood was fast enough, compared to Lin Feng, there was still a certain gap. The distance between the two of them was increasing. Finally, Lin Feng successfully broke away from the demon blood's pursuit. Then, he took a detour and returned to the cave. He collected the bronze cauldron and the storage rings of the dead cultivators before leaving. Lin Feng could not help but laugh. When the demon blood returned and saw this scene, would it be angered to death? 100 miles away, in a hidden cave, Lin Feng took out all the storage rings he had obtained. He picked up a storage ring and sensed it. He found that the space inside the storage ring had collapsed. Everything inside had been destroyed as well. Xian Yuling also picked up a storage ring. She also sensed the space inside the storage ring like Lin Feng and found that the storage ring was destroyed. Then, she threw the storage ring on the ground. After a thorough search, he still couldn't find an intact storage ring. This made Lin Feng feel a little regretful. Those dead cultivators were all very strong. There must be many treasures in their storage rings. But now, those treasures were not fated to be with him. Fortunately, Lin Feng also obtained a mysterious bronze cauldron. This trip was not in vain. Lin Feng took out the bronze cauldron. He carefully observed the bronze cauldron. He found that the surface of the bronze cauldron was covered in runes and diagrams. These runes were very complicated. Lin Feng wanted to take a closer look at the contents of these runes. However, he felt a strong sense of dizziness in his head. This made Lin Feng reveal an extremely shocked expression. What level are these runes? They could actually make him feel dizzy. No one dared to believe that this was real. One must know. Lin Feng's soul power was very strong. But he could not resist the influence of these runes. From this, one could see how terrifying these runes were. Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. Then, Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered the bronze cauldron and began to refine this mysterious and terrifying bronze cauldron. Chapter 22:19. Lin Feng heard a faint voice as his divine sense entered the cauldron. Gods perish and demons perish. Only the demon gods are immortal. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng felt a powerful force trying to devour his divine sense. Lin Feng was shocked. The cauldron seemed to be even stranger than he had imagined. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated Lu Ya's stargazing atlas. His divine sense transformed into an immortal diagram, blocking the invisible force from devouring him. At this moment, Lin Feng's divine sense was finally able to clearly see the interior of the cauldron. There were 81 demon gods drawn in the interior of the cauldron. The 81 demon gods were vivid and lifelike. It was as if they had come alive. Their bodies exuded a powerful aura. The most frightening thing was the eyes of the 81 demon gods. Those pairs of eyes stared at him like eyes of truth. They could see through everything in his heart. Those 81 pairs of eyes were very demonic. They seemed to have a bewitching power. It could make people lose themselves in them. However, Lin Feng's divine sense had transformed into Lu Ya's stargazing atlas. The eyes of the demon gods couldn't confuse him. Lin Feng's divine sense began to invade the demon god drawings. He felt that the key to refining the cauldron lay in these demon god drawings. Lin Feng's divine sense transformed into Lu Ya's stargazing atlas. It flew directly towards the first demon god drawing and entered it. Demon gods are immortal. Slaughter all living beings. A deep roar suddenly rang out. A demon god phantom formed. It pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground. It charged towards Lin Feng's Lu Ya's stargazing atlas. Endless demonic light surged. The demon god phantom was incomparably powerful. Its 3 heads and 6 arms shook together. It was like an immortal god. It was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. 10,000 demons were immortal. Sun and moon were immortal. Gods fell. Heaven and earth crumbled. Only the demon gods were immortal. Eternal and immortal. The demon god phantom displayed incomparably powerful combat strength. It waved its arms and attacked Lin Feng's Lu Ya's stargazing atlas. The two sides immediately clashed. After 32 consecutive collisions, Lu Ya's star chart finally broke through the demon god's phantom. Bang! The fiend celestial phantom exploded. But right after that, the demonic god phantom that had exploded was reborn. Immortal demon god, who can destroy me? The fiend celestial phantom sneered and once again charged towards Lu Ya's star observation map formed by Lin Feng's divine will. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng shattered the demon god's phantom with great difficulty. However, the demon god's phantom was reborn again. Lin Feng's Lu Ya star-gazing chart clashed with the demon god phantom for the 3rd time. Lin Feng was also a little overwhelmed by the repeated battles. Because he was constantly consuming energy, the demonic god's phantom had an inseparable relationship with the bronze cauldron, so there would be no consumption. Therefore, Lin Feng's repeated battles were obviously extremely disadvantageous to him. After the demon god's shadow was shattered for the 3rd time, the demon god's shadow began to regenerate again. The path of purification can purify all living things. Lin Feng's divine will transformed into his appearance. He stepped forward and arrived in front of the demon god's shadow. Then, he used the great purification technique. He slapped the demon god's body with his palm. An endless stream of purification power surged into the demon god's body. As the purification power surged into the demon god's body, the demon god's shadow suddenly became peaceful. This was because the demon god's shadow was gradually being purified. This great purification technique was simply too domineering. It didn't matter if you were a human, a demon, a beast, a soul, an artifact spirit, a god, or something else. It could be purified. Amitabha. Excellent, excellent. My heart belongs to Buddha, only then can I attain the great Tao. Suddenly, the demon god's shadow became peaceful and calm. His eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. It was as if in an instant, he had become a senior monk. After purifying the first demon god, Lin Feng rested for a while. He used the same method to purify the other 80 demon gods' shadows. As these demon gods' shadows were purified by Lin Feng finally gained control of this mysterious bronze cauldron. This bronze cauldron was made of heavenly grasping devil copper. It was called the Demon God Cauldron. Its origin was unknown. It was infused with the undying battle spirits of 81 demon gods. Once it was activated, it could summon the undying battle spirits of the 81 demon gods. Of course, it wasn't so easy to do this. Summoning these undying battle spirits consumed a lot of Lin Feng's energy. However, now that he had finally refined this treasure, as his cultivation increased, the use of this treasure would definitely become greater and greater. After refining the Demon God Cauldron, Lin Feng rested for a while. Then, he left the cave with Xian Yuling. In the distance, Lin Feng saw cultivators fighting. There were two groups of cultivators. They were fighting for the right to mine the golem's heart. Lin Feng glanced at the mountain range. There were indeed golem's hearts in that mountain range. A cultivator needed to collect 1,000 golem's hearts. This was not a small number. Therefore, many cultivators would fight to the death for the golem's heart, even to the point of fighting to the death. Lin Feng took Xian Yuling to many places. He had the dragon searching formula. So, it was relatively easy to find golem's hearts. Lin Feng dug out some golem's hearts from many mountain ranges. But a normal mine could contain 3 or 4 golem's hearts. This was already a great harvest. He needed to find the golem mine. Only then could he mine a large amount of golem's hearts. However, obviously, it wasn't easy to find a golem mine. That mine isn't simple. Although it's not a golem mine, I can faintly feel that it contains a lot of golem's heart. Lin Feng looked at a mine in front of him. It was a mountain range only 1,000 meters high. Such a mountain range was too inconspicuous. But it just had to be such an inconspicuous mineral vein. For the first time, Lin Feng felt slightly moved. He and Xian Yuling descended. Xian Yuling waited at the side. Lin Feng began to excavate the mine. Soon, Lin Feng dug out 60 to 70 golem's hearts. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the mine split open. Endless demonic chi rolled. When Lin Feng saw that, he hastily came out of the mine. Roar! A low roar was heard. A golem rushed out and punched at Lin Feng. This mine actually gave birth to a golem. After seeing the golem, Lin Feng was shocked. The golem's attack was very powerful. After punching out, it tore through the void. Good, I was just about to see the golem's attack power. Lin Feng roared and punched at the golem. Chapter 22:20. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng and the golem collided. A powerful force vibrated out. With the two of them as the center, cracks began to appear on the ground. The collision between the two was too fierce. Thump! Thump! After the collision, Lin Feng and the golem couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Lin Feng was very surprised. The golem's power was too strong. That collision just now, it made his arm feel numb. Roar! The golem roared and pounced on Lin Feng again. Dracophant arm. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he stepped forward. The 4th level of the Archean Dracophant art was activated. Lin Feng activated the Dracophant arm suddenly. He felt that the power contained in his arm was as if he could blow up a planet with one punch. The Dracophant arm waved. Lin Feng also attacked the golem. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The two sides collided for the second time. Lin Feng, who activated the Dracophant arm, didn't move at all. The golem was sent flying by Lin Feng. However, the golem's body was too hard. It took on Lin Feng's attack. It was as if it didn't suffer any damage. Lin Feng was very surprised. At this time, the golem's body surface had some shocking changes. Demonic patterns appeared one after another. Those demonic patterns densely covered the golem's body. As the demonic runes appeared one after another, Lin Feng immediately felt it. The golem's power began to increase crazily. Those mysterious demonic patterns could provide the golem with great power. Roar. The golem roared to the sky, and its body was densely covered with runes. Then, it pounced on Lin Feng again. At this moment, the golem's battle power had greatly increased. It was many times stronger than before. The two sides collided again. However, the current Lin Feng was too strong. After activating the Dracophant arm, it was invincible. It had the aura of killing gods and Buddhas. Even the powerful golem couldn't withstand the attack of Lin Feng's Dracophant arm. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides collided again and again. After hundreds of collisions. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the golem's body couldn't take it anymore and kept cracking. Break. Lin Feng took the opportunity and shouted. And punched the golem's body. That tyrannical punch smashed the golem's body into smithereens. Lin Feng took a deep breath. That stone demon wasn't easy to deal with, especially because its body was extremely tough. If it didn't have such a tough body, it would have been killed by Lin. After destroying Shamo, Lin Feng glanced at Xian Yuling. She discovered that Xian Yuling was standing at the side, watching the battle in boredom. And Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Even such an intense battle couldn't affect Xian Yuling's emotions. Maybe it had something to do with Xian Yuling's head injury. With her head injury, Xian Yuling would always be calm no matter what. It was as if she didn't know the meaning of fear. Lin Feng continued to dig for the golem's heart. One by one, the golem's heart was dug out. The harvest in this mountain range was quite good. He had collected a total of 103 golem's hearts. Including the golem's hearts that he had collected before, he had a total of 129 golem's hearts. Of course, it was still far from the number that Lin Feng needed. Lin Feng was about to leave with Xian Yuling when more than 20 cultivators flew over. These cultivators landed. The leader of this group of cultivators was a young master. What surprised Lin Feng was that he actually knew this young master. Before Lin Feng entered the underground city, the fire dragon was unwilling to be enslaved. It chose to self-destruct. The fire dragon's body was full of treasures. Many treasures such as the Dao bone, the fire dragon's inner core, and so on were scattered everywhere. Therefore, many people were scattered in the forest to search. At that time, a few cultivators found a piece of the fire dragon's Dao bone. However, he was targeted by another group of people and was besieged by another group of people. Killing people to steal treasures was a common occurrence. The group of people in front of him was the same group that had surrounded and killed those cultivators to steal the fire dragon's Dao bone. This group of people was led by the young master in blue. This person had a slender figure and was very handsome. However, his eyes were long and narrow, giving people a feeling that he had a dark mind. What a dense aura of the golem's heart! One of the guards cried out in alarm. Then, all of them looked at Lin Feng and Xian Yuling. When they saw Xian Yuling beside Lin Feng, many of them were stunned. When the young master in blue looked at Xian Yuling, he revealed a burning gaze. It was a kind of deep greed. "Kill the man and capture the woman alive for me," the young master in blue said indifferently. He had killed people to steal treasures too many times. Therefore, killing Lin Feng was a very ordinary thing to him. It didn't even cause him to be too emotional. However, Xian Yuling made him very excited. She was such a fairy. It was hard to find someone like her even in the land of the 9 prefectures. "Yes, young master." Immediately, the 2 guards responded and stepped out. They pounced towards Lin Feng. These people naturally didn't care about a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. These people should feel lucky that he didn't find trouble with them. They actually dared to find trouble with him. They simply didn't know what death was. Lin Feng took a step forwards and threw 2 punches in a row. Bang bang. 2 muffled sounds of collision were heard. The 2 guards pouncing towards Lin Feng were immediately sent flying by Lin Feng as if they had been struck by lightning. Barf. The 2 of them vomited mouthfuls of blood. They fell to the ground. They were already dead. "I didn't expect you to be so capable. After killing my people, no one in this world can save you. Everyone, attack." I want this brat to die without a burial place. The young master in blue shouted coldly. Yes, young master, said the other guards. They all threw themselves at Lin Feng to kill him. A bunch of ants actually dares to jump around in front of me. You are simply courting death. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He flicked his finger. Shua. Dense sword energy flew out. In midair, sword energy shot out in all directions. Pu. 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 Next. Ripping sounds could be heard. The bodies of the guards were directly torn apart. Many of them didn't even have time to scream before they were killed by Lin Feng. There were more than 20 people. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead. The young master in blue's expression changed drastically. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. The strength of the person in front of him was too terrifying. He wasn't someone he could fight against. The young master in blue didn't even think about it. He turned around and fled into the distance. Chapter 22-21. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly chased after the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man wanted to kill him. He even had evil thoughts about Xian Yuling. How could he let him go? Soon, Lin Feng caught up to the blue-robed man. Then, he threw a punch at the blue-robed man. It was an extremely powerful punch. Even the void was shattered by the impact. Faced with such a powerful attack, the blue-robed man's expression turned extremely ugly. He waved his right hand, and 2 treasures flew out. The first treasure was a palm-sized golden shield. The shield quickly expanded and blocked Lin Feng's attack. That shield was obviously an extremely powerful defensive treasure. When Lin Feng's fist collided with the shield, it didn't cause any damage to it. The second treasure was a demon-subduing pestle. The demon-subduing pestle directly smashed toward Lin Feng. The void was shattered. It was extremely powerful. Let's see how you're going to die. The blue-robed man glared at Lin Feng fiercely. It was as if he could already see Lin Feng being killed. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand. Swoosh. Light flashed. A defensive crystal wall appeared in front of Lin Feng. This was a defensive crystal wall that Lin Feng had created using the great defensive art, the 3000 Great Daos. Clang. The demon-subduing pestle smashed into the defensive crystal wall that Lin Feng had set up. A sonorous sound of collision rang out, but it didn't break through Lin Feng's defensive crystal wall. Lin Feng took out the Heaven-Devouring Jar. The Heaven-Devouring Jar released a powerful devouring power and directly devoured the demon-subduing pestle and the golden sacred shield. After the 2 treasures were devoured, the Heaven-Devouring Jar directly erased the divine consciousness that the blue-robed man had left in the 2 treasures. The blue-robed man let out an incomparably shrill scream. The destruction of the spiritual sense in the Dharma treasure had caused him great harm. Lin Feng rushed forward and slapped the blue-clothed young master with his palm. Bang! With a dull collision sound, the blue-clothed young master was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. Wow! The blue-clothed young master fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. All the magic power in his body was scattered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng landed on the ground with his hands behind his back. He looked at the blue-clothed young master with an indifferent expression and said, "You reckless thing. Don't you know that there is always someone better than you? Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some background and some strength?" He was simply courting death. In your next life, don't offend this young master again. Otherwise, I will kill you. Lin Feng was a decisive person. If he wanted to kill someone, he would not show any mercy. Lin Feng raised his right hand and was about to kill the blue-clothed young master. At this moment, the blue-clothed young master said loudly, "I'm from the Levitation Celestial Sect. If you dare to kill me, do you know the consequences?" Lin Feng was surprised. The Levitation Celestial Sect was actually such a force. As one of the 10 major celestial sects in 9 provinces, the Levitation Celestial Sect had a strong foundation and many experts. In 9 provinces, the Levitation Celestial Sect was a colossal force. At this moment, Lin Feng thought of Huangfu Qingtian, the Levitation Celestial Dynasty, and Ziru, and Huangfu Qingtian's mysterious and powerful mother. The enmity between Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian was needless to say. The peak battle of the Tianwu continent. Under the eyes of everyone, Lin Feng had killed Huangfu Qingtian, his nemesis for 10 years. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was unable to destroy Huangfu Qingtian's body at that time. This was because Huangfu Qingtian's body was snatched away by a mysterious woman. Later on, Lin Feng learned that Huangfu Qingtian was not a prince of the Levitation Celestial Dynasty. The Levitation Celestial Dynasty was just a branch of the Levitation Celestial sect. Huangfu Qingtian's mother was the saintess of the Levitation Celestial Dynasty. This saintess was stunning and unimaginably powerful. Later on, he had a dream. He connected with the heavens. He was pregnant with Huangfu Qingtian. It sounded incredible. It was just a dream. He was actually able to conceive a child. However, such an incredible thing was true. Anziru was sent by this saintess to kill Lin Feng. However, Anziru failed. After coming to 9 provinces, Lin Feng heard that Huangfu Qingtian's mother had gradually taken control of the Levitation Celestial sect. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been wary of the Levitation Celestial sect. After coming to 9 provinces for so many years, the Levitation Celestial sect had not made any big moves. There was also no direct conflict between Lin Feng and the Levitation Celestial sect. Unexpectedly, the blue-clothed young master turned out to be a member of the Levitation Celestial sect. Seeing Lin Feng's uncertain expression, the blue-clothed young master's face suddenly showed a trace of pride. The Levitation Celestial sect was a golden signboard. 9 provinces, great world. Who would not give face to the Levitation Celestial sect? Offending the Levitation Celestial sect? It was no different from courting death. Boy, are you afraid now? Let me go now, and I can consider sparing your life, the blue-clothed young master said arrogantly. Afraid? Lin Feng could not help but sneer and said, I never knew how to write the word afraid. He waved his fist and blasted toward the blue-clothed young master. Just as the punch was about to hit the blue-clothed young master, a divine light suddenly swept out from the blue-clothed young master's glabella. The divine light condensed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. How dare you kill the people of the Levitation Celestial Dynasty? You're courting death. The middle-aged man shouted coldly and blasted his palm toward Lin Feng. You want to kill me with a mere divine sense imprint? How ridiculous! Lin Feng sneered. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the middle-aged man's illusory figure. Bang! The punch. It ruthlessly landed on the middle-aged man's body. Following that, the middle-aged man's body began to crack. He was formed from divine sense. Although he was strong, compared to Lin Feng, he was still too weak. He could not even block a single attack from Lin Feng. Boy, I'll remember you. Just you wait, I'll grind your bones to dust. Before the middle-aged man's illusory figure dissipated, he looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Lin Feng sneered and said, It's not certain who will be the one to kill who. He threw another punch. Bang! The middle-aged man's illusory figure shattered. It vanished into thin air. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to give you all my wealth, the blue-clothed young master begged. He had completely collapsed. Lin Feng sneered and said, Don't you think it's too late to beg for mercy now? As soon as he finished speaking, his hand rose and the blade fell. Poochie. Blood splattered. A head flew into the sky. The blue-clothed young master's headless corpse fell to the ground. Lin Feng collected all their storage rings. Then, he quickly left with Xian Yuling. Chapter 22-22. Lin Feng did not care about the threat of that expert from the Feather Immortal sect at all. These people from the Feather Immortal sect had an irreconcilable enmity with him. It was just that the two sides had not met before, so the conflict did not erupt. Once they met, conflict was unavoidable. That was why Lin Feng did not care about the threat from the Feather Immortal sect. They were already irreconcilable enemies. Since they were irreconcilable enemies, what was there to worry about? Lin Feng and Xian Yuling found a quiet place. Lin Feng began to check the treasures in the storage rings of the blue-clothed young master and the others. Actually, Lin Feng was not interested in the wealth of these people. What really interested Lin Feng was how many golem devil's hearts they had collected. Lin Feng checked. These people had collected more than 500 golem devil's hearts. Their speed of collecting golem devil's hearts left Lin Feng speechless. Because Lin Feng knew the dragon searching formula, he only managed to collect 129 golem devil's hearts. The blue-clothed young master and the others definitely did not know the dragon searching formula. If they used normal methods to find golem devil's hearts, they would not be faster than Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the blue-clothed young master's character. This fella had killed many people to steal treasures. In such a short time, this fella had actually collected so many golem devil's hearts. This could only mean one thing. And that was, the blue-clothed young master and the others had probably killed many people and stolen their golem devil's hearts. For scum like the blue-clothed young master and the others, it was simply an ordinary thing. Break out! Break out! In the forest, more than 20 cultivators shouted loudly. Their faces were covered in blood. 5 or 6 of their companions were lying on the ground. At this moment, more than 50 cultivators were attacking these 20 cultivators. The besieged cultivators had discovered a small golem devil or vein. Then, they dug out more than 600 golem devil's hearts. This was a large number of golem devil's hearts. But who would have thought that the news would be leaked and they would be besieged? The besieging cultivators had many people and high cultivation. Therefore, the battle between the two sides did not last long. 7 or 8 of the besieged cultivators had already died. Leave the golem's heart behind, or everyone will die. A white-robed cultivator said coldly. If you want the golem's heart, come and take it. The besieged group was naturally unwilling to hand over the golem's heart. 7 or 8 of their companions had died on their side. The hatred in their hearts was monstrous. It was even more impossible for him to reconcile with the white-robed cultivator and the others. These besieged people tried to break out of the encirclement a few times, but they all failed. Furthermore, 4 or 5 of them died. Ha 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 ha, it's too late to surrender now. All of you are going to die. The white-robed cultivator laughed sinisterly, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. He had already made up his mind to kill this group of cultivators. The attacks on their side were getting more and more intense. Seeing that the besieged cultivators were gradually unable to hold on. Suddenly, a man and a woman flew over from afar. The man and woman both had their faces covered. The man shouted loudly, "I was the one who planted this tree and opened this road. If you want to pass through, leave the money to buy the road and hand over the golem's heart. Only then will I let you go." The cultivators from both sides who were engaged in a fierce battle were stunned. Immediately after, these people could not help but be speechless. Someone actually wanted to rob them. And it was only 2 people. The cultivators on both sides could not wrap their heads around it. Could it be that these 2 fellows were here to die? Reckless fools, kill them directly. The white-robed cultivator shouted coldly. Yes, sir. Immediately, 6 or 7 cultivators pounced towards Lin Feng and Xian Yuling. Lin Feng condensed a powerful saber light. Swoosh! The saber light flew out and tore through the void. Poof! Immediately after, blood splattered. The cultivators were directly killed by the saber light. Blood splattered everywhere and they died tragically on the spot. Courting death. The white-robed cultivator roared angrily and rushed towards Lin Feng. At this moment, the white-robed cultivator's companions also abandoned the group of cultivators they had surrounded and turned to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng was about to suppress these people in one fell swoop. However, a light flashed in Xian Yueling's hand and more than 10 jade talismans appeared in her hand. These jade talismans emitted powerful fluctuations. The blood was an extremely high-grade jade talisman. Xian Yuling activated the jade talismans. The jade talismans emitted shocking fluctuations. Bang bang bang. Immediately after, the jade talismans exploded in the crowd. Shrill screams could be heard one after another. Cultivators were directly killed by the explosions. Those who were not killed by the explosions were severely injured. The white-robed cultivator had one of his arms blown off. Damn, so savage. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng could not help but pat his forehead. Xian Yuling would either not attack. If she did, it would be earth-shattering. Robbery, robbery. If you want to live, hurry up and hand over the stone devil's heart. Lin Feng shouted. We'll hand it over, the white-robed cultivator and the others hurriedly said. Although they could not wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces, they did not dare to say these words now. If they said it now, wouldn't they be courting death? These people quickly handed over the stone devil's heart. Lin Feng collected the storage rings of the dead cultivators and took out the stone devil's heart. Then, he put it together with the stone devil's heart he had collected earlier. Scram, after robbing these people of their stone devil's heart, Lin Feng said coldly. The white-robed cultivator and the others did not dare to stay any longer. After collecting the corpses of their companions, they quickly left. The group of cultivators who had been besieged by the white-robed cultivator and the others cupped their fists towards Lin Feng and Xian Yuling and said, "Thank you for saving us." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're welcome. When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help. This is what I should do." A cultivator said, "Young hero is really righteous. I admire you. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay the two of you for saving our lives." These people collected the corpses of their companions and were about to leave. Lin Feng said, "Wait. Young hero, do you have any other orders?" A cultivator asked. The other cultivators also looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. We want to rob you. If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over the stone devil's heart." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. There's no free lunch in this world. Hurry up and hand over the stone devil's heart. Otherwise, this young master will make a move. Lin Feng threatened loudly. Xian Yuling was even more direct. She took out more than 10 jade talismans and held them in her hands. It was as if she was going to use these jade talismans to kill these cultivators at any time. Chapter 22-23. Seeing so many jade talismans in Xian Yuling's hands, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. How many high-grade jade talismans does this girl have? Such powerful jade talismans. Using 4 or 5 of them at once could kill a group of people. She didn't need to use more than 10 of them at once. It was too wasteful. Lin Feng's heart ached. The group of cultivators' faces were extremely ugly. Lin Feng and Xian Yuling were much more ferocious than the group of cultivators in white. The group of cultivators in white almost died in the hands of these two. If they continued to fight. These cultivators also knew that they would die without a doubt. It's better to give these golem demons' hearts to you than to give them to those people. Since you want them, I'll give them to you, one of the leading cultivators said. Then he took out all the golem demons' hearts and gave them to Lin Feng. Let's go. After Lin Feng took the golem demons' hearts, he quickly flew away with Xian Yuling. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. And soon, the news of the male-female duo began to spread in this space. A man and a woman. They specialized in robbing cultivators of their golem demons' hearts. Whoever dared to resist would die without a burial place. The male-female duo appeared again and robbed the group of cultivators from the firmament immortal sect. The male-female duo appeared and robbed the group of cultivators from the ancient Murong clan. The male-female duo appeared in the northeast. This time, they robbed the group of experts from the Azure Fall demon sect. The male-female duo appeared in the Twin Lakes territory. This time, they were even more ferocious. They robbed the group of people from the Vice City Lord's residence of the underground city. All kinds of news spread. Now, the male-female duo had obviously become unpardonable devils. Anyone who talked about the male-female duo, their faces would change color. The night was as cold as water. A bonfire burned in the forest. An alluring aroma of roasted meat. Little Meng Meng, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit were also called out from Lin Feng's mountain river ring. The 3 little guys ate until their mouths were full of oil. Bibi and dragon rabbit, these two little fellows, each took a bottle of Li Tanguiyang imperial wine from Lin Feng, and then drank until they were dead drunk. Even little Meng Meng couldn't help but sneak a bite when Lin Feng wasn't paying attention. Then, she fainted in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sent little Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit into his mountain river ring. After that, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling ate meat and drank wine. The Li Tangua imperial wine he bought from the middle-aged cultivator was indeed a top-grade immortal wine. Not only was the taste excellent, most importantly, it could also increase a cultivator's cultivation base. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, tens of cultivators flew over from afar. There were men and women, young and old, and all of them were extremely powerful. They landed not far away and glanced at Lin Feng and Xian Yuling, but didn't pay them too much attention. Because Lin Feng and Xian Yuling were relatively young, they only treated them as ordinary cultivators. "It smells so good," a pretty female cultivator with some baby fat said as she stared at the barbecued meat on the bonfire. She was almost drooling. Clearly, she was also a foodie. A few old men and a dozen middle-aged cultivators found a place to rest. They took out spirit fruits and ate them. They didn't eat anything like the barbecued meat. This was because, in their opinion, things like barbecued meat contained much more impurities than spirit fruits. Eating it would hinder one's cultivation. However, the group of young cultivators didn't have such perseverance. Moreover, after entering this space, in order to collect the stone devil's heart, they had gone through many battles. Some were with ferocious beasts, and some were with cultivators. Therefore, their stamina consumption was relatively high. Clearly, eating meat was the easiest way to recover one's stamina. "If you want to eat meat, you have to see if it's given to you," an old man said. Hearing this, the group of young cultivators knew that the old man didn't object to them eating meat. Of course, whether they could eat meat or not, that would depend on their own abilities. The group of young cultivators responded and walked toward Lin Feng and Xian Yuling. Soon, they arrived at Lin Feng and Xian Yuling's place. "Young master, can you give us some meat? We can give you origin crystals," the foodie female cultivator asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Sit down and eat." The female cultivator smiled so widely that her eyes turned into crescents. She hurriedly thanked Lin Feng and found a place to sit down. Then, she took out a dagger and cut off a piece of barbecued meat without hesitation. Then, she ate it. The female cultivator's eyes instantly lit up. "Delicious. Too delicious. I've never eaten such delicious barbecued meat in my life," the foodie female cultivator said vaguely as she ate. The others also quickly sat down and began to share Lin Feng's barbecued meat. "It's so delicious. It's simply a delicacy. The taste is simply too good. Brother, your cooking skills are simply too good." The group of young cultivators was intoxicated by the delicious food. The older cultivators and middle-aged cultivators who were eating spirit fruits in the distance couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the aroma of the meat. Now, they also wanted to taste the barbecued meat. However, they couldn't swallow their pride in the end. They could only force themselves not to think about it. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the 20-odd young cultivators who were chomping down on the meat. It was as if they were looking at fat sheep. "How's the taste? Are you satisfied?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "It's too good. 100 likes." The group of young cultivators spoke as they ate. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's good that everyone likes it. Don't stand on ceremony and don't waste food. We'll definitely finish it," the group of young cultivators said. After everyone had finished eating, Lin Feng stood up and smiled at the group of young cultivators. He said, "If everyone is done eating, I'll formally introduce myself." The group of young cultivators looked at Lin Feng. "I wonder if everyone has heard of the male and female demons." Lin Feng looked at everyone with a smile. "Of course I've heard of them. The male and female demons are evil beyond redemption. They've stolen many people's golem hearts. Yeah, I heard that many factions are looking for the male and female demons. It's said that those factions are joining forces to deal with the male and female demons. Many people started discussing. At that moment, a cultivator who looked rather simple and honest asked, "Brother, why are you asking about the male and female demons?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm not that talented, but I'm one of the male and female demons that you're talking about." When they heard Lin Feng's words, everyone's expressions became very interesting. Many of them even thought that Lin Feng was joking. This guy's smile was so harmless to humans and animals. The woman beside him was like a fairy. Could these two be the male and female demons? Chapter 22-24. They didn't really believe that Lin Feng and Xian Yuling were the male-female duo. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like it. There was no resemblance between the two of them and the wicked and vicious double fiends of the male and female fiends of the legends. You didn't hear wrongly. There's no need to doubt our identities. We are the male-female duo. Hurry up and hand over all your golem hearts. Lin Feng covered his face and looked at the crowd ferociously. Xian Yuling quickly covered her face as well. When the group saw that Lin Feng and Xian Yuling had covered their faces, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We've all seen what you look like. What was the point of covering their faces now? This is a robbery. Hand over all your golem hearts. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. After covering his face, Lin Feng spoke again. Xian Yuling took out a dozen jade talismans and held them in her hand. She seemed to have an endless supply of jade talismans. Whenever she wanted to use them, she could take them out endlessly. Rumor has it that the male-female duo likes to use powerful jade talismans to kill people. You are really the male-female duo? When those people saw Lin Feng and Xian Yuling, they all looked terrified. If Lin Feng and Xian Yuling were just two ordinary young people, they wouldn't be afraid. However, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling were no ordinary young people. They were the legendary male-female duo. These people had heard too much about the male-female duo. Therefore, he had a fear that came from the depths of his soul towards the twin demons. You two are the male-female duo? How unexpected. A few old men and a dozen middle-aged cultivators noticed the situation and walked over. The green-robed old man in the lead narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng. This is a robbery. Hand over the golem hearts. Lin Feng looked at the old men and the middle-aged cultivators. Ignorant brat, do you know who we are? How dare you rob us? I think you don't want to live anymore. A middle-aged cultivator said coldly. That's right, we're robbing you. Judging by how strong your cultivation bases are and how many of you there are, you must have obtained a lot of golem hearts. Who else should we rob but you? Lin Feng said with a cold snort. Shameless boasting. Leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice. I say, big brother, you should hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to later. That's right. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Some people began to persuade Lin Feng to leave Lin Feng. Although these youths were very afraid of the duo, they didn't think that their seniors would be afraid of them as well. No matter how powerful the dual fiends were, they were still very young cultivators. How could he defeat so many experts of the older generation? Could he be an expert of the middle generation? Obviously, this was not realistic. Xian Yuling lightly snorted. Whoosh! Light flashed from his hand, and another dozen or so jade talismans appeared. There were over 30 jade talismans in total. These jade talismans emitted violent waves of energy. The experts of the older generation and the experts of the middle generation couldn't help but frown. The power of those jade talismans was too strong. If Xian Yuling had taken out those jade talismans, there would have been severe casualties among them. As for the younger cultivators, they might even be completely wiped out. Therefore, these people couldn't help but be very afraid of Lin Feng and Xian Yuling. How about this? Let's fight to determine the winner. What do you think? The green-robed elder said. Xian Yuling shook her head. She preferred to take the initiative. She had dozens of powerful jade talismans in her hand. She would be able to take the initiative. However, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling had different thoughts this time. He felt that this group of people was not bad. In that case, He would simply rob these people. Today was not a good time to shed blood. Thinking of this, Lin Feng communicated with Xian Yuling. Xian Yuling had always followed Lin Feng's opinion. Therefore, she didn't refute Lin Feng's idea. Lin Feng said, "Okay, then let's fight. If I win, everyone will obediently hand over their golem hearts. If I lose, immediately leave. Brat, you have some guts." The middle-aged cultivator sneered and stepped forward, as if he wanted to fight with Lin Feng. The green-robed elder said, "Chu Shu, let me do it. 13th uncle, you want to fight personally?" The middle-aged cultivator's face was filled with disbelief. He clearly knew how terrifying his 13th uncle's cultivation was. Now, his 13th uncle wanted to fight personally. Obviously, his 13th uncle was worried that he couldn't take down that brat. This made Chu Shu very unconvinced. How could he not be able to deal with this brat? Of course, Chu Shu also knew that his 13th uncle wouldn't make such an unbelievable decision. Since his 13th uncle had done so, it meant, perhaps this brat really did have some terrifying ability. The 13th ancestor wants to fight personally. The cultivators of the younger generation looked at each other in dismay. Lin Feng was just a young cultivator. Why would he need the 13th ancestor to fight personally? They couldn't understand why the 13th ancestor wanted to fight personally. Could it be that he wanted to stretch his muscles? Or perhaps, this brat had the qualifications to make the 13th ancestor fight personally. Thinking of this possibility, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The older and middle-aged cultivators couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that the 13th ancestor's decision made them very shocked and moved. The green-robed elder looked at Lin Feng and said, "If I can't defeat you within 10 moves, then I'll forfeit. This battle is my loss." Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "If you underestimate your opponent like this, then you'll definitely lose today. Whether or not I'll lose, we'll only know after we fight." The green-robed elder stepped forward, and the space around him began to distort. Erotic runes swirled around his body. The green-robed elder seemed to have turned into an immortal Qing emperor. Boom! The green-robed elder threw a punch at Lin Feng. The power of that punch was really powerful. It was as if the void was about to freeze. Feeling the elder's tyrannical punch, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but turn serious. This green-robed elder's cultivation was indeed terrifying. It was much stronger than he had imagined. The 13th ancestor has made his move. I don't think he needs 10 moves at all. The 13th ancestor can defeat that brat in 1 move. I don't think so. That brat should have some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, the 13th ancestor wouldn't have taken the initiative to fight. Some of the younger cultivators whispered as they stared unblinkingly at the green-robed elder and Lin Feng. Chapter 22-25. In the eyes of these young cultivators, the 13th patriarch was an undefeatable figure. Perhaps the only one who had confidence in Lin Feng was Xian Yuling. Of course, Lin Feng was also very confident in himself. Facing the 13th patriarch's attack, Lin Feng immediately activated the 4th stage of the archaic dragonesque elephant technique and activated his dragonesque elephant arm bang. As the dragonesque elephant arm was activated, a majestic force as powerful as the sea erupted. Lin Feng and the 13th patriarch collided fiercely. It was as if 2 primordial divine mountains had collided. The entire forest shook violently. Many people looked at the scene in shock. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would be defeated by the 13th patriarch in 1 move. Who would have thought that the two of them would be evenly matched? How many years had the 13th patriarch cultivated? How many years had Lin Feng cultivated? Therefore, many people were in disbelief when they saw this scene. However, this was happening right in front of their eyes. No matter how unbelievable it was the truth. How is this guy so powerful? No wonder he robbed so many people. If the 13th patriarch uses his true strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to defeat him. However, if the 13th patriarch doesn't use his true strength, it won't be easy for him to defeat this guy within 10 moves, right? A group of people started discussing. What a powerful force. Little friend, take another punch from me. The 13th patriarch's body moved. In an instant, He seemed to have turned into an endless amount of lightning. The endless amount of lightning condensed into a fist. The fist contained the force of a thunderbolt. It seemed to be able to destroy the sky, the sun, and the moon. 10,000 lightning strike. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. The punch unleashed by the 13th Patriarch had the divine might of a god slaying a god, a Buddha blocking a Buddha's path. The spectators had no choice but to retreat quickly. The fist force formed by the 13th Patriarch's fist was too powerful. It was difficult for them to withstand such a powerful fist force. Therefore, they had no choice but to retreat. The 13th Patriarch has already cultivated the 10,000 lightning strike to the 9th stage. His fist is like a divine lightning strike from the heavens. It's really powerful. The 13th Patriarch is getting serious. Just wait and see. Once the 13th ancestor gets serious, that brat will definitely not be a match for him, many people said excitedly. They had also cultivated the 10,000 lightning strike, a top-notch technique. Now, he was watching the 13th ancestor use the 10,000 lightning strike. It would be a great boost to their cultivation. If he could gain an epiphany, the benefits would be endless. What a great move. Lin Feng let out a long roar and rushed over without fear. The 5 devouring martial spirits began to revolve. Lin Feng's physical strength began to rise. No matter if it was the Dracophant arm or the 5 devouring martial spirits. What he improved was his physical strength. He had cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Being able to kill a true dragon with one's physical body was not just empty words. In addition, Lin Feng's devouring martial soul had increased his physical strength by 5 times. Now, Lin Feng's physical strength had been raised to an extreme. The arm of the dragon and elephant once again became thicker. Lin Feng's invincible fist was surrounded by the powerful reincarnation force. It fiercely charged towards the 13th ancestor. Bang! The two sides collided once again. This time, the collision was much more violent than the previous one. The previous collision was like the collision of 2 ancient divine mountains. And this time, it was as if 2 planets had collided with each other. Many people were sent flying by the shockwaves from the collision. The group of young cultivators had already become incoherent. They had originally thought that the 13th ancestor would definitely be able to defeat Lin Feng after using the 10,000 lightning strike. But they had not expected such an outcome. Lin Feng was still unscathed. How could this guy be so powerful? He was so young. How could he cultivate to such a high level in such a short period of time? Look at the 13th ancestor. Suddenly, the gluttonous female cultivator exclaimed. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hands, her face filled with shock. How is this possible? The rest of the people looked at the 13th ancestor and exclaimed as well. Their faces were filled with shock. The 13th ancestor's body. He was actually aging. And he was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 13th ancestor was already very old. After aging, it gave people the feeling that he was about to die. The reincarnation force, the 13th ancestor said in shock. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng could multitask. That was why he had attacked just now. He had simultaneously activated his 5 devouring martial souls. The arm of the dragon and elephant, ancient times, billions of years. Whoosh! Lin Feng made his move and launched a thunderous attack on the 13th ancestor. The 13th ancestor was powerful. But now that he had been hit by Lin Feng's ancient times, billions of years, he was aging and his combat strength had greatly weakened. Even though this person was an old antique level existence. But after being hit by ancient times, the 13th ancestor's combat strength was far from that of an ancient existence. At this moment, this was the best opportunity for Lin Feng to defeat the 13th ancestor. Seeing Lin Feng rushing over, the 13th ancestor quickly retreated. Now, the 13th ancestor did not dare to face Lin Feng head-on. From his point of view, Lin Feng's physical strength was too terrifying, and his methods were strange. Now that he was in a weakened state, he would be at a disadvantage if he faced Lin Feng head-on. Therefore, the 13th ancestor wanted to increase the distance between him and Lin Feng. Then, he would suppress Lin Feng from afar. Although the 13th ancestor's cultivation had decreased greatly, the 13th ancestor was still very confident in himself. He believed, with his vast magic power, it would not be difficult for him to suppress Lin Feng. When his magic power recovered, Lin Feng would lose without a doubt. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Lin Feng did not give the 13th ancestor a chance to escape. Lin Feng unleashed his era aura and used it to suppress the 13th ancestor. Bang! The era aura contained a powerful attack power that fiercely bombarded the 13th ancestor. The 13th ancestor was sent flying. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. He directly used the 8 God-forbidden seals. Swoosh! Light flashed. Runes intertwined. The runes condensed from the 8 God-forbidden seals formed into chains. Then, they directly wrapped around the 13th ancestor's body. The 13th ancestor was directly sealed by Lin Feng. Looks like I've won this battle. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could the 13th ancestor be defeated? The young cultivators all shouted in disbelief. The 13th ancestor was an ancient expert. But now, he was defeated by a young man who was much younger than them. And that young cultivator only used 4 moves to suppress the 13th ancestor. This result. Chapter 22-26. The first move was a test. The second move was the real killing move, which caught the 13th ancestor off guard. The third move was a killing move, which directly defeated the 13th ancestor. The fourth move was the 8 divine seals, which sealed the 13th ancestor. Lin Feng's 4 moves could be said to be well planned. Every step was perfect to the point of being a hair's breadth. The 13th ancestor's expression was uncertain. In the end, he sighed and said, "Truly, each generation produces a new talent. Each of them has been in the limelight for hundreds of years. This old man admires little friend's cultivation. I only defeated you because of a trick," Lin Feng said with a smile. He removed the seal of the 8 divine seals. The 13th ancestor was a man of his word. He took out all the golem hearts and handed them to Lin Feng. "The golem hearts are all here. There's a total of 6,700 pieces," the 13th ancestor said. "Ha ha ha, thank you very much. We won't stay here any longer. Let's meet again," Lin Feng said with a smile. Many people muttered in their hearts, "Who wants to meet you again? It would be best if they never met again. Have you heard? Even the people from the Great Desolate Era's Chu family were robbed." It can't be. The Chu family is one of the most powerful ancient worlds in the 9 prefectures. Who could rob them? Who else could it be? The male and female demons. Damn, aren't the male and female demons too fierce? That's right. The male and female demons are simply monsters. They even dared to rob the Chu family. Moreover, they really did rob the Chu family. I really don't know how capable these 2 guys are. The 13th ancestor of the Chu family personally oversaw the situation. I heard that he wanted to find more golem hearts for the younger generation of the family. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Even the 13th ancestor was defeated. The male and female demons are too terrifying. I hope we don't meet them. Many people were discussing the robbery of the Chu family. I heard that the archaic Wang family was also robbed by the male and female demons. The yin-yang mysterious heaven ancient sect was also robbed by the male and female demons. Magnificent Skygates people also had their golems' hearts snatched away by the twin fiend. The group of peerless fairies from the fairy pavilion were also robbed clean. Holy shit. He even has the heart to lay his hands on those pretty girls from the fairy pavilion. Isn't he too much of a beast? The male and female double demons are notorious bandits. They don't care about people, old people, children, women, and so on. As long as they can rob, they won't be polite. The people from the Supreme Immortal sect have been robbed. It is said that the losses of the people from the Supreme Immortal sect are extremely heavy. News spread like wildfire. Almost all the cultivators were talking about this brutal duo. Wherever the fiendish male and female fiends went, even the grass and trees would turn into soldiers. Kill the male and female fiends, and return the world to its former glory. Defeat the twin demons and take back the golem's heart that we worked so hard to find. The anti-male and female demons duo alliance was established. Many people gathered together to search for the male and female demons. There was strength in numbers. Countless cultivators were gathered together. Naturally, he would be courageous enough to run into the male and female demons. There were so many cultivators. Each person had one divine ability. It could also smash the twin demons to death. The male and female demons continued to appear, but they still didn't encounter the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. The duration of this examination was 1 month. Therefore, there were only a few days left before the examination ended. More and more cultivators and forces joined the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Many people wanted to capture the male and female demons. Then, they would be able to obtain the golem's heart. People from the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Most people had never seen the male and female demons duo alliance. Very few people had actually been robbed by the male and female demons duo alliance. Because those who had been robbed by the male and female demons duo alliance knew how brutal and terrifying the duo was. They really didn't want to have any more interactions with the male and female demons duo alliance. Therefore, those cultivators who had been robbed by the male and female demons duo alliance wouldn't join the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Occasionally, there would be some people who were unwilling to give up and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get back at them. Therefore, they joined the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. As for those who didn't have any interactions with the male and female demons duo alliance, they formed the anti-male and female demons duo alliance mainly because of the golem's heart. For such a long time, the male and female demons duo alliance had been fighting over the golem's heart. How many golem's heart did the male and female demons duo alliance have? If they could snatch the golem's heart from the male and female demons duo alliance, everyone would divide it up. Then, they would be able to pass the examination. In the forest, Lin Feng counted the golem's heart that he had snatched during this period of time. There were a total of 270,000 golem's hearts. Looking at these golem's hearts, Lin Feng grinned. He planned to find a time to sell these golem's hearts. When the time came, he would ask for a sky-high price. He was going to make a windfall again. Defeat the male and female demons duo alliance. Take back the golem's heart that was stolen from us. Defeat the male and female demons duo alliance. Uphold justice and eradicate evil. Thousands of cultivators from the anti-male and female demons duo alliance shouted. They were searching for the male and female demons duo alliance. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator flew over from afar. This middle-aged cultivator was none other than Lin Feng, who had transformed into himself using the great walking technique. Fellow cultivators, I've found the male and female demons duo alliance's resting place. Lin Feng shouted. What? Brother, you found the male and female demons duo alliance's resting place? Is this true? Many people asked excitedly. They had been searching for the male and female demons duo alliance for so long, but there was no news at all. These people were also very anxious. The examination was about to begin. They didn't have enough golem's hearts to pass the examination. So they were in a hurry to find the male and female demons duo alliance. Then, they would rob the male and female demons duo alliance. As long as they could rob the male and female demons duo alliance. Then, they would be able to make up for the lack of golem's hearts. Of course it's true. Everyone, follow me. I'm afraid that if we're late, the male and female demons duo alliance will escape. Lin Feng said. Yes, yes, yes. Brother, please lead the way. Many people said. No need to be so polite. This is what I should do. Lin Feng smiled and said. He led the way in front. Behind him was a large group of cultivators from the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Under Lin Feng's lead, the group arrived at a large mountain range. The male and female demons duo alliance are inside, Lin Feng said. Seal the mountain range, Don't let the male and female demons duo alliance escape. A cultivator shouted. Then, many people scattered and sealed off the mountain range. At this time, white fog began to swirl around. It blotted out the sky. The entire mountain range was covered by the white fog. In the air, formation runes intertwined. Chapter 22-27. Great Array. Not good. There's a trap here. Where's that guy? How did he disappear? He must be a spy who lured us here. Everyone, don't be afraid. There's so many of us. Why should we be afraid of the male-female duo? That's right. There's no need to be afraid. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks won't work on us. Everyone discussed fervently. Then, the courage of these people seemed to have grown. At that moment, two masked men jumped out from afar. This mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you want to pass, pay the toll, Lin Feng shouted. You're the male-female duo? Many people exclaimed. That's right. We're the male-female duo. Now, I'm officially informing you that we're going to rob you. Hurry up and hand over all the golem hearts you have, Lin Feng shouted. We have more than 3,000 people, and you want to rob us with just the two of you? Is there something wrong with your brain? You're overestimating yourselves. You're courting death. Now, we're informing you as well. Hand over all the golem hearts you have. Otherwise, the two of you won't be able to escape today. Many people began to clamor. Although they were trapped by the Great Array, they quickly calmed down after a brief moment of panic. Lin Feng said, You want to rob me? How dare you? It seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Everyone, don't waste your breath on the male-female duo. Attack. Kill them. Someone shouted. Boom. 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 Immediately after, divine abilities and treasures covered the sky as they blasted toward Lin Feng and Xian Yuling. You asked for it. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He waved his right hand. The array runes around him and Xian Yuling twisted. Then, the two of them disappeared. The attacks of the anti-male Double Fiend Alliance's cultivators all hit empty air. Lin Feng and Xian Yuling arrived at the Immortal Extermination Array and the Mystic Pincushion Array respectively. Lin Feng had learned this Xuanqiang Grand Array from Wen Ziran. Together with his Immortal Extermination Grand Array, they could form the most perfect complement. In order to set up these two formations, Lin Feng had used more than 10,000 types of formation materials. Lin Feng and Xian Yuling controlled the Grand Immortal Extermination Array and Grand Mystic Pin Array respectively to unleash ferocious attacks on the cultivators trapped within the Grand Arrays. The Gate of Xian Pin manifested all things in the world. All kinds of things were condensed, such as mountains, rivers, beasts, and so on. All of these things pounced towards the cultivators trapped within the Great Array. As for the Immortal Extermination Grand Array, it condensed one immortal Dao giant after another. These immortal Dao giants were all extremely powerful. There were a total of 108 of them. The 108 immortal Dao giants joined the battle as well. Boom boom boom, a fierce battle broke out. Although the anti-male Double Fiend Alliance had the advantage in numbers, however, the array that Lin Feng had set up was simply too powerful. The members of the anti-male Double Fiend Alliance tried to break through Lin Feng's grand arrays again and again. However, they all failed. Lin Feng did not kill them. He only suppressed many of them. However, physical pain was unavoidable. Many of them had their arms and legs broken. Spare me, spare me. I'm willing to hand over the stone devil heart. I only beg you to spare my life. Many people began to beg. More and more people began to beg for mercy. A small number of cultivators who resisted were beaten half to death by Lin Feng. Haha, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Lin Feng said with a hearty laugh. Lin Feng plundered all of the stone devil hearts from more than 3,000 cultivators. He had plundered a total of about 1 million stone devil hearts from these people. Soon, the news of the Anti-Male Double Fiend Alliance's cultivators being plundered by the Anti-Male Double Fiend Alliance spread throughout the entire space. After hearing this news, many people were astonished. Then, they laughed bitterly. The anti-male double fiend alliance was far more ferocious than they had imagined. Was there anyone that they could not rob? Not long after, the news that the anti-male double fiend alliance wanted to sell the stone devil hearts quickly spread. I knew that the two of them wanted to sell the stone devil heart. Many people could not help but mutter, they might as well just rob people's storage rings. Someone said, many people don't actually have many things in their storage rings. Because they don't know if they will survive in this trial, many people did not bring anything too valuable. Moreover, you should know that if the anti-male double fiend alliance only wanted to rob the stone devil hearts, many cultivators would have given the stone devil hearts to the anti-male double fiend alliance. If the anti-male double fiend alliance wanted to rob their storage rings, many people would have fought to the death. Indeed, many cultivators are still hot-blooded. Since the anti-male double fiend alliance wanted to rob them of their storage rings, they would rather die than live in Dishana. Perhaps they would really fight the anti-male double fiend alliance to the death. If such a thing happened, the anti-male double fiend alliance might die at the hands of those people. The smartest thing about the anti-male double fiend alliance is that they don't rob other people's storage rings, and they rarely kill people. Although they have robbed many people, the phenomenon of double-crossing is too common and can be seen everywhere. There are many similar double-crossing cultivator groups, but they are not as fierce as the anti-male double fiend alliance. Yes, there are too many double-crossing cultivator groups, and even some of the top forces are doing it. Let's go and buy some stone devil hearts. Once we have enough stone devil hearts, we will pass the trial. The group of cultivators hurried to the place where the anti-male double fiend alliance sold the stone devil hearts. By the time they arrived, many people had already gathered. When did they start selling stone devil hearts? Many people shouted loudly, everyone, don't be anxious. Everyone can buy stone devil hearts. I am selling stone devil hearts here. No pills, no origin crystals, and no spiritual herbs. Lin Feng shouted. If you don't want these things, then what do you want? Many people couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Feng said, everyone can use immortal iron, godly stones, treasures that are at least divine artifacts, the 3,000 grand Daos, half-immortal techniques, immortal techniques, emperor techniques, bronze tools, stone tools, or some extremely precious natural treasures such as heavenly Dao fruits, Dao sources, immortal sources, and so on. These can directly increase one's cultivation to exchange for stone devil heart. Damn, the things you want are all real treasures. Many people shouted in dissatisfaction. It was too painful to exchange these treasures for stone devil hearts. I have a piece of phoenix immortal iron here. How many stone devil hearts can I get? A cultivator asked. A piece of broken iron for 200 stone devil heart. Chapter 22-28. Brother, you must be mistaken. This is immortal phoenix iron, a treasure that can be used to forge a giant divine weapon. The cultivator wanted to cry but no tears came out. Since you're my first customer, I'll give you more golem demon's hearts. One piece of scrap iron for 300 golem demon's heart. Lin Feng said. The cultivator's expression changed, but in order to enter the 9 mystic realm, he had to make up his mind. The cultivator gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll do it. That's more like it. Give me the scrap iron and these are for you. Lin Feng took out 300 golem demon's hearts and gave them to the cultivator. The cultivator then took out the immortal phoenix iron and gave it to Lin Feng. Damn, this kid is too evil. One piece of immortal phoenix iron for only 300 golem demon's hearts. He's even more evil than those landlords who only know how to exploit farmers. He's just a great thief. Do you expect him to be generous? This guy stole so many golem demon's hearts. He's counting on them to make a fortune. Even if he's being cheated, he can't do anything about it. Unless he doesn't want to enter the 9 mystic realm. Who doesn't want to enter the 9 mystic realm? It's a secret realm passed down from the Desolate era. Why did I hear that it's a secret realm passed down from the Bronze era? I heard that it's a secret realm passed down from the Absolute Beginning era. It doesn't matter which era it's passed down from. The 9 mystic realm contains great opportunities and even contains the power of the world. As long as you can enter, you'll definitely benefit a lot. That's right. Even those old experts want to enter the 9 mystic realm. Many people were talking about the 9 mystic realm, and then they began to talk about the evil demon duo. Although they were unhappy with the demon duo for taking advantage of the situation, they could only accept it. The demon duo was too cruel. Previously, even the 3,000 cultivators from the demon duo's alliance had been defeated. Now, not many people dared to provoke the demon duo. As for robbing the demon duo, no one dared to think about it. How many golem demons' hearts can I exchange this white rock fruit for? A cultivator took out a white fruit and asked. White rock fruit? What the hell is that? Lin Feng asked. The white rock fruit can refine a cultivator's magic power and make it purer and purer, the cultivator said. In order to break through to the next realm, there were 2 aspects of improvement. The first aspect of improvement was the increase in the amount of magic power. The second aspect of improvement was the increase in the purity of his magic power. In order to break through one's realm, not only did one have to increase the amount of magic power, one also had to increase the purity of the magic power. Neither of these 2 conditions could be omitted. Not a single condition was missing. Cultivators were unable to break through. The white rock fruit could increase the purity of one's spiritual power. Such a treasure was extremely rare. 1 wild fruit is worth 200 golem's heart. Lin Feng said. Big brother, this is a white rock fruit, not some wild fruit. Why are you only giving me 200 golem's hearts? Give me more, the cultivator said. Lin Feng said, all right. I'll give you more, 250 golem's heart. I can't give you any more. All right. Deal. The cultivator nodded. More and more people came to trade with Lin Feng. Basically, these people who came to trade were all bartering. For example, some immortal iron, divine stone, precious treasures, and so on. Very few people used powerful divine abilities to trade with Lin Feng. There was a reason for this. Powerful divine abilities would be treasured by people like treasures. It was not a problem for them to cultivate it themselves or pass it on to their children or successors. Many people weren't willing to do such a thing as trading with outsiders. It was different if they used some treasures, immortal iron, divine stone, or even divine artifacts. These things were all worldly possessions. If they were lost, they could be found again. Lin Feng exchanged for a large amount of immortal iron, divine stone, treasures, and all kinds of treasures. Although he did not exchange for those powerful divine abilities, Lin Feng was already mentally prepared, so he did not feel disappointed. Moreover, the various things that he exchanged for were precious enough. Move aside, move aside. This is the underground city's business. Unrelated people, stay away. 20 to 30 cultivators rushed in from outside. People from the underground city's Yang clan, someone whispered. The ancestor of the underground city's Yang clan was one of the vice city lords. Therefore, the underground city's Yang clan was very powerful in the underground city. Ordinary people could not afford to offend the Yang clan. A group of people surrounded Lin Feng and Xian Yuling. Brat, you dare to sell golems' hearts in public and go against the rules set by the city lord. Now, we are going to confiscate your golems' hearts. Do you have any objections? An expert from the Yang clan said coldly. Lin Feng said, of course I have objections. I am a law-abiding citizen. When did I violate the rules set by the city lord? The expert from the Yang clan said, the city lord set a rule that one must pay 1,000 golems' hearts to pass the test and enter the 9 arcana realm. Many people do not have that many golems' hearts. Now that you are openly selling golems' hearts, these people will be able to buy the golems' hearts from you. It is because of you that these people who did not have the qualifications to enter the 9 arcana realm have the qualifications to enter. Your actions have destroyed the city lord's original intentions. If this is not a blatant violation of the city lord's rules, what is it? Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, you are not the city lord of the underground city. How do you know what the city lord is thinking? Maybe the city lord is encouraging me to do this. Go do what you are supposed to do. Don't disturb me when I am selling. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, we will have to take your golems' hearts by force. The expert from the Yang clan said coldly. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "Don't think that I don't know who you are. Aren't you from the Yang clan?" As I recall, some time ago, a fellow named Yang Quan came looking for the two of us. He said that he wanted to work together with us to rob the cultivators inside this space. However, he was too greedy. He wanted 70% of the stone demon's heart. Naturally, we refused. Thus, Yang Quan decided to take advantage of the fact that he had the advantage in numbers to rob us. In the end, however, he was beaten black and blue by me. He had to kneel and beg for mercy. "Are you fellows the helpers Yang Quan found?" Lin Feng's words caused a huge commotion. The Yang clan was the vice city lord of the underground city, yet they were openly leading the group to rob other cultivators. Chapter 22-29. Everyone, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. This kid is a heinous bandit. His words have no credibility at all, the Yang clan's expert hurriedly said. Naturally, they couldn't admit that what Lin Feng said was done by their Yang clan. If other forces were to rob others of their golem heart, it would be fine. After all, the Yang clan was a deputy city lord clan and was half the owner of the underground city. After the underground city's city lord issued the assessment mission, the Yang clan actually took the lead to rob other cultivators of their golem heart. Wasn't this undermining the city lord's authority? The Yang clan's people entered this space to supervise the various major powers, so that they wouldn't go overboard. Who would have thought that the Yang clan would steal from their own people? Previously, when the twin demons robbed a cultivator from a deputy city lord's residence, I thought it was just a rumor. Now, it seems like it's true. The ones who were robbed were Yang Quan and the others from the Yang clan. I've seen this Yang Quan before. He's arrogant and greedy by nature, so I'm not surprised that he would rob others of their golem heart. Many people started to discuss. They didn't believe a single word of the Yang clan's expert's explanation. What kind of place was this underground city? It was the city of sin. For the Yang clan to be able to become a deputy city lord clan, they must have been stained with blood. Therefore, it wasn't strange that the Yang clan would rob others of their golem heart. Not only the Yang clan, many people believed that even the other deputy city lord clans were doing this kind of thing. But why didn't the news leak out? Wasn't it simple? Kill them to silence them, and no news would spread. If this matter wasn't exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone would turn a blind eye. But the key was that this matter was exposed by Lin Feng. The problem involved in this was very serious. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, the Yang clan's expert's face suddenly turned ugly. This kid is disrupting the order. He's ruining the city lord's plan. He has ulterior motives. As a deputy city lord clan, the Yang clan must protect the city lord's dignity. Attack. If he dares to resist, kill him, the Yang clan's expert said coldly. As soon as this person's voice fell. In an instant. Under the leadership of this Yang clan expert, the 20 to 30 cultivators of the Yang clan all pounced towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. They're about to attack. The twin demons have robbed so many people. Their methods must be extraordinary, right? We'll know when we see it, many people said excitedly. Everyone also wanted to see what was so special about the famous male and female demons. You're courting death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped out. He immediately unleashed his epoch hegemony. Boom. Epochal chi enveloped all the cultivators of the Yang family. After these people were enveloped by epoch's domineering aura, their combat strength was instantly suppressed. Moreover, under the awe of Ji Yuan's domineering aura, these people's fighting spirit was instantly shattered. This was the terrifying aspect of Ji Yuan's domineering nature. Oppression. Intimidating. Attack. Defense. It was omnipotent. Stoneman watching the sea of clouds. After displaying his epoch-domineering aura to intimidate the experts of the Yang family, Yimo's expression changed. Lin Feng immediately used this half-immortal technique. The power of this half-immortal technique was too strong. The shadow of the stoneman watching the sea of clouds condensed. Then, the void trembled slightly. Bang, 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 one by one, the Yang clan experts were sent flying. After that, Lin Feng used his great oppressive technique to oppress all those people. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? He suppressed this group of experts of the Yang clan so easily. The leading cultivator of the Yang clan has a great background. His name is Yang Yudao. He's a 5th celestial layer giant god realm expert, but he was easily suppressed. The key is that the rest of the cultivators of the Yang clan are also quite strong. They are at least in the heavenly god realm, and there are 3 giant god realm experts. So many experts attacked together, but they were still suppressed. This is the most terrifying part. I really don't know how that guy cultivates. He's so strong at such a young age. No wonder he can live so freely after robbing so many cultivators. It's because he's too strong. Seeing Lin Feng suppress the group of experts of the Yang clan in an instant, many people cried out in surprise. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. They were astonished and moved. Lin Feng's strength shocked too many people. This is robbery. Hand over the stone devil's heart on you. Lin Feng shouted. You want our stone devil's heart? Dream on. A cultivator of the Yang clan said coldly. His words were very unyielding. He was sure that Lin Feng wouldn't dare to go too far with the Yang clan. After all, the Yang clan was the Vice City Lord's clan. If Lin Feng went too far, would he still be able to leave the underground city alive? But this guy was wrong this time. Lin Feng hated people threatening him the most. So what if you're from the Yang clan? I won't give a damn about you. Lin Feng directly lifted the expert of the Yang clan and walked towards a small stream not far away. What is this guy trying to do? Many people couldn't help but mutter. Kid, what are you trying to do to me? Hurry up and put me down, otherwise, my Yang clan won't let you off. The cultivator also panicked and couldn't help but shout loudly. He began to threaten Lin Feng. To clear your head. Lin Feng curled his lips and directly turned the cultivator's body upside down. Then, he stuck the cultivator's head into the stream. Then, he set up a few restrictions, imprisoning the cultivator's body so that he couldn't struggle. Damn, he's stabbing an onion upside down. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. Lin Feng's method was simply too cruel. This is a self-awakening method that I learned a long time ago. In the past, I stuck a blind guy in a pond, and that guy's mind quickly became clear. Now that I've stuck this guy in a stream, I'm guessing that this guy's mind will soon become clear. Lin Feng grinned. He's really handsome. Many female cultivators looked at Lin Feng as if they were seeing stars. Lin Feng was young, powerful, and carefree. He was simply the perfect candidate for a partner. Many female cultivators even began to inquire about Lin Feng, but unfortunately, no one knew where Lin Feng came from. The male cultivators were covered in cold sweat, thinking that Lin Feng was simply as terrifying as a demon. If they offended this guy, they would definitely be in for a bad time. Lin Feng smiled and walked towards the rest of the Yang clan. This is robbery. Obediently hand over the golem's heart, or I'll let you be like that guy, your head in the stream to clear your head. Chapter 2230. How could he face others with his head stuck in the stream? Everyone lived for their reputation. It was the same for cultivators. They valued their reputation a lot. Hence, the Yang clan members' faces turned green when they heard Lin Feng's words. They didn't want to end up like that. This guy is really a devil. Even if the Yang clan members don't agree, they still want to be adult. Yeah, if they were really stuck upside down, it would be so embarrassing. How are they going to survive in the future? If that really happens, they will definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. Evil people need evil people to deal with evil people. The Yang clan members are arrogant and domineering, and they do whatever they want. However, the Yang clan is too powerful, and no one dares to provoke them. But now, the Yang clan members have kicked an iron plate. The Yang clan members deserve it. The male cultivators all looked at the cultivators of the Yang clan with a gloating expression. This guy is so handsome. It's over. My heart is going to melt. I want to hug him. I like this little brother so much. The female cultivators looked at Lin Feng with infatuated expressions. Between male and female cultivators, the things they cared about were naturally different. We'll hand it over. Please don't stick us upside down, the Yang clan members said with tearful faces. After Lin Feng released the seals on these people, they took out the golem heart and handed it to Lin Feng. Take that guy stuck in the stream and get the hell out of here, Lin Feng said. The group of people from the Yang clan was so angry that they wanted to die. When had they ever been humiliated like this? And now, they were humiliated by Lin Feng again and again. The Yang clan members were about to explode from anger, but they were no match for Lin Feng. They could only suppress their anger for now. Kid, just you wait. When you return to the underground city, we'll teach you a lesson, the Yang clan members thought viciously. Even though Lin Feng was wearing a mask, a top aristocratic family like the Yang clan would definitely have a way to identify Lin Feng. Therefore, if they wanted to look for Lin Feng, they would not be able to find him. Perhaps he could really find Lin Feng. The group of people from the Yang clan brought along the cultivator that Lin Feng had stuck in the small stream and quickly fled into the distance. They did not want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. Lin Feng continued to peddle his golem's heart. Many people lined up to trade with Lin Feng. After the trade, they secretly cursed Lin Feng for being a black-hearted guy. He actually lowered the prices of everyone's treasures to such a low level. Little brother, what's your name? How old are you this year? Did he have a wife? What do you think of me? Young master, my name is Mu Yunshi, the only daughter of the ancient Mu clan. I am still single. May I know if I can get acquainted with you? Young master, my surname is Chu and my name is Xiao Wn. Many beautiful female cultivators surrounded him and began to introduce themselves. It was truly a dazzling sight. This guy is really lucky. So many fairies are throwing themselves at him. Many people said sourly. Lin Feng faced these young fairies with an indifferent expression and said, "Everyone, don't have any ideas about me. I am already taken. This is my wife. Their child is already a few years old. Everyone, disperse." As Lin Feng spoke, he grabbed Xian Yueling's jade-like hand and displayed his affection in front of the group of young fairies who wanted to marry him. When the young fairies heard Lin Feng's words and saw Lin Feng and Xian Yueling holding hands, their hearts almost shattered. "It's fine. I am willing to be a concubine." Immediately, one of the young fairies said. She looked as if she was willing to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire for love. "I am also willing to be a concubine as long as I can stay by your side," another little fairy elder sister said. "When there was one, there would be two. When there were two, there would be three. When there were three, there would be four." The group of young fairies pestered Lin Feng. Since they couldn't become his wife, they wanted to be his concubine. "Aya, you are all too enthusiastic. I am embarrassed. Your families won't object, right?" Lin Feng rubbed his hands and said with a smile. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a sudden pain at his waist. He realized that Xian Yuling had pinched his waist. When he looked at her, she even revealed a charming smile. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that any woman would use this trick. "We are willing to go through fire and water for love," the group of young fairies said. "You have fallen in love with the wrong person. We are destined not to be together. I wish you all the best in finding your own happiness," Lin Feng said. The group of young fairies still wanted to pester him. Xian Yuling took out dozens of jade talismans and looked as if she was going to throw them over. The group of young fairies were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They quickly left. Lin Feng only kept 2,000 golem devil's hearts. 1,000 of them were his. 1,000 of them were Xian Yueling's. These were used to pass the underground city's city lord test. As for the various treasures obtained from selling the golem devil's hearts, Lin Feng took half and Xian Yuling took the other half. Lin Feng put the other half that belonged to Xian Yuling into a storage ring and gave it to her. Xian Yuling didn't even look at it. She casually kept the storage ring. Then, the surrounding crowd dispersed. After that, a few mysterious cultivators began to sell large amounts of golem devil's hearts. Clearly, they had also stolen them. These people weren't like the fiendish male and female duo. This was because they directly killed people and stole their treasures. They didn't leave behind any clues. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling rarely killed people. They only stole other people's golem devil's hearts. Therefore, their reputations were spread by the cultivators that they had plundered. Soon, everyone realized that they had wronged the fiendish male and female duo. Many people still felt that the fiendish male and female duo had sold the golem devil's hearts at too low a price. Therefore, many people didn't make a deal. Even after making a deal, those people secretly cursed Lin Feng for being a black-hearted guy. He was even more black-hearted than those landlords who exploited farmers in the secular world. However, when the other forces began to sell the golem devil's hearts, everyone realized how kind Lin Feng was. The same piece of Phoenix Immortal Iron could be exchanged for 300 golem devil's hearts from Lin Feng. At other forces, they could only exchange for 120 to 150 golem devil's hearts. Many cultivators who didn't exchange for golem devil's hearts from Lin Feng were filled with regret. If they had known earlier, they would have exchanged for golem devil's hearts from Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was in trouble. Because he and Xian Yuling had encountered the demonic blood. The demonic blood was terrifying. It swept over heaven and earth, wanting to devour Lin Feng and Xian Yuling. Unlucky! Lin Feng shouted gloomily. He pulled Xian Yuling and quickly fled into the distance. Chapter 2231. The demonic blood chased after him relentlessly as Lin Feng fled frantically. Last time, Lin Feng had managed to shake off the demonic blood without much difficulty. This time, however, the situation was different. The demonic blood chased after him like a shadow. It was not easy to shake off the demonic blood. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The demonic blood seemed to be even stronger than before. The demonic blood was very strange. It seemed to be able to continuously devour blood to increase its strength. What puzzled Lin Feng was that he did not know what the demonic blood was. It was actually so terrifying. Why are you chasing after me? Lin Feng could not help but look at the demonic blood speechlessly. He hoped that the demonic blood would quickly distance itself from him. However, the demonic blood clearly had no intention of letting Lin Feng and Xian Yuling go. It continued to chase after them. Could it be that this demonic blood got angry because I stole the demonic god furnace? So it won't give up until it kills me? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. At that moment, the demon lord said, "It's not because of the demonic god furnace. I'm guessing that the demonic blood has taken a liking to your powerful bloodline." Lin Feng frowned slightly. If that was the case, it would be even more troublesome. Facing Lin Feng's question, the demonic blood did not seem to have any intention of answering Lin Feng's question. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Within the demonic blood's body, a suffocating power surged out. Perhaps there was no bloodline in this world that the demonic blood could not devour. A bloody light filled the sky, covering the sun. If it was covered by the demonic blood's bloody light, at that time, only death would await them. Lin Feng said, "Give me some jade talismans. I'll see if I can blow this demonic blood to death." Xian Yuling nodded, then took out more than 30 jade talismans and handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out all the jade talismans. Rumble. Following that, more than 30 jade talismans exploded. Xian Yueling's jade talismans were extremely powerful. With so many jade talismans exploding, the energy generated could destroy heaven and earth. A large amount of the forest was destroyed. The destructive energy drowned the demonic blood. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy. Was the HP going to be destroyed? He couldn't help but look at the center of the explosion with anticipation. Swish, but at this moment, a blood-red light gushed out, and the demon blood rushed out from the center of the explosion. The demonic blood emitted a cold aura. After that cold aura enveloped Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The demonic blood was clearly enraged. F***CK, even this can't destroy you. What a pervert. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. Immediately after, he grabbed Xian Yueling's jade hand and flew off into the distance. As for Mo Shui, he continued his pursuit. The fluctuations emitted by the demonic blood were getting stronger and stronger. Lin Feng guessed that the demon blood must be accumulating power. Then, once it caught up to him, it would explode with a thunderous attack. One was fleeing while the other was chasing. As time passed, the distance between the two got closer and closer. Lin Feng's expression became more and more unsightly. If the demonic blood caught up to them, it would be troublesome. When the demonic blood was only 1,000 meters away from Lin Feng felt a terrifying killing intent from the demonic blood. Perhaps in the eyes of the demonic blood, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling were turtles in a jar, unable to escape. At this moment, Xian Yuling's right hand slightly waved in the direction of the demonic blood. An invisible force gushed out. Bang! Immediately after, that invisible force slammed into the demonic blood. The demonic blood actually exploded. The demonic blood did not die. After the explosion, it actually reformed. After Lin Feng flew a few thousand meters away, he looked behind him and realized that the demonic blood was actually not chasing after them. This caused him to be very puzzled. Lin Feng couldn't help but stop. Then, he muttered, "What's going on with the demonic blood? Why did it stop? That's really strange. It was still chasing after us." Lin Feng was very puzzled. Xian Yuling, on the other hand, shook her head. Lin Feng said, "Could it be that it can't bear to kill me because I'm too handsome?" Fut. Xian Yuling couldn't help but chuckle. This woman's smile was really too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it made one's soul tremble. Feeling Lin Feng's burning gaze, Xian Yuling's face blushed. Xian Yuling blushed and pinched Lin Feng's nose. Lin Feng grabbed Xian Yuling's hand and quickly left with her. The demonic blood did not chase after Lin Feng. Instead, it wandered around for a while before flying in another direction. Time flew by. On this day, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Above the 9 heavens, a huge vortex appeared. It was time for the test. Everyone was about to leave the golem space. I'm still missing over 100 golem hearts. Just over 100 more. Give me a few more days and I'll definitely be able to gather 1,000 golem heart. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. I'm still missing over a dozen golem hearts and I'll be able to gather 1,000 golem hearts. I'm so close to success, but it's all for naught. I can't accept this. Many people roared with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling they were, what was done could not be undone. The result could not be changed. If they didn't leave, they would be trapped in this golem space until they died. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless cultivators soared into the sky and entered the huge vortex. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flash of light, the cultivators who charged into the vortex all disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared above the underground city's plaza. Whoosh. As for the devil blood, it drilled into the body of one of the cultivators. He also charged into the vortex. A flash of light. The cultivator possessed by the demonic blood also arrived above the underground city's plaza. 2 hours later, the whirlpool disappeared. A huge light screen suddenly appeared above the plaza. The hazy figure of the underground city's city lord walked out of the light screen. The trial is over. You can hand in the golem heart to the underground city's mission palace. Those who pass the trial will receive an exclusive identity token. This identity token is the token that allows you to enter the 9 arcane secret realm. You can now head to the mission palace to hand in the golem heart. The 9 arcane secret realm will open in 10 days. As for those who have not gathered 1,000 golem hearts, you can also head to the mission palace. The mission palace will buy your golem heart at a high price. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, the light screen disappeared. The underground city's city lord also disappeared without a trace. The cultivators on the plaza all rushed to the mission palace. There were also some cultivators who wanted to buy the golem heart at a high price. They wanted to make up for the 1,000 golem hearts and obtain the token to enter the 9 arcane secret realm. However, at this time, it was too difficult to purchase the golem heart. Many people would rather sell it to the mission palace than to other cultivators. These people's mentality was that since they couldn't enter the 9 arcane secret realm, no one else could. Lin Feng and Xian Yuling walked toward the mission palace. A pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Feng's back from the dark, occasionally revealing a murderous intent. Chapter 2232. After paying 2,000 rock devils' heart in the mission palace, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling each received an identity token. Then, the two of them recorded their basic information and made a backup in the mission palace. After that, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling left and returned to their residence. After returning to their residence, they could finally have a good rest. During the month in the Rock Devil space, they had not been able to have a good rest. Therefore, whether it was physically or mentally, they were exhausted. After returning, Lin Feng called out Little Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit from the mountain river ring. The three of them started playing in the courtyard. After resting for a day, Lin Feng decided to go into seclusion. He had obtained many treasures in the Rock Devil's space. It was time to properly digest these treasures. Lin Feng counted the various items he had obtained. Then, he took out the natural treasures that could increase his cultivation and refined them. After 5 days of seclusion, Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through from the 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer. After breaking through, Lin Feng's mood was very good. At night, Lin Feng held a small bonfire party in the courtyard. Late at night, Little Meng Meng fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit each hugged a wine jar and drank until their eyes were hazy. Lin Feng sent the two of them back into the mountain river ring. Sometimes, Lin Feng wished that he was Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. The two of them lived a carefree life without any worries. It was really enviable. And now, Lin Feng had too many things to consider. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuling. He noticed that Xian Yuling's mood seemed a little off today. Lin Feng asked, Ling did something happen? Xian Yuling turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Then, she smiled. Her smile was pitilessly beautiful. Then, she shook her head. Lin Feng and Xian Yuling returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Lin Feng noticed that Xian Yuling had yet to appear, so he knocked on Xian Yuling's door. There was no movement for a long while. Lin Feng pushed open the door and discovered that Xian Yuling wasn't there. There was a letter on the table. There was a line of words on the letter. I was very happy during this period of time. I will remember you forever. There was no signature on the end of the letter. Clearly, Xian Yuling had left. He can write now. Has his memory recovered? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He was very happy for Xian Yuling that she was able to recover. However, Xian Yuling's departure caused Lin Feng to feel a sense of loss. Parting might always be a little sad. Despite the many departures they had experienced. But every time they bid farewell to their loved ones, friends, and lovers, they would never leave. Lin Feng was always a little sad. Even if countless years had passed, this feeling might not have changed. This was related to Lin Feng's personality. He was a rather emotional person. With such a personality, he was destined to value all kinds of relationships very much. For the next few days, Lin Feng didn't go out. He guessed that the Yang clan would be looking for him during this period of time. It was also good that he didn't go out. If the Yang clan found him, it would inevitably cause some trouble. Although Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the Yang clan, he didn't want to cause any more trouble now. Xian Yuling's departure made him a little sad. He just wanted to stay here quietly for a while. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the 9 mysterious realm to open. Everyone entered the underground city's plaza once again. The mysterious underground city's city lord appeared. It was hazy and they still couldn't see his or her appearance clearly. It was unknown whether he or she was a man or a woman. Congratulations to everyone for passing the test. You can enter the 9 mysterious realm to cultivate. There are many opportunities inside. However, whether you can obtain those opportunities will depend on your own abilities. Yes, the underground city lord said with a smile. Swish. Following that, a light flashed and a spacetime gate appeared. The cultivators holding the token rushed into the sky and flew towards the spacetime gate. After the identity token was sensed by the spacetime gate, the cultivators could enter without any obstructions. Some people even created fake tokens in an attempt to sneak in. However, they couldn't do so. After the spacetime gate sensed the aura of the fake token, it shot out a spacetime force. Bang! The cultivators who tried to sneak in had their bodies explode. They died on the spot. Many of the cultivators who were trying to bluff their way through turned pale when they saw this scene. How would they dare to try? Lin Feng entered the spacetime gate. A powerful spacetime shifting force enveloped his body. Then, Lin Feng felt his body being teleported. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast forest. Kid, you made us look for you so hard. Let's see how you can escape today. A cold voice came from the sky. More than 10 powerful cultivators flew over. One of them was holding a mirror that was surrounded by immortal chi. The mirror locked onto Lin Feng's aura. The mirror was called the aura-seeking mirror. Previously, when the people of the Yang clan were in the golem space, they sensed some of Lin Feng's aura. After those people returned to the Yang clan, they sent Lin Feng's aura into the aura-seeking mirror. Once Lin Feng appeared, no matter what disguise Lin Feng used, he couldn't hide from the aura-seeking mirror. The leader is called Yang Shangyu. This person is a big shot in the Yang clan. He is one of the top 3 experts in the Yang clan's middle generation. It is said that he has cultivated to the 7th or 8th layer of the giant god realm. So many experts from the Yang clan have been mobilized for the sake of a young cultivator. Isn't this a little too much? Isn't that so? I think this matter is definitely not simple. There are too many strange and thought-provoking things. Many people discussed and couldn't help but guess the ins and outs of the whole matter. The people of the Yang clan didn't seem to have any intention of announcing Lin Feng's identity. They were worried that after announcing Lin Feng's identity, other major forces would snatch Lin Feng's treasures from them. The people of the Yang clan were seeking revenge on Lin Feng. Although it was called revenge, it was more to rob Lin Feng of his treasures. Lin Feng glanced at the group of Yang clan experts and said, "When have I ever escaped? Why are you looking for me?" "To kill you, of course." Yang Shangyu's voice was cold. "Do it," he waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 experts of the Yang clan rushed towards Lin Feng. Their killing intent soared to the sky. The people of the Yang clan are going to make a move. Heavens, with so many experts attacking together, that kid won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Even Yang Shangyu is attacking together. That kid is dead for sure. Seeing Yang Shangyu and the others attack, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Those cultivators who were watching the show looked at Lin Feng as if he was a dead man. Chapter 2233. Yang Shangyu and the rest were very powerful. They were very confident when they joined forces. They didn't believe that Lin Feng could do anything. Lin Feng looked indifferent when he was surrounded by Yang Shangyu and the rest. He looked at them coldly and said, "You bunch of reckless fools. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your lives. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Feng's words. They looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? He was surrounded by Yang Shangyu and the rest, and he still dared to say such words. Did he really not care about Yang Shangyu and the rest? "You're courting death." Yang Shangyu and the rest shouted angrily and attacked Lin Feng with their palms. They were used to being high and mighty. How could they swallow their anger after being humiliated by Lin Feng? Therefore, they were all filled with killing intent. They couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He directly used epoch dominance when he was surrounded by more than 10 experts. Boom! The epoch domineering chi emitted a destructive wave that intimidated the group of experts from the Yang clan. Even an expert as powerful as Yang Shangyu was forced to retreat by Lin Feng's epoch dominance. Epoch dominance's deterrence effect on cultivators was extremely terrifying. It could easily destroy a cultivator's fighting spirit. It could make the opponent lose all fighting spirit. Moreover, cultivators who were intimidated by epoch dominance couldn't circulate their magic power smoothly. Their cultivation level would be severely suppressed. It was considered good if they could use 60% or 70% of their original cultivation level. Ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand Lin Feng's epoch dominance at all with his current cultivation level. Many experts from Yang clan were as pale as paper. Stone Man observes the sea of cloud. After releasing the epoch hegemony, Lin Feng immediately used this powerful half-immortal technique. The stone golem was formed by the sea of clouds, and it pressed down on the cultivators of the Yang clan. Bang bang bang, the sound of flesh exploding could be heard. The first attack, condensed by the stone man watching the sea of clouds, had already killed several powerful cultivators. So powerful. Yang Shangyu and the others have kicked an iron plate. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. Who would have thought that? It turned out that the experts of the Yang clan had been suppressed in an instant. Moreover, many of the Yang clan's experts had died. Many people were incomparably shocked. Lin Feng was such a young cultivator. Wasn't his cultivation too terrifying? The faces of Yang Shangyu and the rest also changed greatly. These people clearly did not expect Lin Feng to actually have such tyrannical strength. Retreat! Yang Shangyu shouted in a deep voice. He planned to stay away from Lin Feng. Then, a group of people would circulate their magic power and condense a powerful super technique to suppress Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had displayed powerful combat strength, Yang Shangyu could clearly feel it. In fact, Lin Feng's magic power was not particularly strong. It was just that some of the super techniques that he had mastered were too powerful. Lin Feng's situation was exactly the same as what Yang Shangyu had sensed. However, Lin Feng would not give Yang Shangyu such a chance. He quickly rushed over and released an even more powerful epoch hegemony. The experts of the Yang clan who were enveloped by the epoch hegemony found it difficult to move. Even the strongest Yang Shangyu found it difficult to move. Lin Feng walked step by step towards the experts of the Yang clan like the Grim Reaper. The biggest mistake you people have made is to provoke me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. He continued to use the stone man watching the sea of clouds to attack the experts of the Yang clan. Bang! 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 Sounds of violent collisions rang out one after another. The experts of the Yang clan were blasted out one after another. These experts of the Yang clan were directly killed and died tragically on the spot. Not long after, only Yang Shangyu was left alive among the dozen or so experts of the Yang clan. It's your turn. Lin Feng's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He leaped out and charged towards Yang Shangyu. Devil prison evil technique. Yang Shangyu gave a low cry and condensed a huge devil prison. This was a very powerful devil prison. After the devil prison was successfully condensed, it directly charged towards Lin Feng. It was as if it could destroy the firmament of the world and destroy the stars and universe. The devil prison descended from the sky and suppressed towards Lin Feng. Yang Shangyu was indeed worthy of being a high-level giant god realm expert. His strength was indeed powerful. After this tyrannical super technique was displayed, Lin Feng was quite surprised. Bang! The super techniques condensed by the two sides collided. Powerful energy shockwaves surged out. Both Lin Feng and Yang Shangyu were shaken until they retreated repeatedly. And Yang Shangyu was quite rich in combat experience. He took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to quickly rush out and shake off the suppression of epoch haki on him. Yang Shangyu gave Lin Feng a hateful look, turned around, and flew into the distance. You can't escape. Lin Feng sneered and chased after Yang Shangyu. Let's go and take a look. Many cultivators shouted loudly. This battle made many people feel shocked and moved. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would be powerful to such an extent? So many experts had fallen in this battle. The Yang clan's losses were too great. Lin Feng caught up with Yang Shangyu and the two of them started fighting. Both sides fought for hundreds of rounds. Yang Shangyu was no match for Lin Feng and was seriously injured by Lin Feng. Do you really want to kill me? Think carefully. If you really kill me, you'll have to face the endless fury of my Yang clan. Yang Shangyu shouted coldly. He wanted to use the Yang clan to intimidate Lin Feng. So what if you're from the Yang clan? No matter how powerful you are, you still have to hide in the underground city. Lin Feng sneered. He rushed forward and unleashed an unprecedented battle prowess. 9 punches in a row. Bang! Yang Xiangyu's body exploded. He was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. Yang Xiangyu is also dead. Many people looked at this scene in shock. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with deep respect and shock. This guy's cultivation was too terrifying. Even a powerful cultivator like Yang Xiangyu was killed by him. How did this guy cultivate? Many people muttered in their hearts. Lin Feng was about to leave. Crack! Suddenly, the void split open. A thin cultivator walked toward Lin Feng and slapped at Lin Feng. Endless blood-red light surged out. The blood-red light contained an extremely strange power. It's you. When he felt the strange power contained in the blood-red light, Lin Feng's expression changed. He did not fight with the thin cultivator. Instead, he quickly retreated and dodged the thin cultivator's attack. Chapter 2234. The skinny cultivator was none other than Mo Shui. However, Lin Feng speculated that Mo Shui must have entered the skinny cultivator's body to take control of it. For Mo Shui, such a feat was a piece of cake. It was an easy feat. I say, you're going overboard. Why do you keep staring at me? Lin Feng could not help but look at Mo Shui with a gloomy expression. This bastard was like a maggot attached to his bones. He could not shake him off even if he wanted to. I want your bloodline, Mo Shui said before pouncing at Lin Feng again. Young master, I won't lower myself to your level. Lin Feng turned and ran. Mo Shui pursued him relentlessly. You won't be able to escape, Mo Shui said sinisterly. What is going on here? Many of them were stunned. The combat power that Lin Feng had displayed earlier was simply too strong. Yet, such a formidable character had turned and fled the moment he saw the skinny cultivator. Just who was that skinny cultivator? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was puzzled. Su. Many of the cultivators gave chase, wanting to see the outcome of the battle between the two of them. However, they quickly discovered, to their dismay, that Lin Feng and the skinny cultivator were simply too fast. They were simply incapable of catching up to Lin Feng and the skinny cultivator. Let's not watch anymore. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Let's find our own fortune, a cultivator said. Next, the group of cultivators dispersed. Lin Feng would occasionally look behind him to see Mo Shui chasing after him. Mo Shui was truly persistent. Just what kind of damned thing are you? Lin Feng asked. Mo Shui is undying. I am a paramount existence. Even if the epoch is destroyed, I will live forever, Mo Shui said. Boast. Keep boasting. Lin Feng pursed his lips, a look of disbelief on his face. Who's boasting? Mo Shui could not help but feel speechless. It's just the two of us. Don't you know who's boasting? Lin Feng said. Mo Shui said. I don't care if you believe me or not. As long as I devour your bloodline today, I will be able to recover even more strength. Mo Shui increased his speed. Mo Shui sinisterly said, without that woman, you won't be able to escape today. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Mo Shui was implying something. That woman? This fellow was referring to Xian Yuling? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked calmly, what do you mean? Mo. You how? Of course, said Lin Feng, twitching his mouth. Bah. How can you be so shameless? With your little bit of cultivation, you want to marry such a powerful wife. If I were that woman, I wouldn't fall for you either. Mo Shui sneered. Lin Feng sneered. If you were a woman, do you think I would be interested in you? You should be thanking the heavens if I don't beat you into a pulp. Mo Shui sneered and said, TSK, I'm too lazy to talk so much nonsense with you. You will soon be devoured by me. Talking so much to a dying man is simply a waste of saliva. World of 8 Corners. Lin Feng pushed the power of World of 8 Corners to its limits. He moved as fast as lightning. Next, Lin Feng transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. The distance between him and Mo Shui was gradually increasing. After Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through, his speed had increased greatly. Mo Shui's face turned gloomy. A large amount of blood gushed out from the thin cultivator's body. This was Mo Shui's main body. When Mo Shui's main body completely flowed out from the thin cultivator's body, the thin cultivator's body instantly turned into a dried corpse. He fell from midair into the forest. Mo Shui's real body chased after Lin Feng. Mo Shui's speed was much faster than when he had possessed the skinny cultivator's body. TSK, TSK, TSK. Boy, you want to get rid of me? You must be dreaming. Mo Shui laughed strangely. Actually, I think we can work together. I will help you look for powerful bloodlines, such as the Holy Son of the Supreme Immortal Sect or the Saintess of the Ascension Immortal Sect. When the time comes, I will lure them out and you can devour their bloodlines, Lin Feng said. Mo Shui said, powerful bloodlines are destined to be mine. You and I will devour them. Those people you mentioned will also be devoured by me. It's too early to be happy. Lin Feng snorted coldly and increased his speed again. The 8 small worlds that appeared under his feet became more and more real. Lin Feng's speed increased again. The distance between him and Mo Shui gradually increased. Previously, Mo Shui had almost caught up to him because he was holding Xian Yuling. He had to fly with someone else. Naturally, his speed would be affected. This time, Lin Feng was flying alone. Moreover, not long ago, Lin Feng's speed had increased by a lot when he broke through. Mo Shui, on the other hand, did not change much. That was how Lin Feng managed to get rid of him. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief after completely shaking off Mo Shui. He had finally gotten rid of Mo Shui. He did not stop and flew toward the depths of the 9 mystic realm. This time, Lin Feng did not enter the 9 mystic realm to look for opportunities or orthodoxies. He came to cultivate the 3rd level of the 8-9 arcane art. The 3rd level of the 8-9 arcane art required him to absorb the power of the world. According to his chief master, Master Tortoise, there was a storm valley in the 9 mystic realm. The depths of the storm valley were connected to the 4 small worlds. The power of the world would surge out from the spacetime cracks. Normally, the storm valley was not difficult. The storm valley was located in the central region of the 9 mystic realm. Within a radius of 300 miles, there were violent storms. It was said that these storms were formed in the storm valley. Many cultivators came to the storm's periphery. Lin Feng saw many cultivators taking the risk to enter the storm. Why are these people so crazy? Could it be that they want to cultivate in the storm as well? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. What? Big brother, you want to cultivate in the storm? A burly cultivator looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. I do plan to. The cultivator said, look at the cultivators who are entering the storm. Actually, only a small portion of them are going there to cultivate. Most of them are going there to harvest natural treasures. Lin Feng said, top-grade natural treasures have spirituality. They really like to hide in dangerous places like this. Yeah, if we can harvest a few top-grade natural treasures, this trip will be worth it. The burly cultivator said. Lin Feng chatted with the burly cultivator for a while. After learning that the burly cultivator was also planning to cultivate in the storm, the two of them entered together. Chapter 2235. The storm was very fierce. Lin Feng held the hurricane pearl in his hand, so the storm outside had no effect on him. The burly cultivator took out an air-frozen pearl, and the storm had no effect on him. Haha, brother's air-frozen pearl is a powerful treasure, Lin Feng said with a smile. The hurricane pearl and the air-frozen pearl were different magic treasures. With the hurricane pearl, one could travel through the storm. With the air-frozen pearl, one could freeze the surrounding storm. Therefore, the air-frozen pearl was much more valuable than the hurricane pearl. The burly cultivator said, I got it by chance and rarely use it. This time, it came in handy, Lin Feng said with a smile. There are some treasures that you don't need most of the time, but if you need it one day and don't have it on you, that would be sad. Haha, it's exactly as brother said. The burly cultivator said with a smile. The two of them walked into the depths of the storm. Not long after, they saw a mountain range. In the storm, there was a strong smell of blood. The two of them couldn't help but look solemn. Something seems to have happened, the burly cultivator said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It should be in the mountain range in front of us. Let's go and take a look." The burly cultivator and Lin Feng walked towards the mountain range in front of them. After arriving here, they found many broken limbs. These people should be the cultivators who came in before. They died miserably. Their bodies were torn apart, scattered all over the ground. It should be some fierce beast that attacked them, the burly cultivator said with a solemn expression. Lin Feng said, "It seems that this place is not safe. Let's go quickly." The two of them did not stay and quickly rushed into the depths. Along the way, they saw many heaven and earth treasures. Then, the two of them wantonly collected the heaven and earth treasures here. Screech, in the storm, there was a sharp and ear-piercing sound. "The fierce beasts are here," Lin Feng said. The tall and sturdy cultivator licked his lips and said with a sinister smile, "I'll be here sooner or later. I want to see what kind of ferocious beasts can kill so many powerful cultivators." Lin Feng could not stop himself from revealing a wry smile. It would appear that this muscular cultivator was also a warmonger. Waves of gloomy and cold aura filled the air. Within the violent storm, terrifying creatures appeared one after another. When one looked carefully, one could see them. Each of the creatures had a pair of wings, and their bodies were covered in spikes. Of course, the most hair-raising thing was that the heads of these creatures were similar to the heads of blood-colored bats. They had extremely sharp fangs and thick, powerful tails. What kind of monster is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. It was his first time seeing such a ferocious beast. The burly cultivator said, "This ferocious beast should be a wind beast. It's said that it's an evil beast born in hurricanes. It's extremely evil." Whoosh! As the burly cultivator spoke, a large machete appeared in his hand. Looking at his excited expression, it was obvious that he couldn't wait to fight with these ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took out the black dragon sword. Holding the sword in his hand, he looked at the densely packed wind beasts around him. The number of wind beasts was constantly increasing, and their bodies emitted an evil and cold aura. Screech! The wind beasts let out sharp and ear-piercing cries, and the densely packed wind beasts screamed together. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator immediately felt a sharp pain in their heads. Clearly, the cries of the wind beasts were equivalent to a powerful sound wave attack. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator were caught off guard and were hit by the sound wave attack. However, Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator were not ordinary people, and they were able to block the soul attack of the wind beasts. At this time, the densely packed wind beasts were already charging towards the two of them. These wind beasts were as fast as lightning. In an instant, they were in front of the two of them, and their sharp claws clawed at the two of them. Lin Feng held the sword with both hands and slashed at the wind beasts. Clang! 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 When the black dragon sword clashed with the wind beast's sharp claws, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. It was as if the sword had clashed with the most powerful magic treasure. The wind beast's claws were simply too hard. After the exchange, Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble. No wonder so many powerful cultivators had died tragically under the wind beast's sharp claws. There was a reason why those cultivators had died so tragically. The tall and sturdy cultivator, who was originally full of confidence and fighting spirit, now had a serious expression because he was also in trouble. These wind beasts were not so easy to deal with. Epoch Hegemony. Lin Feng released his Epoch Hegemony, enveloping all the wind beasts within a 20-meter radius. After being intimidated by Epoch Hegemony, the combat strength of these wind beasts immediately decreased sharply. Moreover, their speed was also greatly reduced. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator seized the opportunity and killed more than 10 wind beasts in a row. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, this move of yours is awesome." The tall and sturdy cultivator laughed loudly. Lin Feng smiled. Just as he was about to say something, a series of ear-piercing cries could be heard from afar. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator looked into the distance. They saw an overwhelming number of winged beasts. They did not know how many of them there were. All of them were flying toward them. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator were surrounded by hundreds of winged beasts that were eyeing them covetously. They did not know if there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of winged beasts flying toward them. Even when Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator saw so many winged beasts flying toward them, they were so scared that their faces were as pale as paper. "Let's go," Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. They had to break out of the encirclement quickly. If they were surrounded by the army of winged beasts, even if he and the tall and sturdy cultivator had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would still be unable to escape. In the end, only death awaited them. The two of them worked together to break out of the encirclement before the army of winged beasts could arrive. Behind them, the army of winged beasts was majestic as they chased after the two of them. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator fled frantically. They fled for a total of 6 hours before they managed to shake off the army of winged beasts. The two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, Lin Feng said, "I plan to head to the depths of the storm valley to cultivate." "Where do you want to go, brother?" When the tall and sturdy cultivator heard that Lin Feng wanted to enter the storm valley to cultivate, he was shocked. Clearly, he had heard of the storm valley before. The tall and sturdy cultivator knew that Lin Feng's abilities were extraordinary. He also knew that Lin Feng was not a reckless person. Since Lin Feng wanted to enter the storm valley to cultivate, he should have a way to adapt to the environment. The tall and sturdy cultivator said, "I want to go to the Rift Valley. It's also in the Storm Valley." "Then let's part here," Lin Feng said. The tall and sturdy cultivator smiled and said, "All right, we'll part here. If we meet outside, we'll definitely drink until we're drunk." "Of course." Lin Feng cupped his fists and bid farewell to the tall and sturdy cultivator. He flew toward the Storm Valley. The tall and sturdy cultivator flew toward the Rift Valley. Chapter 2236. Lin Feng stood outside of the Storm Valley and gazed into the distance. The void in the Storm Valley was distorted. This place was connected to 4 small worlds. It was obviously an extremely dangerous place. Lin Feng entered the Storm Valley. Suddenly, a powerful space-time power bombarded his body. Crack, crack. Even his powerful physical body began to crack. Lin Feng's expression became serious. The Storm Valley was indeed worthy of its reputation. He began to operate the 8-9 mysteries. The characteristic of the 8-9 mysteries was that it could fight to survive. As the 8-9 mysteries was operated, Lin Feng began to absorb the space-time power. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's body looked like a broken piece of porcelain. He looked extremely miserable. However, under the effect of the 8-9 mysteries, his body was on the verge of collapse, but not on the verge of collapsing. Through the most serious injuries. To stimulate the body's potential. This was a characteristic of the 8-9 mysteries. Of course, the cultivation principle seemed simple, but it was not easy to cultivate. The torture of the body might not be the most important. The most important thing was the destruction of the mind. If one's willpower was not strong enough, it was impossible to cultivate the 8-9 mysteries. Because the mind would immediately collapse. For survival. For myself. For my family. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. His body was fragmented again and again. However, under the repair of the immortal divine body, the broken body was restored to its original state. The reason why Master Tortoise valued Lin Feng more was because of Lin Feng's immortal divine body. The immortal divine body's repair effect on the body was incomparable to other cultivators. The serious injuries caused by the 8-9 mysteries could be repaired. Therefore, Master Tortoise believed that Lin Feng was the most suitable candidate to cultivate the 8-9 mysteries. This point of view was also reasonable. After adapting to it, Lin Feng began to walk toward the depths of the Storm Valley. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure he endured and the more serious the injuries he suffered. However, under the dual effect of the 8-9 mysteries and the immortal divine body, Lin Feng's body was constantly in a cycle of destruction and repair. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Lin Feng finally arrived at the depths of the storm valley. He saw 4 large rifts appearing in the depths of the distorted spacetime. Powerful spacetime power emanated from the cracks. Those large cracks were pitch black, and it was unknown what world they were connected to. I heard that one can travel between different worlds through a world crack. I wonder if that's true. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. It is indeed possible to jump through different worlds. However, jumping through different worlds through world cracks is not an easy task. The central areas of the world cracks contain a terrifying amount of world power. Additionally, the world power here is different from ordinary world power. Ordinary world power is very mild. After refining the world power, cultivators will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. The world power inside the world cracks, on the other hand, is very violent. Absorbing and devouring the world power inside the world cracks is very violent. Absorbing and devouring the world power inside the world cracks will result in self-destruction. The world power contained within the world rift is simply too vast. It will not be easy for cultivators to pass through it. Lin Feng nodded. If one could casually pass through such a place, wouldn't the various worlds fall into chaos? Buzz. A stream of world power descended from the sky and flew toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had been cultivating in the Storm Valley for more than half a month. He had also gradually adapted to the power of the storms here. However, Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art showed no signs of a breakthrough. Lin Feng knew this. The reason why there were no signs of a breakthrough in the 8-9 arcane art was because only the power of the world could make a breakthrough. Lin Feng had never absorbed world power. Now, Lin Feng finally saw world power descend. He hurriedly devoured the world power. Bang bang bang. However, after absorbing the world power, Lin Feng's body began to self-destruct. The world power contained a terrifying destructive power. No matter who absorbed the world power, they would not be able to escape unscathed. No one would have a good ending. Lin Feng was no exception. Lin Feng's face was as pale as paper. He hurriedly operated the 8-9 arcane art to devour the world power that was wreaking havoc in his body. At the same time, he operated the immortal divine body to heal his injuries. Finally, under the joint recovery of the 8-9 arcane art and the immortal divine body, the world power that was wreaking havoc in Lin Feng's body gradually calmed down. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had the immortal divine body. Otherwise, he might have really gone to meet the King of Hell. He didn't know if his dead senior brothers had successfully cultivated the 8-9 mysteries, which was the 3rd level of heaven. They did not have the immortal divine body. If they had cultivated the 1st level of the 8-9 arcane art, they would have been heaven-defying. After the world power calmed down, it began to be devoured by the 8-9 arcane art. When the first stream of world power was completely refined, Lin Feng immediately felt that the 8-9 arcane art seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. This made him very happy. If the 8-9 arcane art was cultivated to the 3rd level, when Lin Feng fought with the enemy, it could increase his battle strength to 8 times at most. Just the thought of an 8-fold increase in battle prowess was enough to make one's blood boil. In the next half a month, Lin Feng began to devour the world power to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Over and over again, the torture was worse than death. But Lin Feng came back to life again and again. Lin Feng stayed in the Storm Valley for a month and a half. Finally, his 8-9 arcane art completed a breakthrough. From the 2nd level, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level. After the breakthrough of the 8-9 arcane art, Lin Feng was very happy. First, it could increase his battle strength by 8 times. Second, it was because he was closer to the 5th level of the 8-9 arcane art. As long as the 8-9 arcane art was cultivated to the 5th level, Lin Feng would no longer have to worry about the 8-9 arcane art endangering his life. Phew. Lin Feng took a deep breath and was about to leave. Suddenly, one of the world rifts emitted powerful energy waves. When Lin Feng sensed that powerful qi, he couldn't help but look grave. He looked at the world scar emitting the powerful fluctuation and found that the space-time power in the world scar was becoming more and more violent. Demon Lord, there seems to be something wrong with that world scar. Something seems to have happened, Lin Feng said. The demon lord frowned slightly and said, if there is a change in the world scar, I'm afraid there will be some big changes. Heavens! What is that? Lin Feng pointed at the world scar and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 2237. Lin Feng could vaguely make out something crawling out of the world scar. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. He didn't know what it was. He could only vaguely make out a black shadow. That was because a black fog had wrapped around the thing that was crawling out. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the 9 demons painting, the 5 dragons wheel, and the Vajra wolf-tooth club. The 9 demons painting was an emperor weapon. The 5 dragons wheel was an immortal weapon. Although it was incomplete, it was still an immortal weapon with terrifying power. The Vajra wolf-tooth club was a top-grade bronze weapon. Of the 3 treasures, each one was stronger than the last. He didn't know what that thing was. Therefore, Lin Feng was on high alert. Finally, that terrifying creature crawled out of the world scar. Because the black fog had blocked Lin Feng's vision, Lin Feng opened the heavenly demon snake's eye. The heavenly demon snake's eye pierced through the black fog. Lin Feng clearly saw what that creature was. It was a pitch-black bug. It should have had 36 claws, but now it only had 12 left. The other 24 claws were all broken. Moreover, there were many wounds on that ugly bug's body. Many of those wounds were leaking a faint green liquid. Lin Feng guessed that the green liquid was probably the bug's blood. That ugly bug must have been severely injured. Did that bug come to the 9 states through the world scar? Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Any bug that could pass through the world scar was definitely not simple. Although the bug had suffered near-fatal injuries, Lin Feng still felt his heart palpitate. We can't stay here for long. Let's go, the demon lord said in a deep voice. Clearly, even the demon lord felt that the bug was troublesome. Lin Feng nodded and quickly rushed outside. However, that pitch-black bug had already set its sights on Lin Feng, said the gigantic black insect while staring at Lin Feng. From time to time, its eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh! It quickly pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt as if the surrounding void was about to solidify. The pitch-black insect was too terrifying. Even though it was heavily injured, it still gave Lin Feng a feeling that it would be difficult to contend against it. Under the pressure emitted by the big bug, Lin Feng couldn't even muster the will to resist. This was because the big bug's cultivation level was too high. It had already formed a pressure on Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed that this big insect had probably reached the boundary Emperor realm. However, when it crossed the world scar, the black bug had suffered a near-fatal injury. Its combat strength had greatly decreased compared to its peak. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated his epoch hegemony. When he unleashed his epochal haki, he felt that he had regained his mobility. Although it was heavily injured, the big bug's speed was still as fast as lightning. It closed the distance of several thousand meters in an instant. It only slowed down a little when it encountered Lin Feng's epoch hegemony. Lin Feng hurriedly controlled the 9 demons painting to attack the big bug. The big bug's claws suddenly swept out. Lin Feng's 9 demons painting was swept away. Then, the big bug charged towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng held the Wolverine mace with both hands. With a loud shout, he smashed it towards the big bug. Bang! The attack landed heavily on the big bug's body. The big bug was unscathed from such a powerful attack. At the same time that Lin Feng smashed the big bug, one of its sharp claws swept Lin Feng's abdomen, sending Lin Feng flying. Puff! A tearing sound was heard. A huge wound appeared on Lin Feng's abdomen. It was dripping with blood as if it was cut open by a sharp blade. Lin Feng lowered his head to look at his wound. His expression became extremely solemn. The big bug's strength was too abnormal. It was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. It even displayed such terrifying combat strength. If it was in its peak state, wouldn't it be able to kill him in an instant? The only fortunate thing was that the big bug's current condition was extremely bad. Screech! The big bug let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. After seeing blood, it seemed to be even more excited. The big bug let out a series of low growls and quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated. He was thinking of a way to deal with the big bug. The big bug's combat strength was too strong. Furthermore, his cultivation base was limited. If he wanted to kill the big bug, it would not be an easy task. Lin Feng looked at his other Dharma treasure. Immortal weapon 5-wheel dragon. With Lin Feng's current cultivation, he was still unable to activate the 5-dragon wheel. However, if Lin Feng burned 1 or 2 million years of his lifespan, he could activate the 5-dragon wheel. The 5-dragon wheel only needed to release a portion of its power. Lin Feng guessed that he could kill this big bug. After all, no matter how strong this big bug was before. But now, this big bug was already heavily injured and could not exert much of its combat strength. Although burning so much of his lifespan made Lin Feng feel extremely pained. But if his lifespan was consumed, it could be replenished as his cultivation increased. Moreover, the great longevity technique could also increase one's lifespan. But if he lost his life, then he would really be finished. Lin Feng smashed the Wolverine mace at the big bug through the air. Immediately after, he then controlled the 9 demons painting to attack the big bug. At the same time, Lin Feng began to burn his lifespan to increase the power of the 5-dragon wheel. Now, Lin Feng used his ability to multitask to deal with the big bug. Lin Feng instantly burned 1 million years of his lifespan. The life force that was transformed from the burning of his lifespan continuously poured into the 5-dragon wheel. However, the 5-dragon wheel did not react at all. Burning 1 million years of lifespan was simply unable to activate the 5-dragon wheel. The big bug, on the other hand, displayed its might and sent the 9 demons painting and the Wolverine mace flying. It once again charged towards Lin Feng, its sharp claws piercing towards Lin Feng's body. The situation was extremely dangerous. Shua. At this critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven mending technique. His body instantly disappeared from his original spot and appeared 200 meters away. The big bug's attack missed. Lin Feng once again burned 1 million years of his lifespan to support the 5-dragon wheel. Finally, the 5-dragon wheel reacted. Within the 5-dragon wheel, waves of powerful fluctuations shook out. "It's done," Lin Feng's face revealed an ecstatic expression. He could feel that the power of the 5-dragon wheel was recovering. The big bug also sensed the terror of the 5-dragon wheel. Therefore, its mood became extremely irritable. Shua. The big bug turned into a ray of black light. It pounced towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning. Chapter 2238. Buzz. When the big bug attacked Lin Feng successfully activated the 5-dragon wheel. The 5-dragon wheel immediately shot out a terrifying killing light and swept towards the big bug. Bang! The killing light from the 5-dragon wheel collided with the big insect, and suddenly, there was a muffled collision sound. This time, the big bug was sent flying by the 5-dragon wheel's attack. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's spirit was greatly boosted. The 5-dragon wheel was indeed powerful, as expected of an immortal artifact. Even though the 5-dragon wheel was only an incomplete immortal artifact, when the 5-dragon wheel was activated, it could still display shocking power. Lin Feng's confidence was greatly boosted. He began to control the 5-dragon wheel to take the initiative to attack the big bug. Screech! The big bug roared angrily and quickly pounced towards Lin Feng. Its eyes flickered with a bloody light. A large amount of black mist surged in the big bug's body. In the black mist, ugly bugs appeared one after another. The group of bugs that appeared in the black mist were not real. They were formed by the big bug's divine ability. But their attack power was abnormally terrifying. Lin Feng's expression did not change. Facing the divine ability attack formed by the big bug, he was still controlling the 5-dragon wheel. He burned 2 million years of his lifespan to strengthen the 5-dragon wheel. The 5-dragon wheel should be able to be controlled for a period of time, and this period of time was the best time for Lin Feng to kill the big bug. If he could not grasp this opportunity, it would not be easy to kill the big bug. Bang! The tyrannical attack shook the void slightly. The insects formed by the giant insects were all shattered into pieces. Lin Feng, who was controlling the 5-dragon wheel, had an aura that said, "No matter how many spells you use, I will break them with one treasure." Crack, crack. Suddenly, the big bug's body began to grow. It did not grow much. The big bug's body became as big as a mountain peak. And the big bug's aura. It also increased by many times. Seeing the mutated big bug, Lin Feng could not help but feel shocked. Even after suffering such a serious injury, the big bug was still able to transform. What a freak! After its body enlarged, the big bug became even more ferocious. Its sharp claws stabbed towards Lin Feng. The 12 claws looked like 12 mountain ranges as they moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate when he felt the terrifying attack of the big bug. He hurriedly activated the 5-dragon wheel. Whoosh! Whoosh! Light flickered. The 5-dragon wheel shot out beam after beam of light towards the big bug. But to Lin Feng's dismay, the enlarged bug was able to block Lin Feng's attack. The 5-dragon wheel could only be used for a limited time. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before its power dissipated. The fact that the big bug was able to block the attack of the 5-dragon wheels was a very bad situation for Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that things were going to be tricky, so he decided to burn another 1 million years of his lifespan to enhance the 5-dragon wheels. Moan, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded. Inside the 5-dragon wheel, the image of a dragon appeared. The dragon shadow roared. Then, it pounced towards the big bug as fast as lightning. When the dragon shadow appeared, the big bug let out a series of terrified cries. The power of an immortal weapon. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The dragon shadow was the real immortal power. The big bug wanted to dodge this attack, but its body was too huge. It wasn't easy for such a huge body to dodge this attack. Bang! The big bug was directly hit by the dragon shadow. Its head split open and dark green blood flowed out, emitting a strong stench. Lin Feng attacked 3 times in a row. The big bug was killed. Its huge body fell towards the storm valley. After the 5-dragon wheel released 3 dragon shadows in a row. Its power also weakened. It became dim and lightless. Lin Feng let out a long breath and put away the 5-dragon wheel, 9 demons painting, and Wolverine mace. This big bug can be refined into a puppet avatar. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, he wrapped up the big bug's corpse and quickly left the storm valley. A day later. In a cave abode 500 miles away. Inside the magic god furnace, flames were burning fiercely. Lin Feng threw one precious material after another into the furnace from time to time. All the materials were melted into boiling hot liquid. Then, they mixed together and emitted waves of violent fluctuations. After fusing more than 800 kinds of materials, Lin Feng threw the big bug's corpse into the furnace. There were more advanced methods to refine puppets, and there were also ordinary methods. Lin Feng obtained the method to refine the big bug from a storage ring, but Lin Feng didn't know whose storage ring it was. After all, many experts had died at his hands over the years. Lin Feng had many storage rings on his hands. It was difficult to distinguish the owners of these storage rings. It took about 3 days. The magic god furnace emitted a ferocious aura. After sensing the ferocious aura, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Obviously, the big bug was about to be refined successfully. That was why it emitted such a ferocious aura. Another half a day passed. The magic god furnace opened. A big bug that was pitch black but emitted a dark golden luster flew out. A pseudo-emperor puppet. Lin Feng looked at the big bug puppet in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. The only flaw was that the big bug puppet's body was incomplete. However, it was difficult for things to be perfect. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this big bug puppet. He put away the big bug puppet and then began to operate the 3rd layer of the 8-9 Mysteries art. After breaking through, Lin Feng still hadn't familiarized himself with the 3rd layer of the 8-9 Mysteries art. He could take advantage of this opportunity to familiarize himself with it. Time flew by. On this day, a loud rumbling sound resounded throughout the entire 9 mysterious realm. Everyone was alarmed. Even Lin Feng, who was in the middle of cultivating, was alarmed. He walked out of the cave where he was cultivating in seclusion and saw the space-time gate floating in mid-air. "Time's up," Lin Feng muttered to himself. Then, he soared into the sky and flew toward the space-time gate. Why did it end so quickly? I still want to stay a little longer. Many people immediately sighed and groaned. However, the time for the 9 Mysterious Realms trial was up. Even if they didn't want to leave, they had to leave now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures flew toward the space-time gate. When all the cultivators came out, the space-time gate disappeared and the 9 Mysterious Realm closed. Chapter 2239. Lin Feng was standing in the middle of the public square and glancing around. He could sense that the atmosphere was filled with killing intent. People from the Yang clan? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had killed so many experts in the 9 Mysterious Realm, so the Yang family should have known. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't find it strange that the Yang clan's people were waiting outside. However, the Yang family would not make a move in the underground city. As the deputy city lord of the underground city, there were many taboos in the Yang family. If they wanted to make a move on Lin Feng, they would probably choose to do it outside the underground city. Shua. A screen appeared. The underground city lord appeared on the screen. Everyone. Congratulations on successfully completing the cultivation in the 9 Mysterious Realm. I hope you have all gained something. Everyone can rest for a day. Tomorrow, the underground city will activate the teleportation array and send everyone out, the underground city lord said. This made many people very happy. Outside the underground city, danger lurked everywhere. They did not want to go out again. Taking the teleportation array was naturally the most convenient and safest way. Then, the screen disappeared, and so did the underground city lord. However, Lin Feng had a very strange feeling. When the leader of the underground city disappeared, Lin Feng had the impression that the leader of the underground city was looking at him in a profound way. The underground city lord's body was covered by the screen. Lin Feng could not see the underground city lord's eyes clearly. However, the feeling just now was very clear. This made him a little puzzled. What was the underground city lord trying to express by looking at him deeply? After the underground city lord disappeared, everyone left the underground city square and returned to their own residences to rest. Although he was targeted by the Yang family, Lin Feng did not take it to heart. Now, he had refined a pseudo-emperor puppet. This pseudo-emperor puppet was Lin Feng's greatest reliance and confidence. Hence, he was not afraid of the Yang family. If the Yang family recklessly came to seek revenge, they would only be courting death. On the way back, Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of cultivators. A fierce-looking cultivator looked at Lin Feng fiercely and asked, "Kid, do you still remember me? Who are you?" "I don't remember you," Lin Feng said indifferently. The corners of the fierce-looking cultivator's mouth twitched violently. He felt as though his punch had landed on cotton. He said with a sinister smile, "The Northern Icelands, the lost world." Lin Feng scratched his head and said, "It's you. You're tearing up when you see an old friend. You want to be a good host and buy me a drink, right?" The fierce-looking cultivator rolled his eyes speechlessly. This kid's head wouldn't be damaged, right? Did he think I would treat him to a drink? When the cultivator saw Lin Feng's half-smile, he was furious. He knew that Lin Feng was making fun of him. "Kid, how do you want to settle the score?" said the ferocious-looking cultivator looking at Lin Feng icily. He looked like a fiend. Lin Feng said, "You're talking about me robbing you." Thinking about this, the fierce-looking cultivator felt depressed. He had always been the one robbing others. That was until he met Lin Feng. He was actually robbed by Lin Feng. Thinking about it now made him very angry. The fierce-looking cultivator kept this matter in his heart, waiting for the day when he could take revenge. He didn't expect to meet Lin Feng in the underground city today. The fierce-looking cultivator was so excited that he almost cried. The heavens really have eyes, letting me meet this kid. The fierce-looking cultivator thought that Lin Feng would be afraid, but when he saw Lin Feng's indifferent expression, he knew that Lin Feng didn't care about meeting him again. Wasn't this looking down on him? This made the fierce-looking cultivator extremely angry. You know about this. Now that you're in my territory, have you thought about how you're going to die? The fierce-looking cultivator suddenly laughed sinisterly, looking at Lin Feng as if he was looking at prey that had fallen into a trap. In his opinion, even if Lin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape today. Lin Feng said indifferently, when old friends meet, shouldn't you cry 1,000 times? Don't fight and kill, okay? Damn, who's your old friend? Don't you have any shame? The fierce-looking cultivator was almost speechless. This guy was too good at getting close to people. Lin Feng said, since you're not my old friend, I'm officially informing you now. This is a robbery. Hand over all the treasures on you. The ferocious-looking cultivator and his companion were stupefied. They stared at Lin Feng with their mouths wide open. What was this guy saying? The group of people looked at each other. What are you waiting for? I'm going to rob you, didn't you hear? Hurry up and hand over all the treasures on you. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Isn't that Zhong Yuanlong? This guy is using his brother-in-law as a steward of the city lord's mansion to strut around outside. Yeah, but no matter how unhappy he is, he can't offend this guy. The consequences of offending this guy are unimaginable. That kid is surrounded by Zhong Yuanlong and the others, and he even said that he's going to rob Zhong Yuanlong. I wonder if he's crazy. He probably doesn't know Zhong Yuanlong's identity and will be in trouble soon. Many people were pointing at the situation, watching the development of the situation. Kid, you've got guts. You actually dare to be so arrogant in my territory. Kill him. Zhong Yuanlong waved his hand. Suddenly, 40 to 50 cultivators around Zhong Yuanlong pounced on Lin Feng. These people. Many of Zhong Yuanlong's friends. The other group of people were the guards that Zhong Yuanlong and his friends brought out. Because of Zhong Yuanlong's brother-in-law. So many people wanted to curry favor with Zhong Yuanlong. So Zhong Yuanlong gave the order. A group of people pounced on Lin Feng. Actually, they wanted to curry favor with Zhong Yuanlong. They're making their move. That kid is going to be finished. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Swish. At this moment, Lin Feng also made his move. He rushed into the crowd and punched out one punch after another. Bang 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 bang, a series of violent collisions rang out. One cultivator after another screamed miserably as they were sent flying by Lin Feng. Many people fell to the ground and screamed miserably. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators were all lying on the ground. Isn't this too savage? The cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. This was simply a one-sided battle. Who was that young cultivator? He was actually so powerful. Robbery. Hand over all the treasures on you. Lin Feng looked down at the fierce-looking cultivator from above. Chapter 2240. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face, but that smile looked like the smile of a demon. You. The ugly-looking cultivator was so scared that he started to speak incoherently. So many people attacked together, but they were all suppressed by Lin Feng. There were quite a few peak heavenly god cultivators in his group. What cultivation level did this guy have to have such abnormal strength? Do you know who I am? The ugly-looking cultivator wanted to make a final struggle. He wanted to use his brother-in-law's reputation to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng obviously didn't fall for it. Lin Feng said indifferently, I don't care who you are. Hurry up and hand over the treasures on you, otherwise, I don't mind chopping off your arms and legs. The ugly-looking cultivator's face turned pale. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He could only hand over his storage ring. When the others saw that the ugly-looking cultivator had handed over his storage ring, they also handed over their storage rings to Lin Feng. Although they were incomparably depressed, they had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. After Lin Feng took all the treasures, he directly left. Let's go and find my brother-in-law. The ugly-looking cultivator was very unwilling. He angrily roared and went to find his brother-in-law. Outside the city lord's mansion, the ugly-looking cultivator told his brother-in-law about how Lin Feng robbed him. The ugly-looking cultivator's brother-in-law looked to be in his 40s, of course, his actual age was definitely more than that. After listening to the ugly-looking cultivator's words, he asked about Lin Feng's physical characteristics. The ugly-looking cultivator described Lin Feng's physical characteristics. His brother-in-law's face instantly changed. "Brother-in-law, when are we going to deal with that kid?" The ugly-looking cultivator couldn't wait to ask. In his opinion, as long as his brother-in-law was willing to act, Lin Feng would definitely die. Who would have thought that his brother-in-law would go up and slap the fierce-looking cultivator, causing him to be in a daze? "Brother-in-law, why did you slap me?" the ugly-looking cultivator asked in confusion. "Bastard, you only know how to cause trouble outside. Don't provoke this person, otherwise, I'll skin you alive," the ugly-looking cultivator's brother-in-law said fiercely. The ugly-looking cultivator said, "Brother-in-law, isn't that kid just an ordinary person? Do we have to be afraid of him in the underground city?" The ugly-looking cultivator's brother-in-law said, "Not long ago, the city lord personally summoned Vice City Lord Yang and told him to restrain his family members and not provoke that kid." "What? There's such a thing? Does that kid have a grudge against the Yang family? Why would the city lord give such an order?" the ferocious-looking cultivator said in disbelief. "I don't know. So, if you want to live, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll personally kill you," the ugly-looking cultivator's brother-in-law coldly. "Yes, brother-in-law, I'll remember," the ferocious-looking cultivator said submissively. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng realized that the Yang family's people who were watching him had disappeared. This made him very puzzled. Why did the Yang family's people suddenly withdraw? It really made people feel strange. However, he did not think too much about it. A mere Yang family was nothing in his eyes. During this period of time, the 4 sacred birds had been in seclusion. However, Lin Feng realized that the 4 sacred birds seemed to have encountered some trouble. The demonic elemental energy in his body was very chaotic. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. However, he could not help much. He could only pray that the 4 sacred birds could get through this crisis. Every transformation of a ferocious beast was extremely difficult. However, once the transformation was successful, their cultivation would usually improve by leaps and bounds. The 4 sacred birds had been with Lin Feng for many years. Lin Feng naturally hoped that the 4 sacred birds could be safe. At night, he had a big meal with little Meng Meng, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit. When it was late at night, Lin Feng suddenly heard someone talking to him telepathically. "Little boy, let's talk." When he heard the voice transmission, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The voice was actually coming from the ghost-raising jar. A ghost king's voice transmission? Lin Feng was surprised. He asked calmly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Let's talk about our cooperation." The ghost king's voice was heard again. "Cooperation? What kind of cooperation can we have?" Lin Feng's tone was indifferent. "Naturally, there are countless ways to cooperate," the Ghost King said sinisterly. Lin Feng asked indifferently, "How do you want to cooperate?" "Set me free, and I can help you with many things," the Ghost King said. The ghost-raising jar had absorbed more than 10,000 evil spirits to cultivate this Ghost King. It was extremely powerful. Lin Feng had wanted to subdue the Ghost King before, but he had not thought of a way to do so. However, it was unrealistic for him to release the Ghost King. The Ghost King was very cunning. Who knew what kind of terrible things would happen when he was released? He might be the one to suffer when the time came. "Since I have the chance to refine you, why should I? Why should I let you out?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Refine me? In your dreams?" The Ghost King curled its lips, a look of disdain on its face. "If I was just an ordinary Ghost King, you might be able to refine me, but let me tell you, I have already become a Ghost Emperor. Wanting to refine me is simply a pipe dream." "Ghost Emperor? What realm is this Ghost Emperor at?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "A Ghost Emperor is equivalent to a human's quasi-emperor realm," the Ghost Emperor said. Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This guy was actually so powerful. Fortunately, he did not let him out earlier. With such a terrifying cultivation, if he were to suddenly attack him, wouldn't he be slapped to death? This ghost-raising jar was truly a terrifying treasure. It had even nurtured a Ghost Emperor. If he were to absorb more evil spirits, Would he be able to nurture an emperor-level evil spirit? However, this seemed to be a little difficult. No matter what kind of living being became an emperor, they all needed to prove their Tao. Evil spirits were no exception. If evil spirits wanted to become an emperor, they also needed to prove their Tao. I think it's better for an existence like you to continue being suppressed in the ghost-raising jar, Lin Feng said indifferently. The ghost emperor said anxiously, Kid, it's a win-win cooperation. This is something that benefits both you and me. Why are you in such a hurry to reject me? Lin Feng sneered and said, evil spirits are treacherous and cunning. I don't believe your words. Moreover, even if everything you say is true, I will not cooperate with you. The birth of a ghost like you will definitely cause a calamity. After saying that, Lin Feng cut off the connection with the ghost emperor. Chapter 2241. The next day, the teleportation array was activated, and Lin Feng successfully left the underground city. Half a month later, Lin Feng returned to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Your trip to the underground city was quite fruitful, Lord Tortoise said with a smile when he saw Lin Feng return. Lin Feng took out a bottle of Li Tonggua's imperial wine and handed it to Lord Tortoise. He smiled and said, have a taste. Lord Tortoise was a wine addict. He quickly removed the cork and gulped down 3 mouthfuls. Good wine, this is really good wine. Where did you get such a top-grade wine? Lord Tortoise looked at Lin Feng with a grin. Lin Feng said, I spent a lot of money to buy this wine to show my filial piety to you, master. At least you have some filial piety. You must have a lot of such wine on you. Hurry up and take them all out, Lord Tortoise said. Lin Feng took out another 10 jars of wine and handed them to Lord Tortoise. Lord Tortoise said, no, there must be more. Take them all out and show your filial piety to me. Lin Feng said, I only exchanged a dozen jars of such good wine. I drank a few jars, and the rest are all here. Let me see your storage ring, Lord Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng quickly jumped up and looked at Lord Tortoise as if he was guarding against a thief. He said, Master, how can you be like this? As a senior, how can you invade a junior's privacy? If I still have such good wine, how can I not show filial piety to you? Master, can you drink it first? When you're done, I'll find a way to get more for you, Lord Tortoise said. I want it now. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Lin Feng. Damn, can we not be so shameless? Lin Feng was speechless. He turned around and ran. Lord Tortoise's master was indeed unreliable. There was nothing he couldn't do. I want wine. Hurry up and give it to me, Lord Tortoise shouted. Lin Feng ran outside while Master Tortoise chased after him. Save me. My master has gone crazy. Someone help me hold him down, Lin Feng shouted from within the sect. You little bastard. How dare you betray your master? You're really infuriating your master, Lord Tortoise shouted loudly. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, Master, I just stopped you from stealing the underwear of the female disciples of the Immortal sect. You say that I betrayed you and betrayed you. I'm innocent. If you like women's underwear, I can buy it for you. I can't watch you fall into the abyss and do nothing. Bastard brat, don't talk nonsense here. You were the one who stole the female disciples' underwear. I destroyed it to get you back on the right path. But you didn't recognize my good intentions. Now you're slandering me. I'm going to punish you according to the sect rules, Lord Tortoise shouted. Both parties, one fleeing and one chasing, caused a huge commotion within the sect. Damn, 2 scums. Little scum and old scum, many people muttered in their hearts. They're the disgrace of the sect. Some people wailed. These 2 clowns, some people couldn't help but laugh. They felt that Lin Feng and Lord Tortoise's master-disciple relationship was quite interesting. In the end, Lord Tortoise caught up with Lin Feng and gave him a good beating. Master, the wine is all yours. I'll give it all to you, Lin Feng wailed. He gathered 100 jugs of wine and gave them to Lord Tortoise. Do you have more? Lord Tortoise asked. Lin Feng quickly shook his head and said, I don't have any more this time. I'll give you more after you finish drinking. I don't care if you have more now. If you don't have it when I need it, I'll have to punish you, Lord Tortoise said with a smile. He held a jug of wine in each hand. As he spoke, he gulped down the wine. Lin Feng felt like crying. He originally wanted to show his filial piety to this cheap master with wine. Who knew that this cheap master would be so greedy? In the end, Lin Feng could only sigh. Who asked him to have such a master who specialized in cheating his disciples? This was his fate. Let's go back and cook. I'm hungry. Roast meat, snake soup, braised pork knuckle, Buddha jumps over the wall, and so on. Bring every dish you're good at tonight, Lord Tortoise said. Lin Feng said. Okay, no problem. I guarantee that you'll have a good time eating. Lin Feng personally cooked that night and made more than 20 dishes. Lord Tortoise, Du Zhu, Heretic Sovereign Sage, Lin Feng, Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit all gathered at the table to enjoy the food. Come to Grandmaster. Lord Tortoise waved at Meng Meng with a smile. Meng Meng glanced at Lin Feng before snuggling up to Lin Feng. Clearly, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Lord Tortoise. Lin Feng said with a smile, Go, let that old grandpa teach you some powerful techniques. Meng Meng asked innocently, If Meng Meng learns those powerful techniques, will I be able to protect Big Brother? Lin Feng patted Meng Meng's head and said, Of course I'll be able to protect Big Brother. Meng Meng said, In the future, Meng Meng will protect Big Brother and won't let Big Brother get hurt. There was a saying that children's words carried no harm. In fact, it meant that children were simple-minded and would say whatever they wanted to say. If they said something unpleasant, one shouldn't blame them. Now that Meng Meng said that she would protect Lin Feng when she grew up, it was the truest portrayal of the little girl's heart. Lin Feng was touched. This little girl is really cute. Not bad, not bad. Call me Grandmaster, and I'll teach you whatever you want to learn in the future, Lord Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng said, Meng Meng calls me Big Brother. Master, even if you want to take me in, I should be your little disciple. You're old enough to be Meng Meng's father, yet you still want her to call you Big Brother. Are you pretending to be young? You can't be so shameless. Lord Tortoise said with a pout. Du Zhu and the heretic dominator Saint couldn't help but laugh. Lord Tortoise was indeed a weirdo. His actions didn't make him look like an expert at all. Lin Feng said speechlessly, What's wrong with Meng Meng calling me Big Brother? At the very least, I look young. Lord Tortoise glanced at Lin Feng with disdain before looking at Meng Meng with a smile and said, Little girl, quickly come and greet your Grandmaster. Meng Meng timidly came to Lord Tortoise's side, kowtowed to him, and said sweetly, Meng Meng greets Grandmaster. Lord Tortoise instantly laughed, Haha, you can dispense with the formalities. This little girl really knows how to behave. Meng Meng got up from the ground and said seriously, Grandmaster, Meng Meng wants to learn a very powerful ability. Only then will I be able to protect Big Brother. Chapter 2242. Of course. When the time comes, I'll teach you all my most powerful skills, Master Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng said. Forget about the 8-9 arcane art. Master Tortoise said, Don't worry about that. I won't teach this little girl the 8-9 arcane art. Besides, it's not suitable for her to cultivate. Little Meng Meng then followed Master Tortoise to cultivate. Little Meng Meng was Chio's daughter, and her talent was heaven-defying. Therefore, she learned everything very quickly. After learning from Master Tortoise for a period of time, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The Caillou bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Master Tortoise could not help but exclaim as he looked at little Meng Meng, who was floating in the air. In a month's time, little Meng Meng, who had no cultivation at all, could now float in the air. It was simply a miracle. One had to know that one had to be at least a martial king to be able to do this. Back then, Lin Feng had cultivated from martial disciple to martial king for a total of 13 years. Little Meng Meng, on the other hand, had only taken a short month. Lin Feng was not surprised that Master Tortoise could tell that little Meng Meng was Chio's daughter. This cheap master of his was very capable. He said, her Caillou bloodline should have awakened, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to cultivate so quickly. Master Tortoise said, A trace of her bloodline has awakened. She's still too young, so it's not time for her bloodline to awaken. However, as she grows older and her cultivation increases, her Caillou bloodline will be completely awakened. When that time comes, I'm really looking forward to seeing how much she'll grow. Lin Feng said, that's a matter for the future. Right now, I just hope that the little girl can grow up well. Master Tortoise narrowed his eyes and said, born in troubled times, everything in the future is unpredictable. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly and said, Master, there's a hidden meaning in your words. What are you trying to say? There are some things that are said in advance. It's not good for anyone, Master Tortoise said. Lin Feng nodded and did not ask any more questions. In the afternoon, Lin Feng called the red-crowned crane boy over. He and little Meng Meng sat on the crane boy's back and went out to play. The red-crowned crane boy flew through the air as fast as lightning. However, little Meng Meng was not afraid at all. Instead, she looked extremely excited. Xiao Meng Meng had a lot of fun. When she went back in the evening, she was still a little reluctant to leave. She kept asking when they could go out and play together again. When you learn how to use magic power, let's go out and play for a day, Lin Feng said with a smile. Meng Meng clapped her hands and said, Big brother, you have to keep your word. Of course, Big brother will keep his word. Lin Feng rubbed Xiao Meng Meng's head lovingly. When he returned to the sect, a bronze carriage came from afar. The carriage suddenly stopped and Xia Shiyun's voice came from inside. When did you return to the sect? Xia Shiyun's voice sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. Last time, she teamed up with Bai Yusin, Nangong Chimeng, and Yuan Shan to scheme against Lin Feng. But in the end, he failed. And after he failed, the four of them were captured by Lin Feng. Now that she thought about what had happened in those few days, she couldn't help but feel ashamed and resentful. Little Yunyun, where did you go? Did you just return to the sect? We are really fated to meet each other. You just came back, and you already met me, Lin Feng said with a smile. Who is fated to meet you? Xia Shiyun couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Lin Feng let the crane boy go back first, while he carried Xiao Meng Meng and flew into Xia Shiyun's carriage. Who let you in? Get out now. Xia Shiyun gnashed her teeth and said. Why are you so fierce when meeting an old lover? I love you so much. If you treat me like this, I will be very sad, Lin Feng said. Only a ghost will believe you, Xia Shiyun snorted. Then, she looked at Xiao Meng Meng and said with a sour tone, Don't tell me you gave birth to him with some other woman? Xiao Meng Meng said, Big sister fairy, Big brother is not Xiao Meng Meng's father. He is Xiao Meng Meng's dearest big brother. Xiao Meng Meng's delicate appearance was too cute, and she was also very good at talking. Xia Shiyun's heart almost melted when she heard Xiao Meng Meng call her big sister fairy. Moreover, she knew that Xiao Meng Meng wasn't Lin Feng's daughter. Xia Shiyun found that her mood inexplicably improved. She said with a smile, So you are called Xiao Meng Meng. Come, let big sister hug you. Xiao Meng Meng jumped into Xia Shiyun's arms and asked innocently, Big sister fairy, are you big brother's lover? Xia Shiyun's pretty face turned red. She asked, Why do you ask? Xiao Meng Meng said, Big brother just said that he loves big sister fairy a lot. So, Xiao Meng Meng guessed that big sister fairy is big brother's lover. Will big sister fairy have a baby with big brother in the future? Xia Shiyun's pretty face turned red. Such a question made her very shy, and she didn't know how to answer Xiao Meng Meng. Lin Feng said with a smile, When the baby is born, Xiao Meng Meng will be able to take care of the baby. Hehe, Xiao Meng Meng likes babies. Xiao Meng Meng laughed very innocently. Xia Shiyun reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's soft waist and twisted it. Lin Feng immediately grimaced in pain. Heroine, please spare me. He looked pitifully at Xia Shiyun. Xia Shiyun looked at Lin Feng proudly and lightly snorted, Let's see if you still dare to speak nonsense. Lin Feng said, I'm telling the truth. Two people who love each other will naturally have their own happiness in the future. Who is in love with you? Xia Shiyun lightly snorted. Of course it's my little Shiyun. Lin Feng took the opportunity to hug Xia Shiyun's slender waist. Xia Shiyun symbolically struggled twice, But she couldn't break free, so she stopped struggling. Instead, she started chatting with Xiao Meng Meng. The two of them looked as if they regretted not having met earlier. One adult and one child, they actually hit it off very well. Xiao Meng Meng, why don't you sleep with big sister tonight? Xia Shiyun smiled and asked. Xiao Meng Meng said, but what about big brother? If I'm not here, big brother will miss me. Xia Shiyun smiled and said, big sister has an inner and outer room. How about I let your big brother sleep outside? That way, you can talk to him. Lin Feng was secretly delighted. Xia Shiyun could even bring up such an idea. It seemed that she had completely let down her guard against him. Lin Feng smiled and said, tonight, I'll be your escort and protect you two beauties. After Xia Shiyun returned, she often played with Xiao Meng Meng. Her three best friends, Bai Yuxin, Nangong Chiming, and Yuan Shan were all very fond of Xiao Meng Meng. Big sister fairy, are you big brother's lovers too? Xiao Meng Meng would ask from time to time. Xia Shiyun was a bit better, as she was closer to Lin Feng. Every time Bai Yuxin, Nangong Chiming, and Yuan Shan heard Xiao Meng Meng's question, their faces would turn red and they would be incomparably embarrassed. They wouldn't know how to answer. Chapter 2243. On this day, Lin Feng received a letter from Shuezime of the Snow Clan. She said that the Snow Clan was in danger and hoped that Lin Feng could go to the Snow Clan to help them survive this crisis. However, Shuezime did not say what kind of danger the Snow Clan was in. Lin Feng could not help but think of the night before he left the Snow Clan. Shuezime was as gentle as water. The Snow Clan's matter had long been related to Lin Feng. Now that Shuezime had sent a letter asking for help, it was obvious that the Snow Clan was in trouble. Lin Feng left Meng Meng in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. During the day, Meng Meng would cultivate with Lord Turtle. At night, Xia Shiyun would take Meng Meng away. Recently, the relationship between Meng Meng and Xia Shiyun had improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have to worry about Meng Meng being unhappy when she left him. This time, Lin Feng brought Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint with him. With the help of these two and the half-step sovereign puppet, Lin Feng believed that no matter what kind of danger he faced, he would be able to deal with it calmly. The three of them took the teleportation array and arrived at Snow Eagle City. After flying north for another 10 days, they would arrive at the ice plains. The ice plains were filled with raging cold winds. However, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint were strong and did not fear the cold. When they passed by a huge rift valley, Hong, a terrifying aura spread out from the rift valley. Following that, a woman stepped out. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the woman. She was none other than Fairy Miao Qing. Fairy Miao Qing looked at Lin Feng coldly. She did not hide her killing intent towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's time for you to die. Lin Feng said indifferently. You want to kill me? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Fairy Miao Qing sneered. Lin Feng, you think too highly of yourself. Hehe, I think too highly of myself. I wonder who was captured by me back then. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Miao Qing with a faint smile. This woman was one of the fairies on the list of beauties. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless people. In the eyes of many, Fairy Miao Qing was a woman with beauty, wisdom, and character. However, Lin Feng knew that Fairy Miao Qing was a vicious and merciless woman. Fairy Miao Qing said coldly, that time, it was because I fell into your trap that I fell for it. However, in the end, you still failed to catch me. What is there to be proud of? Lin Feng mumbled in his heart. This Fairy Miao Qing was really lying through her teeth. I clearly suppressed you with my strength, okay? Since when did they rely on crafty schemes? If it wasn't for the arrival of the divine servants. You're my slave now, okay? Lin Feng did not expose Fairy Miao Qing. This woman suddenly appeared here. Unless she was crazy, she wouldn't block his way alone. Lin Feng carefully scanned his surroundings with his inner sight. Immediately, he discovered some hidden auras. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It was as he had guessed. This woman didn't come here on her own. Instead, she brought along some experts. Fairy Miao Qing was in charge of attracting his attention. As for those experts, they were hidden in the dark, ready to launch a sure-kill attack on him at any time. Lin Feng glared at Fairy Miaoqing fiercely and said indifferently, "Call out the people you brought. There's no need to hide in the surroundings. I can already sense their auras. Kid, your sensing ability is really shocking." A cold voice sounded. Following which, an old man with a sage-like demeanor flew out from the Rift Valley. This old man with a sage-like demeanor was abnormally powerful. Even Lin Feng felt a little shocked. "How should I address you?" Lin Feng asked. "Shu Zhongtian," the old man said. "People from the Shu family." Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Shu Miaoqing's family was also a huge family with strong influence. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to marry into the Supreme Immortal Sect. The Grand Elder of the Shu family. Shu Zhongtian smiled faintly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Shu Miaoqing really went all out. In order to get rid of me, she even called the Grand Elder of her family. Not only is fellow Daoist Shu here, but the people from the Supreme Immortal Sect are also here." A cold voice sounded from the left. Following which, a middle-aged cultivator walked over. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "Dugu Xiao of the Supreme Immortal Sect." The middle-aged cultivator said coldly. "I heard that Dugu Di Tian's family is very powerful in the Supreme Immortal Sect. Could it be that you're from Dugu Di Tian's family?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "That's right. I'm Dugu Di Tian's third uncle," Dugu Xiao said. "You guys are really scheming. You're joining forces to kill me here. However, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to kill me." Lin Feng sneered. "What if you count us in?" The void cracked open. 3 cultivators stepped out. These 3 cultivators were all men. One of them was dressed in a Daoist robe. The other 2 men were dressed in the Supreme Immortal Sect's attire. A Daoist. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator in the Daoist robe. He couldn't help but frown. This person was clearly not from the Supreme Immortal Sect. "I'm Wu Guangyuan of the Geomaster lineage," the cultivator in the Daoist robe said. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Shameless, truly shameless. You're not a Daoist, so why are you wearing a Daoist robe? You're an unfilial descendant of the Geomaster lineage. Wu Guangyuan's expression instantly turned ugly. He said coldly, "You should worry about your own life. As for what I'm wearing, what does that have to do with you? You're already so old, yet your temper is still so bad. No wonder your Geomaster lineage can't compare to our Heavenly Master lineage. There's a saying that goes, looking at a leopard through a tube. You can be considered a high-ranking member of the Geomaster lineage, right? If even you can't keep your cool, then the Geomaster lineage is clearly a terrible sect. You're destined to be trampled under our feet forever." Lin Feng continued to mock him. "My Geomaster lineage has deep roots, while your Heavenly Master lineage has been passed down for so long that even your Daoist teachings are about to be cut off. You've only learned a little, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly here. What a joke." Wu Guangyuan sneered. Lin Feng said indifferently, "That's right. I've only learned a little, but I can still use the Heavenly Master lineage's legacy to beat your Geomaster lineage. Ignorant brat, how dare you speak such arrogant words?" Wu Guangyuan couldn't help but shout angrily. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. "Brother Wu, why get angry? There's no need for that. Next, we can kill him however we want. However, I don't plan to kill him directly. I want to see him kneel before us like a dog and beg us to let him live," Dugu Xiao said sinisterly. Chapter 2244. "I think you've lost your minds. You're about to die, yet you're still indulging in fantasy." Lin Feng pursed his lips. Du Zhu said with a smile, "A bunch of trash. You don't even need to do anything. The zombie and I can easily get rid of them." "That's right. It's a piece of cake." The evil dominator saint nodded. Dugu Xiao, Wu Guangyuan, and the others' faces turned gloomy. "You don't know what's good for you. Kill these people." Dugu Xiao shouted coldly. Everyone moved. Dugu Xiao, Wu Guangyuan, Shu Miaoqing, and Shu Zhongtian. One of the other two experts from the Supreme Immortal sect was called Wang Chuyi. The other was called Zhong Jiao. The 6 experts attacked together. They used their peerless skills right away. 9 Heavens Immortal Thunder Dao, 10,000 Heavenly Dragon Kill, Purgatory Reincarnation Fis, Supreme Celestial Destroying Palm, 10,000 Beast Subduing Demon Force, 9 Heavens God Falling Slash. The 6 experts' attacks were each more ferocious than the last. They were so terrifying that it was shocking. This won't do, young master. The 2 of us can't deal with them. You have to do it together. After feeling the terror of the 6 experts, the poison ancestor immediately cried out. His previous arrogance had already turned into fear and shock. The 6 experts looked cold. They were extremely confident in their combat strength. They looked at Lin Feng and the other 2 as if they were looking at dead people. In their opinion, Lin Feng and Du Zhu would not be able to escape today. Only death awaited them. Attack, Lin Feng shouted. Swoosh. Then, he, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint began to attack. In the face of their attacks, Lin Feng took out the defensive treasure he had obtained not long ago, the purple gold heavenly ball. It was a defensive treasure at the level of a boundary emperor weapon. Its defensive power was extremely strong. When Lin Feng took out the purple gold heavenly ball, the treasure immediately made a buzzing sound. Then, the purple gold heavenly ball released beams of purple divine light. The purple light enveloped Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint. Bang 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 bang, the attacks launched by the 6 experts bombarded the defensive system constructed by the purple gold heavenly ball. However, they failed to break the defensive system constructed by the purple gold heavenly ball. Seeing this, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. As expected of a quasi-emperor level defensive magic treasure, its power was simply too awesome. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were both experts among experts. They had rich battle experience. When Lin Feng took out the purple gold heavenly sphere to defend himself, the 2 of them launched their attacks. They locked onto one of the 6 masters who was closest to them. This expert was Wang Chuyi. This Wang Chuyi's cultivation should be between the peak of the giant god realm and the quasi-emperor realm. His combat prowess was abnormally terrifying. In order to kill him in one blow, Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint focused their power on this person. After Wang Chuyi made his move, he thought that even if Lin Feng and the other 2 could block his attack, it would be difficult for them to counterattack. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would take out a quasi-emperor level defensive magic treasure to block their attack? It should be known that defensive magic treasures were relatively rare, and high-level defensive magic treasures were even rarer. As for quasi-emperor level defensive magic treasures, they could be described as scarce. Therefore, after Lin Feng took out a quasi-emperor level defensive magic treasure, the 6 experts were caught off guard. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint had a clear division of labor. Du Zhu released a large amount of poison to envelop Wang Chuyi. By the time Wang Chuyi realized it and wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Wang Chuyi's body was enveloped by Du Zhu's poison. Wang Chuyi's cultivation was strong. Although he was poisoned, he was not poisoned to death. But at this time, the evil dominator saint had already rushed out and instantly arrived beside Wang Chuyi. His sharp claws pierced towards Wang Chuyi's chest. Wang Chuyi turned pale with fright and hurriedly threw a punch at the evil dominator saint. Courting death. The other 5 experts shouted angrily and all charged towards the evil dominator saint. If it was anyone else, they would definitely choose to dodge the attacks of the 6 experts. After all, if their bodies were to withstand the attacks of the 6 experts, they would definitely die. But the evil dominator saint was different from ordinary cultivators. The evil dominator saint was a corpse cultivator that had evolved from the emperor corpse. The emperor corpse was too powerful and had an unparalleled physical body. It was not easy for ordinary people to hurt the evil dominator saint's physical body. The evil dominator saint's weakness was the soul. But obviously, this was the first time the 6 experts had seen the evil dominator saint. They could not understand the evil dominator saint's weakness like Lin Feng. Great entanglement technique. Lin Feng quickly attacked and a dense number of threads condensed. Those threads wrapped around Wang Chuyi's body, making it impossible for him to attack. If Wang Chuyi had not been poisoned, he could have broken the threads wrapped around his body. But Wang Chuyi was poisoned. Now, Wang Chuyi's cultivation had plummeted. It was difficult for him to break free from Lin Feng's great entanglement technique, which was condensed from 3,000 great Daos. Hence, Wang Chuyi's body was completely exposed in front of the evil Dominator Saint. Pu. The evil Dominator Saint's sharp claws pierced through Wang Chuyi's chest. I'm going to die just like that. Wang Chuyi lowered his head and looked at the sharp claws that had pierced through his chest in disbelief. He could not help but laugh bitterly. Thinking back to his life, how many hardships had he experienced until now? But he did not expect that he would end up like this. Pu. In the next moment, the evil Dominator Saint pulled out Wang Chuyi's heart. Die. The 5 experts roared as their powerful attacks landed on the evil Dominator Saint. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The evil Dominator Saint was sent flying. But soon, the evil Dominator Saint stabilized his body. His body was unscathed. How is this possible? Xu Miaoqing cried out in disbelief. Even a half-step emperor should have been killed by such a powerful attack. But the evil Dominator Saint was unscathed. This was unbelievable. Xu Zhongtian said, "This corpse cultivator's physical body is too strong. Use your soul technique to destroy his soul." Xu Zhongtian was indeed an experienced antique. He immediately discovered the evil Dominator Saint's weakness after exchanging blows. These people condensed their soul technique to destroy Xu Zhongtian's soul. But at this moment, the evil Dominator Saint hurriedly flew toward Lin Feng. He entered the defensive divine light released by the purple-gold heavenly ball. Clang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. The soul technique of the 5 experts was blocked by the defensive divine light released by the purple-gold heavenly ball. They could not hurt the evil Dominator Saint at all. Chapter 2245. You've already lost an expert. It seems like we're doomed to lose this battle. Lin Feng looked at the 5 experts indifferently. Kid, don't get too cocky. Today, I'll let you experience the ultimate inheritance of the Earth Masters. Earth Immortal World-Destroying Formation. Everyone, listen to my command. Return to your positions. Wu Guangyuan couldn't help but shout. Swish, 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 swish. The 5 experts scattered in all directions. At the same time, white fog billowed in the surroundings, covering the sky and the sun. The visibility was reduced to 12 meters. Huh! Lin Feng frowned. He had a bad feeling. Even though he said he didn't care about the Geomasters, he didn't care. Although he didn't say much about the Earthmasters, Lin Feng still attached great importance to them. This faction had existed for such a long time, and it was still so strong. It was obvious how powerful it was. Although he could look down on any opponent, he would never underestimate any opponent. This was Lin Feng's way of doing things. Young master, the auras of those 5 people have completely disappeared, Du Zhu said gravely. Lin Feng nodded. It seems like these people have been scheming. They set up a formation here in advance and waited for me to arrive. Heretic Sovereign Saint said, "What should we do now?" "Let's see what they're going to do for now." "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Du Zhu and Heretic Sovereign Saint nodded. This was probably the best method for now. Using stillness to deal with change, using constancy to deal with all changes. No matter what the other party did, they could sense it in advance. Eternal reincarnation in a single thought. Billions of gods and Buddhas can reach the heavens. Your lifespan is the same as the heavens. Only Earth immortals can be immortal. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. When that voice rang out, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Only that deep and ancient voice could be heard. It was as if everything in the world had changed. The cycle of reincarnation is nothing more than a single thought from me. There are billions of gods and Buddhas in this world. Your lifespans can even be as long as the heavens themselves. But in this world, I am the only one who is indestructible. This was such a grand and heroic poem. Billions of gods and Buddhas had a long lifespan, but in the end, they could not escape death and were destined to become dust. Only Earth immortals could transcend the fate of reincarnation. Earth immortal. An unknown and terrifying existence. Lin Feng knew that there was a realm above the Emperor realm. Lin Feng was actually not too clear on what realm they were at. However, he had heard that there was a distinction between true immortal and false immortal. Hollow immortals were not considered true immortals, but they surpassed great emperors. Above the false immortal was the true immortal. As for what level an earthly immortal was, Lin Feng had no idea. This was because he had not come into contact with the specific division of realms above the Emperor realm. Even the Demon Lord did not know. It could only be found in some ancient books. He found a few scattered clues to deduce how the realms above the Great Emperor realm were divided. Shua. Within the white mist, immortal light surged. An ancient existence stepped forward. It was a man in snow-white robes. He was so otherworldly that he did not look like a mortal at all. He had an indescribable temperament. That temperament. No one could see it. They all felt ashamed of their inferiority. Could he really be an immortal? Du Zhu could not help but mutter. Earth immortal is immortal, all spirits bow down. The mysterious man stepped forward. A terrifying aura spread out, as if it was really the aura of an Earth immortal. When the aura enveloped Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint. The three of them felt like they could not move an inch. Their bodies were also trembling. Lin Feng even felt that his knees were about to fall to the ground. This was a kind of spiritual aura. He had never felt such a powerful and terrifying aura. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his Epoch aura. When the Epoch aura was activated, the terrifying aura disappeared. Young master, we're in trouble. This guy's aura is so terrifying. I'm afraid we can't deal with him. Poison Ancestor cried out loudly. Then what are we waiting for? Run, Lin Feng shouted. He turned and ran with Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint. If they could win, they would fight. If they could not win, they would run. This was Lin Feng's way of doing things. If they could not win, they would have to be crazy not to run. The Earth Immortal was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Lin Feng and the other two to turn and run without hesitation. But then, the Earth Immortal sneered. His mouth was full of disdain. One had to admit that the array of the Earthmaster lineage was really powerful. The Earth Immortal that was formed seemed to have his own thoughts. That was why this Earth Immortal was so terrifying. He quickly charged toward Lin Feng and the other two. Boom, then, a terrifying palm slammed into the defensive divine light formed by the purple-gold heavenly sphere. Crack, crack. The defensive divine light formed by the purple-gold heavenly sphere shattered. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint were all sent flying. Weak ants, only death awaits you. The Earth Immortal stood in the air and swept his cold gaze over Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint. He flipped his right hand. Suddenly, an illusory world appeared in the air. In that illusory world, immortal palaces stretched endlessly. One could even vaguely see immortals discussing the Tao and fairies dancing gracefully. It was such a beautiful world. Just like the immortal realm, it was filled with infinite beauty. But when that world descended, Lin Feng felt endless killing intent from it. Retreat! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Swoosh! Swoosh! He, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint did not dare to stay and quickly retreated. Despicable ants, do you think you can escape? That's too whimsical. The Earth Immortal sneered. The illusory world continued to expand. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint did not manage to escape from the illusory world. They were trapped by that illusory world. It directly enveloped them. Then, they were instantly swallowed up by that illusory world. In the next moment, that illusory world began to shrink. Soon, it had shrunk to the size of a bowl and floated in front of the Earth Immortal. Let us out, Du Zhu shouted. No need to shout. It's useless. We're trapped. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the world that trapped them. Immortal light lingered around it. This world had now become a cage, trapping them inside. When they were outside, they saw that this world was filled with immortal palaces and immortals were discussing the Tao and fairies were dancing gracefully. Now, all they saw was an empty world. There was no sound at all. It was so quiet that it was suffocating. It was like a world of death. There was only darkness and coldness. Chapter 2246. Refine. The Earth Immortal stretched out his hands, and the shrunken world floated between them. Waves of powerful magic power surged out of the Earth Immortal's hands and poured into the shrunken world. The magic power burned. The Earth Immortal wanted to refine Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator saint who were trapped inside. In the illusory world, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator saint's faces were grim. They tried to break the illusory world, but failed every time. As their magic power surged into the world, it burned fiercely. Lin Feng immediately felt the magic power in his body burning as well. He wants to refine us, Lin Feng said in a low voice. What do we do now, young master? Du Zhu asked. He was out of ideas. I didn't expect the Geomasters to have such a powerful legacy. That's unbelievable. But it's not like there's no way to break this illusory world, Lin Feng said with narrowed eyes. Du Zhu and the heretic dominator saint's eyes lit up when they heard that Lin Feng had a way to break the illusory world. Du Zhu asked. What method have you thought of, young master? Immortal artifact, 5-dragon wheel. Lin Feng waved his right hand and brought out the 5-dragon wheel. Oh my god! Young master even has an immortal artifact, Du Zhu exclaimed. His eyes shone as he looked at the 5-dragon wheel. If not for Lin Feng, Du Zhu would have pounced on the 5-dragon wheel to snatch it. Activating the 5-dragon wheel requires a few million years of lifespan. The Earth Immortal formed by this formation is too powerful. So, I'm afraid just activating the 5-dragon wheel won't be enough to kill the Earth Immortal. We need to unleash the full power of the 5-dragon wheel. Each of us will burn 4 million years of lifespan to activate the 5-dragon wheel, Lin Feng said. Although it pained Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint to burn 4 million years of their lifespan, it was better than dying here, right? The two of them began to burn their lifespan. Lin Feng also began to burn his lifespan. Lin Feng had burned 3 million years of his lifespan in order to deal with that half-step emperor-level insect. Now that he had to burn another 4 million years of his lifespan, he was quite depressed. Originally, Lin Feng's lifespan had been greatly depleted when he had quadrupled his battle prowess. These breakthroughs, coupled with the fact that Lin Feng had cultivated the grand longevity technique, had continuously increased his lifespan. Therefore, Lin Feng's lifespan increased from 8 million years to 17 million years. However, after activating the 5-dragon wheel twice, Lin Feng only had 10 million years left in his lifespan. After burning 4 million years of their lifespan, each of them felt a little weak. Lifespan was one of the 9 great essences of cultivators. Burning one's essences would cause serious side effects to a cultivator's body. Burning too much of one's lifespan too frequently could even cause a cultivator to be unable to increase their cultivation in the future. Therefore, it was very taboo for cultivators to burn their lifespan. However, in order to survive, Lin Feng no longer cared about this. After burning 12 million years of his lifespan, he released a powerful essence energy. This essence energy was all poured into the immortal artifact, the 5-dragon wheel. The densely packed runes on the 5-dragon wheel began to awaken. Although only a small part of the runes had awakened, it was still terrifying enough. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the clouds and shook the void. The 5-dragon wheel's power had awakened. Slash! Lin Feng roared and directly activated the 5-dragon wheel to release a terrifying light beam that slashed at the illusory realm's crystal wall. Clang! The attack landed heavily on the crystal wall of the spectral world. Immediately, the crystal wall of the spectral world began to emit cracking sounds. Clearly, the illusory realm couldn't withstand the 5-dragon wheel's power. This made Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical dominator saint smile. As expected of an immortal artifact, its power was too strong. Burning 12 million years of their lifespan to activate the 5-dragon wheel wasn't a waste. Oh no! The Earth Immortal's expression changed slightly. Streaks of immortal light appeared in his hands. The streaks of immortal light turned into chains of order and entangled the illusory world. The Earth Immortal wanted to use this method to continue trapping Lin Feng and the others. However, his efforts were destined to be in vain. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive strikes. Crack, crack, crack. The illusory realm shattered. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical dominator Saint broke free. Ha 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 ha, since you've let us out, you'll be the one to die today. Die. Lin Feng sneered and controlled the 5-dragon wheel to attack the Earth Immortal. Eternal instant. The earthly immortal suddenly let out a long roar and unleashed an extremely terrifying sacred art. The moment the eternal instant was used, the illusory realm froze. The illusory realm froze. Even the 5-dragon wheel froze in the illusory realm. The corner of the Earth Immortal's mouth curled into a smug smile. However, in the next moment, the smug expression on his face froze. The 5-dragon wheel shook slightly. It broke the Earth Immortal's divine ability. Then, the 5-dragon wheel shot out a terrifying beam of light. It slammed into the Earth Immortal's body. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. The Earth Immortal was sent flying by the 5-dragon wheel. Wow, the 5-dragon wheel is really powerful, Du Zhu yelled. A bunch of bastards. Do you think you can kill us just because you've set up some *T formation and created some *T Earth Immortal? You're daydreaming. We were just teasing you. If we want to kill you, it'll be a matter of minute. Now that Du Zhu was full of confidence, he became arrogant again and kept provoking the 5 experts who were hiding in the dark. However, the 5 experts did not respond to Du Zhu. They probably did not want to expose their location. In fact, Lin Feng knew that Du Zhu had another purpose in provoking the 5 experts. He wanted to find out where they were hiding. If he could kill them, the formation would collapse on its own. Unfortunately, the 5 experts did not fall for his trick. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. Du Zhu could not help but mutter. Eternal slash. Suddenly, the Earth Immortal attacked again. He leaped into the air and turned into a beam of eternal immortal light. The eternal immortal light seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. It slashed down in an instant. Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was something different about him. The ultimate moves of this Earth Immortal were all related to the eternal Tao. It seemed that Wu Guangyuan, who set up this formation, was very good at the eternal path. He used the eternal path as the foundation to set up the formation. Therefore, the Earth Immortal he created was also good at the eternal path. Chapter 2247. There were many types of eternal Tao. There were powerful eternal Taos and weak eternal Taos. The Grand Eternity Technique was the general outline of all eternal Tao. If one learned the Grand Eternity Technique, they could deduce all kinds of eternal Tao. Among the 3,000 great Taos, the Grand Eternity Technique was ranked 7th. The 3,000 great Taos were quite heaven-defying. There might be many people who knew eternal Tao, but those who knew the Grand Eternity Technique could be counted on one hand. Lin Feng didn't know if Wu Guangyuan had cultivated the Grand Eternity Technique. However, even if Wu Guangyuan didn't know the Grand Eternity Technique, the eternal Tao he cultivated must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, the eternal Tao wouldn't be the foundation of such a powerful formation. Facing the attack of the eternal light formed by the Earth Immortal, Lin Feng continued to control the 5-dragon wheel to launch a fierce counterattack. Lin Feng now had a divine ability that allowed him to transform into a myriad of forms. He could break it with a single blow. Under Lin Feng's control, the 5-dragon wheel released waves of destructive energy. A powerful light beam swept out again. This light beam blasted toward the eternal light formed by the Earth Immortal. Clang! The two sides collided violently in the void. The light beam from the 5-dragon wheel dissipated. The Earth Immortal also changed from the eternal light form to his true form. Lowly ant, you've successfully angered an immortal. The Earth Immortal looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless. He couldn't help but curse. Do you really think you're an immortal? You're just a condensation of the formation. Wake up now. Stop daydreaming that you're an immortal. Lowly ant, you dare to blaspheme the dignity of an immortal. You'll pay with your life. The Earth Immortal looked coldly at Lin Feng. Poison Ancestor said, in this guy's mind, he might really think that he's an immortal and not someone who was created. That's too sad. Evil Sovereign Saint said, yes, the saddest thing in this world is not even knowing who you are. All of you ants deserve to die. Hearing Lin Feng and the other two discussing him, the Earth Immortal flew into a rage. Just as Du Zhu had said, this Earth Immortal might really think that he was an immortal and not someone who had created him. It was because of this that this Earth Immortal was so arrogant. Boom, a terrifying aura permeated the air. The Earthen Immortal stepped forward in mid-air. I am the embodiment of eternity. I will become the eternal divine sun, illuminating every corner of the world and expelling the darkness. Evil will have nowhere to hide. The Earth Immortal's deep voice resounded throughout the area. F***CK, don't you have any shame? Have we become evil? After hearing what the Earthen Immortal was chanting, Lin Feng could not help but feel speechless. Shameless people are invincible in this world. Rumble. A loud rumbling sound reverberated through the world. At this moment, the body of the earthly immortal began to change. His body was emitting boundless immortal light. The immortal light covered the sky and the sun. It surged in all directions. It shone for eternity. Clouds moved in all directions. Billions of lives were destroyed. All of a sudden, the Earth Immortal's body disappeared. What replaced it was a divine sun. The immortal light also disappeared. The light from the divine sun turned into eternal light. Rumble. The divine sun flew in the sky, crushing the void. Crack, crack. Wherever the divine sun passed, the void split open. Such power was truly shocking to the extreme. The huge divine sun headed straight for Lin Feng and the other two. They felt a sense of oppression that they had never felt before. Transforming into a divine sun should be the Earth Immortal's ultimate technique. Lin Feng and the other two did not dare to be careless. Activate the 5-dragon wheel with me, Lin Feng shouted. Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint did not dare to hesitate. The two of them and Lin Feng activated the 5-dragon wheel together. Powerful magic power surged into the wheel, causing it to fluctuate more and more violently. Roar, a loud dragon roar came from the 5-dragon wheel again. The dense runes seemed to have awakened and kept twisting. The most shocking thing was that a dragon-shaped shadow appeared in the 5-dragon wheel. The dragon-shaped shadow circled outside the 5-dragon wheel and kept moving. The 5-dragon wheel quickly slashed towards the divine sun that was suppressing it. Puff! A tearing sound was heard. The 5-dragon wheel unleashed its might and split the divine sun into 2 halves. This immortal was killed. How is this possible? The divine sun turned into an immortal. However, this immortal had already been split into 2 halves. Then, the immortal disappeared. The array also gradually dissipated. The 5 experts who were hiding in the array all revealed themselves. Now, the 5 experts' faces were pale. They could not believe what had just happened. Such a powerful immortal had actually been slain. Immortal weapon. He has an immortal weapon. Du Gu Xiao cried out in horror. The Taishang immortal sect had immortal weapons. He had seen immortal weapons before. Therefore, he had some understanding of immortal weapons. He felt the aura of an immortal weapon from the 5-dragon wheel. Run, 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 the 5 experts shouted in horror. The fact that Lin Feng had an immortal weapon was too shocking. They no longer had the courage to fight against Lin Feng. Unless they also had an immortal weapon. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight against Lin Feng. The 5 powerhouses shot off in 5 different directions. They were smart. They knew that if they ran together, they would be killed in one fell swoop. If they ran separately, they might be able to escape. Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he activated the immortal weapon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The immortal weapon shot out 4 terrifying beams of light at Xu Zhongtian, Du Gu Xiao, Wu Guangyuan, and Zhong Zhiyao. The four's expressions changed drastically. They quickly took out all kinds of defensive magic treasures to block the attacks. However, it was useless. The magic treasures they took out were instantly destroyed by the 5-dragon wheel. Then, the 5-dragon wheel's attacks landed on their bodies. Bang! 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 4 dull sounds of collisions were heard. The 4 experts' bodies exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed on the spot. The immortal weapon was indeed an immortal weapon. It was so powerful that even they could not resist it. Go and take their storage rings, Lin Feng said. Then, he quickly chased after Xu Miaoqing. Xu Miaoqing's face was as pale as paper when she saw the other 4 experts killed. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill us all? Xu Miaoqing asked with a pale face. Lin Feng smiled and said, if I wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be alive? What do you want in order to let me go? Xu Miaoqing asked. Let you go? Lin Feng sneered. Do you think that's possible? I'm very interested in keeping a peerless beauty like you as my slave. Chapter 2248. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Xu Miaoqing's expression turned even uglier. She knew very well what would happen to her if she fell into Lin Feng's hands. Naturally, it was impossible for Xu Miaoqing to become a slave obediently. Who was Xu Miaoqing? She was a goddess. She was a fairy on the beauty chart. She had countless admirers in the 9 provinces. Her fiancé was one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses in the 9 provinces, Dugu Di Tian. Xu Miaoqing was also from an ancient family. With her noble status, she would become a slave. Xu Miaoqing didn't even dare to think about it. I'd rather die than become a slave. Xu Miaoqing gnashed her teeth. Hehe, that's not up to you. Lin Feng chuckled and quickly chased after Xu Miaoqing. After Du Zhu and the heretic dominator saint collected the dead expert storage rings, the heretic dominator saint quickly rushed over. The evil dominator saint hurriedly said, let's hurry up and chase after them, and help master kill that woman. What's there to chase? The young master clearly doesn't want to kill that woman. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to kill that woman either. She's such a beautiful woman. Du Zhu curled his lips and said, let's wait for a while and let the young master deal with it himself. The heretic dominator saint nodded after hearing Du Zhu's words. Xu Miaoqing's speed was far from Lin Feng's. Even though she took out a powerful flying treasure, she still couldn't shake off Lin Feng. Lin Feng was simply too fast, so fast that Xu Miaoqing felt despair. Lin Feng, everything in this world can be negotiated. Am I right? Xu Miaoqing said. Lin Feng said, you're right. Everything in this world can be negotiated. Xu Miaoqing said, then we can negotiate too. Lin Feng smiled and said, sure. I won't let you become my slave, but you have to stay by my side for 3 months. During these 3 months, you will become my concubine. In your dreams. Xu Miaoqing flatly refused. If she became Lin Feng's concubine, how was she going to face others in the future? If Dugu Di Tian found out, would Dugu Di Tian want Lin Feng's used shoes? Since you don't know what's good for you, then there's nothing to talk about between us. Lin Feng sneered. Xu Miaoqing bit her lips and continued to control her flying-type magic treasure to fly forward. Soon, Xu Miaoqing saw a huge abyss. Xu Miaoqing and the others had seen this abyss when they were looking for a place to set up the array. There were many terrifying ice beasts in this abyss. Xu Miaoqing flew here to lure Lin Feng into the giant frost beast's lair. When the time came, she would create chaos and deliberately anger those giant ice beasts. When the time came, he would be able to withdraw and leave. It had to be said. Xu Miaoqing's plan was perfect. Whoosh! Xu Miaoqing quickly flew towards the abyss. There was a thick layer of ice on both sides of the abyss. And the abyss was very deep. From time to time, fierce cold winds would blow from the bottom of the abyss. It was as if the void was about to be frozen. The cold wind blowing from the abyss was very terrifying. Ordinary God Realm experts would be blown by this cold wind. They might freeze to death here. After flying for more than 10,000 meters, they still hadn't reached the bottom of the abyss. This ice abyss was really deep. They flew down again for another 5,000 meters. Finally, Shu Miaoqing and Lin Feng reached the bottom of the ice abyss one after another. The bottom of the ice abyss stretched out for dozens of miles. After reaching the bottom, Shu Miaoqing flew deeper into the abyss. Lin Feng chased after him, unwilling to give up. Shu Miaoqing, no matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape. You are destined to become my slave. This is an unchangeable fact. Of course, I don't have any violent tendencies, so even if you become my slave, I won't abuse you. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. If you want me to become your slave, wait until your next life, Shu Miaoqing said coldly. She sped up. Finally, Shu Miaoqing saw a group of ice beasts. These ice beasts looked very similar to earth dragons. The scales on the surface of their bodies were the same color as the ice. After seeing those ice beasts, Shu Miaoqing directly threw a few jade talismans at them. Rumble, the jade talismans exploded. The ice beasts were extremely powerful and were not injured at all. But Shu Miaoqing threw the jade talismans at the ice beasts, which was equivalent to provoking these ice beasts. Therefore, the group of giant ice beasts roared furiously. Then, the ice beasts pounced on Lin Feng and Shu Miaoqing. The two were immediately separated by the ice beasts. Shu Miaoqing's face was pale as she dodged the attacks of the ice beasts. But there were too many ice beasts. There were more than 2,000 of them here. All kinds of attacks came one after another. Bang! A giant ice beast slapped Shu Miaoqing with its claw and sent her flying. Shu Miaoqing coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, another ice beast rushed over and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Shu Miaoqing in one bite. Swoosh! Shu Miaoqing's pretty face changed abruptly. She quickly moved to the left and narrowly avoided the giant ice beast's attack. But more ice beasts pounced on her, which made Shu Miaoqing's heart heavy. Shu Miaoqing gritted her teeth. She took out a jade talisman and activated it. Swish! A divine light gushed out from the jade talisman and wrapped around Shu Miaoqing. Then the jade talisman cracked. That jade talisman could only be used once. When the ice beasts flew towards Shu Miaoqing, their bodies exploded the moment they touched the divine light that wrapped around Shu Miaoqing's body. The power of that divine light was too strong. Many ice beasts quickly retreated, not daring to get close to Shu Miaoqing. And Shu Miaoqing rushed to the distance. Those ice beasts gave up on Shu Miaoqing and pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the Vajra Wolf Fang mace and smashed out again and again. Any ice beast that was hit by the Vajra Wolf Fang mace was smashed to death. The Vajra Wolf Fang mace was a treasure that was suitable for extremely powerful cultivators. It could be used with the most violent power to destroy everything. Those ice beasts were immediately frightened by Lin Feng and quickly retreated, making way for Lin Feng. Lin Feng chased after Shu Miaoqing as fast as lightning. You can't escape. He sneered and smashed the Vajra Wolf Fang mace at Shu Miaoqing. With Lin Feng's current strength and the Vajra Wolf Fang mace, even a peak giant Godrealm powerhouse would be smashed to death by him. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive attacks were launched. The energy that wrapped around Shu Miaoqing was smashed away by Lin Feng. Shu Miaoqing's magic power was scattered and her body fell down. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly flew over and grabbed Shu Miaoqing's waist. Let go of me. Shu Miaoqing's beautiful face turned pale.